Chapter 520. All the novels that cannot be found on the internet will be available here. On the other side, the man with a silver fox walked towards Gu Jiao with a murderous look. The patrolling soldiers were frightened by his imposing manner and did not even dare to salute him. It was no wonder that the man with a silver fox was so angry. He was smart all his life, but he was stupid at this moment. He had made such a big mistake in the hands of a brat. He was unwilling to admit his stupidity and did not want to regret. If he had not been obstinate and self-opinionated and listened to his uncle, what would have happened? But there were no ifs in this world, only consequences and results. He could not deceive himself. He regretted that he did not meet that soldier from the Zhao kingdom. If he was given another chance, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. It was too late to kill him now. But he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had to do something. But the man with a silver fox did not expect that when he kicked open Gu Jiao's door, what awaited him was an empty room. "Where is she?" "Doctor." There was no doctor. "Sir." The soldiers who were patrolling nearby walked towards the source of the sound and cupped their fists at the man with the silver fox. The man with the silver fox pointed at the room and said coldly, "Where is the person inside?" The soldier said with a strange look, "Sir, are you asking about Dr. Tong? Didn't you ask Dr. Tong to treat the princess?" "When did I?" The man with the silver fox wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at the empty room and thought of something. His expression changed. He pushed the soldier away and walked towards his own courtyard in big strides. When he was near his courtyard, he heard a commotion. Then he saw thick smoke and fire not far away. "Quick, quick, quick! Water!" A corporal ordered the soldiers to fetch water. The scene was in a mess. The man with the silver fox grabbed a soldier who was fetching water and said sternly, "What happened?" The soldier said in shock, "Sir, your courtyard is on fire." "His courtyard?" The silver fox man's expression changed again. He abandoned the soldiers and rushed over. The fire started from the inside of his study. At first, the soldiers didn't notice it, but by the time it reached the outside, the fire was already quite big. Almost all the documents and important objects in the study were burned to ashes. Jade disc. The imperial jade plate of the Great Li dynasty. That was the genealogy of the Huangfu clan. Every heir of the imperial family was recorded on the jade disc. It was the only thing that could trace their identities. Without the jade disc, who knew what kind of descendants the Huangfu family had left? Who knew what kind of relationship Huangfu Zheng had with the previous dynasty? If the imperial jade seal was lost, it could be found. If it was broken, it could be repaired. However, if the genealogy of the royal family was lost, it would be irretrievable. This fire didn't burn the jade disc of the Great Li dynasty, but the fate of the Huangfu clan. The Huangfu clan was done for. Huangfu Zheng stared in disbelief at the fire that seemed to be burning the Huangfu family's fortune. His heart was boiling with anger. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He refused to accept the thought that flashed through his mind. His hand that was holding the sword began to tremble slightly. "Is the princess all right?" He suppressed his anger and asked the soldier beside him. The soldier said, "The princess went out." Huangfu Zheng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The soldier replied, "The princess said that she went out for a walk." Huangfu Zheng had never restricted Princess Ning An's freedom to leave the courtyard. As long as she was on the mountain, she could go anywhere she wanted. However, she didn't leave the courtyard a few days ago. Why did she go out today? Only then did Huangfu Zheng remember that Princess Ning An had summoned Dr. Tong to treat her illness. He had hurried over because he felt that something was wrong. However, when he saw the fire, he forgot about the important matter. No, the fire burning the jade disc was the most important thing. However, it was already burning. Could he still grab the ashes of the jade disc and put it together? Huangfu Zheng went to Ning An's room. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, when he looked carefully, he found that Princess Ning An's token was missing. The snacks and dry food on the table were also gone. Huangfu Zheng narrowed his eyes coldly. "Ning An, you'd better not betray me." In the forest behind the mountain, Princess Ning An, who was wearing a sable cloak, slipped and fell heavily. "Princess." Lian hurriedly supported her. Princess Ning An shook her head. "I'm fine." There were 4 of them, Princess Ning An, Lian, Dr. Tong and Gu Jiao. The 4 of them put on masks and braved the biting cold wind as they shuttled through the forest behind the mountain. Princess Ning An was actually not as delicate as the rumors said in the capital. At least she wasn't now. She had lived in the bitter cold of the frontier fortress for so many years, often mingling with the herdsmen. She had herded the sheep, farmed the fields and done the dirty and tiring work. Her hands were no longer the slender jade-like hands that had lived a pampered life. Her face had also lost its fair and translucent skin due to weathering and exposure to the sun. However, she still had the noble aura of a royal family. Ah! Princess Ningen fell again. Soon Dr. Tong also fell down. There was no other way. The snow was too deep. Princess, let me carry you, Lien said. Princess Ningen waved her hand. You can't carry me. I'm too heavy. As she spoke, she turned back to look at the path they had come from. Even though it was night, the moonlight reflected off the snow made the entire back mountain appear very bright. Their mottled footprints could be seen all over the ground. Let's go quickly. They'll catch up soon, Princess Ningen said, panting. Gu Jiao focused and asked Princess Ningen, where's the secret passage? Princess Ningen raised her sore hand and pointed to the back of the forest. Through this forest there is an old well. Underneath the well is the secret passage, if I remember correctly. The last sentence made Dr. Tong's eyelids twitch. Princess, what do you mean by, if you remember correctly? Do you know the secret passage or not? Princess Ningen said awkwardly, I only saw the blueprint of the secret passage in the study. I roughly remember. Ah. Dr. Tong was mute. If she remembered incorrectly and they were cornered, wouldn't they die even more miserably? Let's go, Gu Jiao said. Dr. Tong gritted her teeth and followed. They had already escaped. There was no way they could go back. Lianer and Dr. Tong supported Princess Ningen, while Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and tried to keep a safe distance from them. They passed through the forest and arrived near the ancient well. The ancient well was covered by a thick layer of snow. It took them a long time to find the cover. It's locked, Dr. Tong said in despair. Gu Jiao reached out with her red-tasseled spear and easily broke the lock. Dr. Tong was dumbstruck. Gu Jiao lit a match and threw it into the ancient well. She used the light to see the walls and bottom of the well. There was a rope ladder hanging from the wall of the well. The bottom of the well was empty. There was no danger at the moment. I'll go down first, Gu Jiao said. Be careful, Princess Ningen said. Gu Jiao turned back and nodded slightly. She jumped into the well with her red-tasseled spear. Seeing that she didn't use the rope ladder and directly jumped down, they couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Jiao picked up the match and looked around. She looked up and said, there's a passage below. There's no danger at the moment. Come down. Princess, you go down first, Lianer said. Princess Ningen nodded and slowly went down the rope ladder. Lianer was next. She was carrying a bundle and almost got stuck at the mouth of the well. Throw the bundle down, Gu Jiao said to her. Okay. Little brother Gu, you catch it. Lianer threw the bundle to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it. Lianer carefully climbed down. After she steadied herself, she looked up at the mouth of the well. Dr. Tong, you should come down too. Dr. Tong had one foot on the mouth of the well, but the other foot didn't move. I'm afraid of heights. It's not high. There's a ladder, Lianer said. Dr. Tong trembled and was about to cry. No, I really can't do it. At this moment, a soldier yelled, Sir, I'm here. They're over there. In the next second, Dr. Tong put her leg in and went down the ladder with a whoosh. Everyone, Gu Jiao handed the fire torch to Dr. Tong. She quickly climbed up the well and covered the manhole cover. The manhole cover was originally a mechanism. Gu Jiao turned the iron rod under the manhole cover and locked the manhole cover from the inside. She jumped down and said to them, Let's go. They entered the secret passage. The secret passage was pitch black. At first, Gu Jiao could still use a fire starter, but after walking for a while, the fire starter couldn't be lit anymore. Lianer, take out the night luminescent pearl. Princess Ningen said to Lianer. Okay. Lianer took out a night luminescent pearl that was bigger than a fist from the bundle. Gu Jiao had never seen such a big night luminescent pearl before. It was quite strange. Princess Ningen looked down and smiled bitterly. Mother gave it to me on my birthday. Gu Jiao didn't know how Princess Ningen felt when she mentioned her grandaunt. Her grandaunt had tried to stop this marriage, but Princess Ningen had been blinded by love and wholeheartedly wanted to marry the prince consort. What she got in return was a scheme and a betrayal. I don't know if Mother still wants to see me. She does, Gu Jiao said. Her grandaunt had never forgotten Princess Ningen. Tears flashed in Princess Ningen's eyes, but she didn't cry. She held it in. The sound in the secret passage was very loud. Gu Jiao could hear them prying open the cover of the well and chasing after them like a flood. Other than Gu Jiao, the other three couldn't walk fast. In the end, they were caught in a large cave. One end of the cave was connected to the secret passage they came from. The other end was a rope bridge hanging over the cliff. The moonlight and the snow on the cliff slowly shone into the cave. The cave was lit up. Gu Jiao threw the small basket to Dr. Tong and stood in front of the three. She looked coldly at the pursuers entering the cave. You go first. No one is allowed to leave today. Huang Fuzheng's voice came from behind the army. The soldiers in the cave immediately parted to make a path. Huang Fuzheng walked over with a cold expression. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I underestimated you. You have an epidemic disease and frostbite, but you still have the strength to struggle. Epidemic disease? Lianer looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Dr. Tong also looked over in shock. Huang Fuzheng took in their expressions and shifted his gaze to the expressionless Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an didn't look at him. She didn't even want to look at him. Huang Fuzheng clenched his fists. It seems that you don't know that she has an epidemic disease. She brought the disease here. She is dying. If you follow her out, you will be infected by her sooner or later and die of the disease. Lianer was so scared that she moved closer to Princess Ning and Dr. Tong looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. The medicine you gave me, is it to cure the disease? Huang Fuzheng frowned. He looked at Gu Jiao who could move freely and then at Dr. Tong who didn't look sick at all. In a trance he realized something. He said excitedly, You have medicine to cure the disease. Even if I do, I won't give it to you, Gu Jiao said in a low voice. She deliberately lowered her voice, and with a layer of iron mask at first glance, it sounded like the voice of an androgynous teenager. Huang Fuzheng laughed. God doesn't want me to die. No one knew how excited Huang Fuzheng was at this moment. He thought that he was going to die, but this guy had medicine. It was a medicine that could really cure the disease. He and his uncle could be saved. Gu Jiao didn't bring anything with her. Instead, Dr. Tong carried her own medicine box and Gu Jiao's small basket. Huang Fuzheng smirked coldly. Leave this brat to me. You guys go and stop them. Yes. He looked at Princess Ning'an. Don't hurt the princess. Yes. The soldiers swarmed forward. Gu Jiao raised her red spear. Huang Fuzheng jumped up and fought with her. Huang Fuzheng snorted. Boy, I saved you. If it weren't for me, you would have frozen to death in the snow. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you repay my kindness with ingratitude. You hurt me and my uncle, and you even tried to kidnap the princess. Not kidnap, rescue. Gu Jiao swung her spear. Huang Fuzheng raised his sword to block. The two sides fought fiercely in the cave. Huang Fuzheng sneered. Boy, you are no match for me. Gu Jiao was still sick, so her strength was reduced. However, Huang Fuzheng was infected with the disease. He was not much stronger than Gu Jiao. When Gu Jiao stabbed at Huang Fuzheng again, Huang Fuzheng couldn't block it. His long sword was broken. Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear pierced through his shoulder. Then Gu Jiao kicked him to the ground. Huang Fuzheng spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect this boy to be so good at fighting. No wonder he could kill Sky Wolf. Gu Jiao's kung fu was not as good as Huang Fuzheng's. However, if Gu Jiao wanted to die, would Huang Fuzheng dare to? Gu Jiao's eyes were like a ferocious wolf. She took a few steps forward and attacked Huang Fuzheng fiercely. She was running out of energy. She had to solve this problem before that happened. Chapter 521. However, just as Gu Jiao was about to cut off Huang Fuzheng's neck, a soldier on the other side grabbed Dr. Tong and held a knife to her neck. Stop, or I'll kill him. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him coldly. The soldier trembled under her murderous gaze. Before the soldier could threaten her, Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear flew out and pierced the soldier's head. Dr. Tong felt a hot wave of heat shoot towards his face. He closed his eyes and froze. He didn't dare to think if it was blood or brain matter. Huang Fuzheng was shocked by the scene in front of him. He knew that the person who could kill Sirius wasn't an ordinary person, but he didn't expect her to be so decisive and ruthless. When he was threatened, he didn't hesitate at all. At that moment, Huang Fuzheng's blood was boiling. He was excited, fearful, and looked up to an expert. Huang Fuzheng looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao stepped on his chest. His ribs broke instantly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He trembled in pain. Gu Jiao looked down at him from above, her emotionless eyes filled with coldness. Killing someone wasn't scary. What was scary was how calm she was when she did it. Huang Fuzheng felt his soul tremble. Gu Jiao only needed a little more force to step on his ribs and into his lungs. At this critical moment, Huang Fuzheng still didn't give up and looked at Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning, and turned her face away. Ning'an, he said, enduring the pain. Princess Ning An's throat moved. He didn't know if she heard him or not, but she didn't turn to look at him. Huang Fuzheng suddenly smiled. My uncle has no son. He once said that if he became the emperor, he would make me the crown prince. At that time I thought that if I became the crown prince you would be my empress. Ningen, what's wrong with being the empress? Why don't you want it? They killed your mother. They are your enemies. You would rather return to their side than be my empress. Ningen, are you done? Gu Jiao asked calmly. Huang Fuzheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. He withdrew his gaze from Princess Ningen and looked at Gu Jiao mockingly. Do you really think you can leave after killing me? Do you know how much effort I put into building this secret passage? If I don't want you to leave, none of you can leave. Including the princess? Gu Jiao asked. Huang Fuzheng recognized that she was a girl. Unfortunately, his attention was not on Gu Jiao's voice. He said, yes, including her. Gu Jiao said again, you are dying but you don't let her leave. Is this how you treat her? Huang Fuzheng gritted his teeth. As long as you are willing to give me the medicine, I won't die, and Ningen won't lose her husband. Oh, you mean it's my fault? Gu Jiao tilted her head coldly and looked at him. You are the one who caused the epidemic. Huang Fuzheng's confidence was completely crushed by her words. In the end, it was all about harming oneself. Huang Fuzheng was seriously injured. He was so angry that his intestines turned green with regret. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. Let him die on his own. Princess Ning, and suddenly turned around, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Anyway, he has the epidemic. He can't live. Huang Fuzheng's eyes lit up when he heard Princess Ning, and pleading for him. However, the next second he heard Princess Ning and say, when we cross the bridge, cut it off. This was the only secret passage. If the bridge was broken, they would never be able to get out. Huang Fuzheng's expression froze. Ningen, why are you forcing me? Miss Gu, let's go. Princess Ning, and walked out of the cave without looking back. Gu Jiao walked over and pulled out her red-tasseled spear. Huang Fuzheng looked at Princess Ning An's back and said, I told you you can't get away. Only I can get out of this secret passage. If you don't believe me, you can try. Princess Ning, and had one foot on the cable bridge. She paused for a moment but did not pay attention to it. She walked forward. Something incredible happened. The moment the cable bridge swayed, the cliff on the other side suddenly shook. It was as if something was splitting open, and then a stone door was revealed. With a loud bang, the stone door opened, and a death warrior full of murderous aura walked out from inside. The man was as tall and strong as Sky Wolf, and his aura was almost the same as Sky Wolf's. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. This was, Huang Fuzheng sneered. Yes, it's Sky Wolf, the second Sky Wolf. Do you think I only have one Sky Wolf? Although he is not as powerful as Sky Wolf, he is not much weaker. He is more than enough to deal with you. Gu Jiao was so exhausted that it was difficult for her to breathe. She could barely kill Huang Fuzheng. If Sky Wolf came, she would have no chance of winning. Huang Fuzheng said arrogantly, give me the medicine and I'll leave your body intact. Don't hurt her. Princess Ning, and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. Do it. Huang Fuzheng said to the man of sacrifice. The man of sacrifice was incredibly fast. He crossed the cable bridge in an instant, passed Princess Ning in and came to Gu Jiao's back. He grabbed Gu Jiao's neck, intending to lift Gu Jiao up high. But before he could exert his strength, another strong figure came from the cable bridge. A sharp sword chi cut the man of sacrifice's back. The man of sacrifice did not have time to dodge. He was hit and the armor on his body cracked. Almost at the same time, Gu Jiao blocked his shoulder with the red-tasseled spear. She lifted her foot and kicked him in the chest, using the force to break free from his hands. The man of sacrifice was not injured by this kick, but after being hit twice he was really angry. He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao, but Gu Changqing quickly flashed to Gu Jiao and stabbed the man of sacrifice's wrist. The man of sacrifice's wrist armor cracked. Gu Changqing held Gu Jiao's waist. He stepped back a dozen steps and gently put his sister down at the entrance of the cave. His hand holding the sword was full of murderous intent. He looked at Gu Jiao with gentle and loving eyes. Can you still walk? Cross the bridge first and wait for me there. Gu Jiao nodded. The soldiers in the cave were not a threat. They had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's headshot. Almost no one dared to stop her. Gu Jiao, Princess Ning In and the others got on the cable bridge. Stop them. Huang Fuzheng shouted. Gu Changqing blocked the entrance of the cave with his long sword. He looked coldly at the man of sacrifice charging at him. He said to Gu Jiao, get on the bridge and don't look back. Okay. She did not look back. Gu Jiao led the way onto the bridge. Princess Ning and An Lian followed closely behind. Dr. Tong brought up the rear. But he really was afraid of heights. This time it was not an ancient well under his feet, but a bottomless abyss. And the cable bridge would shake. Sob, sob, sob. It was too difficult for him. They're coming. Gu Jiao said. Ah! Dr. Tong waved her arms and leaped over with a whoosh. He was the first to reach the cliff on the other side. The sounds of fighting came from behind them. Cold wind blew from the cave towards the cable bridge. Gu Jiao smelled the thick scent of blood. She didn't know if it was the man of sacrifices or Gu Changqing's. She was obedient. She did not look back. The group crossed the bridge and entered the cave on the other side of the cliff. Snow fell from the sky again. They could not see what was happening on the other side of the bridge even if they wanted to. They could only hear the sound of bones breaking and blades breaking. Then they heard footsteps on the cable bridge. The footsteps approached quickly, bringing with them a thick scent of blood and killing intent. Then a loud bang was heard. Shockingly, the cable bridge behind them had been cut apart. Gu Jiao quickly turned around. The figure with the scent of blood and killing intent came over and gently pulled her into his embrace, but he did not let his blood-stained arm touch her. Didn't I tell you not to look back? You're not obedient at all. His murderous aura dissipated in an instant. Gu Jiao's little head was against his chest. She pointed behind her. That's behind me, I didn't look back. Gu Changqing couldn't help smiling. His lips curled, twisting words. Gu Jiao sniffed. You're injured. Gu Changqing said, no, it's his blood. Is he dead? Gu Jiao asked. He would not let off a single person that bullied his little sister. The snow that filled the sky poured into the cave. The death warrior was stabbed in the chest by a huge broken ice pillar. Beside him, the prince consort was stabbed in the heart by a sharp sword. He turned his head and looked at the cave on the other side of the rope bridge. Not only did Gu Jiao not look back, Ningen didn't look back either. Princess Ningen only saw half of the map. They had to figure out the rest of the way by themselves. They passed through countless caves in the mountain range. Even they weren't sure where they were at the end. Gu Changqing carried Gu Jiao on his back and her red-tasseled spear hung in front of him. I'm sick, Gu Jiao said. It's an epidemic. So you have to put me down. Gu Jiao said in a doctor's tone. It was very serious. However, to Gu Changqing, it sounded like his sister was seriously ill and his sister felt wronged. It's my fault. Gu Changqing apologized sincerely. I didn't take good care of you. Gu Jiao, what was going on? Gu Jiao said, I don't want you to carry me. Gu Changqing said, then I'll carry you. Gu Jiao said, I don't want you to carry me either. Gu Changqing thought about it seriously. Then, should I let you ride on my neck? Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put on a mask and Gu Changqing also put one on. In addition, Gu Changqing also took the medicine to prevent the epidemic. Of course, Princess Ning and An Lian also took it. The brother and sister duo walked at the front. The other three already knew that Gu Changqing was the young master of the Gu army and that Gu Jiao was his sister. Along the way, Gu Changqing would give anything good to his sister first. If he had to carry anything, he would only carry his sister. In his eyes, he was his sister's brother first and then Princess Ning An's minister. How did you find this place? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing said casually, I asked an aide of the previous dynasty about the map of the stronghold and the secret passage. He didn't want her to know how he had asked her. He already knew why Gu Jiao went to kill Sirius. He didn't find Gu Jiao in the forest that day, so he returned to the governor's residence to see if he could find any clues. In the end, he really did learn a thing or two from an aide of the emperor's son-in-law who had been imprisoned. It turned out that the emperor's son-in-law had bought a group of powerful men of sacrifice from the Yen kingdom. The leader was called Sirius and the second most likely was the one he had just killed. The emperor's son-in-law and Prince Yi found the plague victims to infect the Gu army, and the emperor's son-in-law bought Sirius from the Yen kingdom to deal with Gu Changqing. They wanted Gu Changqing's legs and made Gu Changqing lose everything, so that he would live the rest of his life like a ghost. Gu Jiao must have accidentally learned of the emperor's son-in-law's plan. She did it for him. When he thought of this, Gu Changqing's heart ached. He had the best younger sister in the world, so he also wanted to be her best older brother. You're disobedient, Dr. Gu sternly said before falling asleep on Gu Changqing's shoulder. When Gu Changqing heard the even breathing on his back, his eyes flashed with tenderness. He raised the cloak in his hand and gently covered her petite body. No matter how much she suffered, he would return the pain bit by bit. The biting cold wind and snow flew over, cutting his face like knives, but none of it blew on Gu Jiao's body. She fell into a deep sleep on his warm and broad back. The power of the previous dynasty had completely collapsed. The Qin Kingdom's army in Beiyang City and Yi City only had 80,000 soldiers left. On the 27th day of the 11th month, Gu Changqing led the 60,000 Gu army to attack Beiyang City. In one night they killed 20,000 of the enemy. Prince Bo was no match for them, so he led the remaining 20,000 Qin Kingdom soldiers to abandon the city and regroup with the 40,000 Rong army in Yi City. 3 days later, Gu Changqing led the 90,000 Gu army and arrived at the city gates. At this time the 80,000 Qin Kingdom reinforcements arrived. Prince Bo was overjoyed. He planned to split up with the 80,000 reinforcements and attack the Gu army from the front and back, but he didn't expect the leader of the 80,000 reinforcements to be Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang rode on a tall horse and looked at Prince Bo and Rong Yao on the city gate tower. He showed the yellow imperial edict in his hand and said concisely, "I'm here on my father's orders to clean up the rebels. Those who surrender will be forgiven, and those who rebel will be killed." There were nearly 100,000 Gu army soldiers and 80,000 Qin Kingdom soldiers. Prince Bo and Rong Yao's 60,000 men were surrounded by enemies. There was no way they could win. Not to mention that Yuan Tang had the imperial edict, so he had a good reason to attack. The morale of the 60,000 Qin Kingdom soldiers plummeted. Yuan Tang looked at Rong Yao and smiled obediently. "Uncle, my father wants to capture Prince Bo. If you kill him you can redeem yourself." As he spoke, he seemed to be afraid that Rong Yao wouldn't believe him. He handed the imperial edict to a soldier and had the soldier bring it into the city. The imperial edict did say that the traitor Prince Bo was to be killed. Rong Yao held the imperial edict and his eyes flashed. Prince Bo trembled. "Rong Yao, don't be fooled by this father and son. You've already rebelled. If you kill me, my brother won't let you go." Rong Yao said coldly, "The king won't let me go after I return to the capital. But if I don't kill you, Yuan Tang won't let me go now. So I'm sorry, Prince Bo." Gu Changqing wasn't interested in fighting in the Qin Kingdom, but if he could subdue the enemy without fighting, it would be a good idea. Prince Bo and Rong Yao began to fight on the city gate tower. Yuan Tang rode his horse calmly towards Gu Changqing. The Gu army wanted to stop him, but Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop them. The fact that Yuan Tang had come alone was enough to show his sincerity. Yuan Tang stopped in front of Gu Changqing's horse, raised his eyebrows and introduced himself. "Dr. Gu's friend Yuan Tang." Gu Changqing looked at him deeply, straightened his back and said with a rare boastful tone, "Jiao Jiao's older brother, Gu Changqing." The Gu army was speechless. Isn't this introduction a bit wrong? Shouldn't it be the sixth prince of the Qin Kingdom and the young master of the Gu army? In your eyes, these two identities can't compare to Dr. Gu's friend and Jiao Jiao's older brother? Chapter 522. Prince Bo is a member of the royal family. Although he can be considered a martial artist, he can't be compared to Rong Yao, who is a famous general on the battlefield. In the end, Prince Bo was seriously injured by Rong Yao and died. "I was reckless. I wanted to capture him alive, but this person was too difficult to deal with. I accidentally killed him. Please punish me, Your Highness." This is what Rong Yao said when he walked down the tower and came to Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang was still by Gu Changqing's side, riding a tall horse. He looked down at his own uncle Rong Yao. He laughed coldly in his heart. Even his uncle wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. Well, if he didn't kill Prince Bo, what would happen if Prince Bo returned to the palace and said something unfavorable to Rong Yao? This uncle of his is really far-sighted and ruthless. But does he really think that without Prince Bo nothing will go wrong? Yuan Tang looked at Rong Yao with a faint smile and said, "Uncle, you have worked hard. You have contributed greatly by killing the rebels. When we return to the capital, Father will definitely reward you accordingly." Rong Yao kneels down on one knee and says with a face full of fear and trepidation, "I don't dare to reward you. I only want to make up for my mistakes. I was also bewitched by Prince Bo. I really thought that everything was the Emperor's will. Who would have thought that this person made up the imperial edict and caused us to follow him on an expedition? Your Highness, please investigate this matter." Gu Changqing's thin lips move. "Ha!" Rong Yao's face becomes very ugly. Rong Yao's youngest son, Rong Fu, died at the hands of Gu Changqing. Rong Yao has a lot of resentment towards Gu Changqing, but people under the eaves have to bow down. Yuan Tang looks at Gu Changqing and then at Rong Yao and says, "Uncle, you are too serious. When we return to the capital, Father will investigate the truth. As long as you have a clear conscience, I believe that one day the truth will be revealed." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Rong Yao's forehead. He didn't dare to raise his head to look into Yuan Tang's eyes. He could already feel the threat from Yuan Tang. "Your Highness, may I have a word with you?" Rong Yao said to Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang rode his horse back to the camp of the Qin State's army. General Zhang looked at their backs and said to Gu Changqing, "General, I'm afraid that the one surnamed Rong wants to fight." The 80,000 reinforcements from the state of Qin and the 60,000 soldiers from Yi City greatly outnumbered the Gu army. If they really fought, it would definitely be a bloody battle. There was no trace of anxiety on Gu Changqing's face. He said calmly, "Yuan Tang won't agree. If Yuan Tang really wanted to start a war, they wouldn't have come alone, and they wouldn't have introduced themselves as Gu Jiao's friends." It wasn't clear what Yuan Tang said to Rong Yao, but Rong Yao was on the verge of exploding. Yuan Tang ignored him and ordered the 60,000 soldiers of the state of Qin to leave Yi City. Of course this wasn't over. The state of Qin was the one who violated the peace treaty and started the war. All the losses would be borne by the state of Qin. For the state of Qin, which had already suffered losses, this was like adding fuel to the fire. But this time Yuan Tang truly saw the cruelty of war and the terrible price it brought. If Yuan Tang was still thinking about starting a war with the state of Zhao when he was a hostage, then he no longer had such thoughts. War was a struggle for power between those in power, but the ones who paid with their lives were the innocent soldiers and civilians. Yuan Tang rode his horse to the camp of the Gu army again. He said to Gu Changqing seriously, "If you trust me, I want to escort Rong Yao back to the capital of the state of Qin. Later, I will personally go to the capital of the state of Zhao to ask for forgiveness and negotiate with the emperor." Yuan Tang was still a hostage of the state of Qin. Logically speaking, he was going to return to the capital with Gu Changqing. Letting him go was like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to answer, Yuan Tang said again, "But before that, I hope to go to Yuegu City with you and pay a visit to the Grand Marshal and the old Marquis." "Okay," Gu Changqing said. Yuan Tang had followed Gu Changqing to ancient Moon City alone. This magnanimity and courage made people look at him in a new light. But when they actually arrived at Yuegu City, Gu Changqing realized that he had been tricked. This kid didn't come to visit Tang Yueshan and his grandfather. He was clearly here to see his sister. As soon as Yuan Tang entered the city, he went to the wounded barracks. "Dr. Gu, I'm here." Looking at Yuan Tang, who didn't treat him as an outsider at all, Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. Gu Jiao's disease had long been cured and he had passed the quarantine period. At this time he was guiding a few soldiers in rehabilitation in the wounded barracks. He was wearing the armor of a general of the state of Qin. When he suddenly barged in, the soldiers in the wounded barracks were so shocked that they immediately pulled out the swords beside the bed. Yuan Tang clicked his tongue, took off the sword at his waist, and threw it to the nearest wounded soldier. "Take it." The wounded soldier was speechless. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm. He only glanced at Yuan Tang, then said to the recovering soldier beside him, "You continue." The recovering soldier continued to walk forward with the help of his crutches. Yuan Tang stood beside Gu Jiao uninvited and said exaggeratedly, "You're not excited to see me at all. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come to see you." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang opened his mouth, but it seemed that there was nothing. He clicked his tongue and said, "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm doing at the frontier fortress?" Gu Jiao said, "Oh, to kill Prince Bo or to kill Rong Yao?" Yuan Tang was speechless. "Here for you." Yuan Tang handed a small bag that he always carried with him to her. "What is it?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang stuffed the bag into her arms and said, "The begonia flower box is for you. The bamboo box is for my cousin. I have to go back to the capital to deal with my uncle. I might not be able to go to Zhaodu for a while. Bring it to my cousin for me." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't think too much about it. I'm only giving you this gift to thank you for helping my cousin. Moreover, it was thanks to your husband that I was able to escape from Zhaodu originally." Yuan Tang thought that he had hidden it well and did not let Xiao Lulang know. But after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Lulang was supposed to be on duty at the Yamen, but he suddenly changed his route and went out of the capital's north gate. He even stopped at the relay station for a while. Perhaps Xiao Lulang had already discovered him and deliberately sent him away. Gu Jiao did not know that there was such a thing. It was really fortunate that Xiao Heng let Yuan Tang go. Otherwise this battle would not have ended so quickly. Moreover, both sides would have suffered a lot of casualties. Yuan Tang said, "Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. I should go now. Remember to tell my cousin to miss me." Hearing this, Gu Changqing finally sheathed his sword. Yuan Tang spurred his horse and left Yuegu City. Looking at his receding figure, General Zhang asked, "General, are we really letting him go just like that? The state of Qin has 140,000 soldiers. If he starts a war with us now." "He won't," Gu Changqing said. Jiao Jiao believed in him, so he believed in him. Gu Jiao came out of the wounded barracks and saw Gu Changqing waiting at the door. "Are you here to change your bandages?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing said seriously, "Yes." Gu Jiao took him to the tent next door and cut the gauze on his hands with scissors. This was not the injury he got when he held the red-tasseled spear to protect Gu Jiao when she lost control when he first came to Yuegu City. It was the injury he got when he went to the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty to find Gu Jiao. Gu Changqing skimmed over the incident that day, but the process was far more difficult and complicated than he imagined. He learned from his advisor that the map of the previous dynasty's army's nest and the secret passage was not fake. Unfortunately, the map was incomplete, and the wooden bridge leading to the nest was destroyed by Huang Fuzheng. Gu Changqing stood on the cliff for a long time. He was sure that unless he grew wings, it was impossible for him to fly over with his qinggong. He planned to go down the mountain first, go around the foot of the mountain, and then climb to the top of the opposite mountain. The hardships were self-evident. Fortunately, although the map was incomplete, the general direction was correct. He climbed the cliff with great difficulty and almost fell into the bottomless abyss several times. At that time he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to live and find his sister alive. The injury on his hands was from climbing the cliff, and it had not healed yet. He also led troops to fight and it was torn repeatedly. In Gu Changqing's eyes, this injury was nothing. If Gu Jiao was not here, he would not have bothered to change his dressing. "You can't get injured again or your hands will be crippled," Gu Jiao said seriously as she changed his dressing. Gu Changqing smiled gently. "Yes, I won't. The war is over." "The thread here can be removed," Gu Jiao said as she looked at the wound on the back of his left hand. Gu Changqing obediently stretched out his hand. Gu Jiao took out a sterilized pair of scissors. "It will hurt a little." Gu Changqing said, "It won't hurt. It won't hurt even if you get stitches." There was no anesthetic, so it would be strange if it didn't hurt. At the mention of this, Gu Jiao's hand paused. After escaping from the mountains, she had stitched up Gu Changqing's wounds. At that time, there happened to be a wounded soldier who also needed stitches. However, there was only one anesthetic in the small medicine box. Gu Changqing gave the anesthetic to the wounded soldier because he did not need it. He was a martial artist, so it was inevitable for him to get injured. Occasionally, when his injuries were serious, he would need to drink a little anesthetic soup. However, no matter what kind of anesthetic soup it was ineffective on him. Gu Jiao could not help but remember when she first came to the capital. When she stitched up Gu Changqing's wounds for the first time, there was no anesthetic in the small medicine box. At that time she did not think too much about it. Now that she thought about it, perhaps the small medicine box had already determined that the patient could not tolerate anesthesia. So, all the big and small wounds on his body were stitched up without anesthesia at all? Gu Changqing stared at Gu Jiao and smiled gently. "It doesn't hurt, really?" Gu Jiao answered seriously, but her movements were much lighter. The war was over and the plague patient had recovered. Now, it was time for Gu Jiao's group to return to the capital. Tang Yueshan left behind a portion of the garrison. Gu Changqing also left behind 20,000 Gu clan soldiers to assist in the reconstruction of the three cities after the disaster. After the governors of Beiyang City and Yi City were killed, the imperial court issued edicts overnight to appoint 2 new governors. When the new governors arrived at their respective residences, the Gu clan army and the imperial court's garrison were ready to go. Princess Ning and was going to return to the capital with them. It was the old Marquis's task to bring Princess Ning and back to the capital. Currently, the old Marquis was still recovering in bed, so Gu Changqing came forward to ask Princess Ning and for instructions. In the governor's residence, Gu Changqing met with Princess Ning and in the study. Ever since Princess Ning and came down from the mountain, she had been staying in her room. She did not go out or speak to anyone. Gu Changqing understood that the matter of the remnants of the previous dynasty had a great impact on her, so he never mentioned the war or the prince consort in front of her. Gu Changqing cupped his hands in greeting and said seriously, "We'll be returning to the capital tomorrow morning. Does the princess have any other orders?" Princess Ning and stared blankly at the snowy scenery outside the window. After a while she muttered, "On the way back to the capital, can we go to Ji City, to pick up someone?" As she spoke, she seemed to be afraid of troubling Gu Changqing, so she added, "There's no need for too many people. A few people will be enough. It won't be hard for him to pick up." Gu Changqing roughly understood who they were going to pick up. He said, "I will go personally. I want to go too." In another room in the governor's residence, Gu Qingfeng, who had already taken off the splint on his arm and was back to full health, exploded. He had finally recovered from his injuries and planned to go to the battlefield to fight to his heart's content, but in the end he was told that the Qin kingdom had surrendered. He had just become a part of the Gu clan's army and had assumed the title for nothing. The main reason was that he wanted his eldest brother to witness his strength. Gu Changqing agreed. Gu Qingfeng was excited the entire night. Finally he could go on a mission with his eldest brother. Unexpectedly, when he walked out of the military camp fully armed, he saw Gu Jiao by his eldest brother's side. Gu Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. She's going too? Wasn't it just him? Why did a servant girl have the honor of fighting side by side with his eldest brother? Get on the horse. Gu Changqing patted his horse and said, "If that's more like it." Gu Qingfeng curled his lips and walked towards his eldest brother's horse. He had been eyeing his eldest brother's horse for a long time. In their family, other than his grandfather's horse, his eldest brother's horse was the best. It was even better than the horse he had stolen from the prince consort. "Not you." Gu Changqing blocked him mercilessly. He carried Gu Jiao by the waist and gently placed her on the horse's back. He said gently, "Sit tight." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Changqing flipped over and sat on Gu Jiao's horse. Then the two of them left like a cloud of dust. Gu Qingfeng was left behind with a dumbfounded expression. "Hey, have you all forgotten something?" Chapter 523. The person Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao were going to pick up was the son of Princess Ning and Huang Fuzheng. He was 13 years old this year. When Princess Ning mentioned him, she didn't say much. She only said, "He's not in good health." But when the three of them arrived at the address Princess Ning provided, they realized that they had underestimated the meaning of "not in good health." It was a young man sitting in a wheelchair. His cheeks were thin and his skin was pale. He was wrapped in a thick cloak, and the fox fur on his collar fluttered in the cold wind. He had a pair of long and narrow eyes, very much like his father's. And his nose and mouth were very much like his mother's. He sat in the yard full of green bamboo with only 4 guards around him. When he saw the 3 brothers and sisters in armor, his expression didn't change at all. He just held the wheels of the wheelchair with both hands and said lightly, "You're here to pick me up?" Yes. Gu Qingfeng said blankly. "Let's go." He pushed the wheelchair. Gu Changqing stared at him and didn't say anything. He walked forward and went behind him to push the wheelchair. "I'll do it." He let go of the wheelchair. "Well, aren't you going to ask who we are?" Gu Qingfeng asked him doubtfully. He said, "If you're not my father's men, then you're my mother's men. My father's army was defeated, so I guess that you were sent by my mother." "Quite smart," Gu Qingfeng muttered. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng was a little disappointed. He thought that they were here to save someone, but who would have thought that they were really here to pick him up? He wanted to fight and show his brother his kung fu, but it was a waste. Gu Changqing pushed the young man out the door. Gu Jiao stood at the door, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed. When Gu Changqing pushed the wheelchair over, Gu Jiao glanced at his leg. It was not out of any offense or curiosity. It was purely a doctor's diagnosis of a patient. Unfortunately, his legs were covered with a thick blanket, so Gu Jiao couldn't see anything. In the house, there was a special carriage for the young man. The door at the back could be opened, and when it was lowered, it would be a landslide. Gu Changqing pushed the wheelchair up and Gu Qingfeng helped to close the door. "Are they leaving together?" Gu Changqing looked at the 4 guards in the house. The young man said indifferently, "Does the capital lack people to serve me?" There was nothing wrong with his words, but it made people feel that he was not easy to get close to. However, Gu Changqing originally had no intention of getting close to him. On the way back to the capital they were lord and minister. Perhaps after returning to the capital, they would become strangers who would never see each other again. There was something on the floor of the carriage to secure the wheelchair, but Gu Changqing was not familiar with it, so the young man did not remind him. When the coachman was about to start the carriage, Gu Jiao said, "Wait." The coachman stopped. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and got into the carriage. She pulled out a few wooden buckles hidden in the floor and stuck them on the wheels of the wheelchair. During the entire process, she did not deliberately touch the young man's legs. After doing this, she glanced at the young man, then turned and got out of the carriage. They had set off first and the army was still behind them. Gu Changqing found a relay station that they had to pass through on the way back to the capital. He asked for 2 rooms, one for Gu Jiao and one for the young man. The army would arrive at night, so Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng slept in a tent. After the young man entered the relay station, he fell asleep and did not come out to eat dinner. The 3 siblings made a bonfire in the courtyard and roasted some sweet potatoes and bacon. Gu Changqing brought some food to the stable to feed the horses. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao sat next to the fire. Gu Qingfeng moved closer to Gu Jiao and whispered, "Hey, don't you think that kid is strange?" "How is he strange?" Gu Jiao flipped over the bacon on the fire. Gu Qingfeng swallowed and used a stick to stick a roasted sweet potato. He lowered his voice and said, "His father died but he doesn't seem to be sad. And his personality, it always gives me a gloomy feeling. And his legs, what do you think is wrong with his legs? Is he injured or crippled?" As Gu Qingfeng spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that the young man had come out of the room at some point. He was sitting in a wheelchair with the cold wind blowing in. He was as gloomy as a ghost from the underworld. Gu Qingfeng had always been bold, but this time he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. The sweet potato in his hand dropped. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly, then looked away and continued to roast the meat. "What are you roasting?" the young man asked. "Bacon," Gu Jiao said. "I want to eat too," the young man said. Gu Jiao flipped the meat. "I'll send it in when it's done." The young man refused. "No, I want to eat here." There were steps from the house to here. He could not go down by himself. Gu Qingfeng composed himself and walked over. He carried him down the steps with his wheelchair and pushed him to the fire. "It's windy here. You can go in after a while," Gu Qingfeng kindly reminded him. The young man did not respond. Instead, he looked at Gu Jiao, who was seriously roasting meat. "Why are you wearing a mask? Are you ugly? Can't you see people?" Gu Qingfeng straightened his back. "Hey. How can you say that? Who's ugly?" the young man mocked. "If you're not ugly, why are you covering your face?" Gu Qingfeng wanted to beat him up. Gu Qingfeng's face turned cold and he snorted. "We like to. If covering your face means you don't have the face to see people, then are you sitting in a wheelchair without legs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng felt the young man's expression stiffen. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he might have said something wrong. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. The young man slowly pulled up the corners of his lips and smiled mockingly. Then, under Gu Qingfeng's somewhat guilty and shocked gaze, he raised his pale hand and pulled away the blanket covering his legs. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing up his empty trousers. The military report of the victory at the frontier fortress arrived at the palace as early as the beginning of December. The emperor and the civil and military officials all breathed a sigh of relief. The remnants of the previous dynasty colluded with the pirates and the Qin army, causing the 2 borders of the Zhao kingdom to be at war at the same time. The Zhao kingdom was attacked from both sides. They also heard that the old Marquis and Princess Ning had been captured. Originally, no one had much confidence in this battle. But they did not expect the Gu army to win so quickly. The emperor began to look forward to the return of Princess Ning and Gu Changqing, Tang Yueshan, the old Marquis and the soldiers. Of course, there was also the little godly doctor. He was the one who gave the imperial edict to let the little godly doctor out of the capital. At that time he really did not expect the little godly doctor to go to the frontier fortress. If it were not for the news from Yuegu City that there were 2 officials sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang with the token of Renshou Palace, he would still be in the dark. If he had known that she was going to such a dangerous place, he would not have given her the imperial edict to leave the city. Only the heavens knew that his imperial mother hated him to death. He had not seen her for 3 days. "Not here yet? Not here yet?" The emperor sat restlessly in the imperial study. "Soon soon. They said that they will arrive in a few days," Eunuch Wei said with a smile. The emperor looked at him with hidden bitterness. "You said that last time." Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. "Isn't it because the mountain was blocked by heavy snow and they suddenly could not leave? The weather was colder than when they left, and the mountain was blocked by heavy snow more often. Originally, according to the speed of the army's rapid march, they should have arrived in the capital on the 20th. But day after day, even after the new year, there was still no sign of the army." The emperor slumped back in his chair. "If the little godly doctor does not return, I fear that imperial mother will ignore us for the rest of her life." The emperor was wrong. Jiao Jiao did not return. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not want to pay attention to this foolish son of hers. He actually took her Jiao Jiao to the frontier fortress. How did she not suffocate him with a blanket? In by Shui Alley, the family was also waiting for Gu Jiao to return. Each day felt like a year. The night that Gu Jiao left, they all went to sleep. It was only the next day that Xiaoheng told them that Gu Jiao had gone to the frontier fortress. Yao Shi almost fainted on the spot. The frontier fortress was at war. How could her daughter go to that kind of place? Gu Yin was used to Gu Jiao's existence. When she suddenly left, Gu Yin felt as if he had been cut in half and taken away. Gu Xiaoshen was also very worried and sad. He grew up with Gu Jiao. He spent the most time with Gu Jiao and the shortest time apart. Therefore he was the one who was not used to it. Little Jing Kong woke up and found that Gu Jiao was not there. He almost cried. Then he saw the letter that Gu Jiao left for him. Then he held back his tears. Jiao Jiao was not in the capital. It was useless for him to cry. He wanted to keep his tears and cry for Jiao Jiao when he came back. Xiaoheng was now working in both the Imperial Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was more informed than the Imperial Hanlin Academy. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War were the first to know if there was any movement on the front line. Whether it was for official business or for personal reasons, Xiaoheng spent more time in the Ministry of Justice than in the Imperial Hanlin Academy. He opened countless letters. Is the mountain blocked by the heavy snow again? Minister Xing asked Xiaoheng, who was sorting out the letters as he wrote the memorials. Xiaoheng put away the letters and said in his usual tone, yes. They were delayed in Sangzhou. Minister Xing frowned and said, Sangzhou is at least 7 or 8 days away from here. I'm afraid the army won't be able to come back before the new year. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Even if the army didn't stop, they wouldn't be able to come back to the capital. Xiaoheng looked at the flying snow outside the window and showed a thoughtful expression. The border was bitterly cold and smoky, but the capital was not affected by the war. The streets and alleys were full of peddlers and soldiers, shops and crowds. It was as prosperous as a brocade. Every house in Puaishui Alley hung red lanterns and pasted window flowers and couplets. Their house also pasted them. This year Lin Qingye and Feng Lin both went back to Yuzhou to celebrate the new year. There were many people in the house, but it still felt cold and cheerless. They didn't know if it was because the two of them were missing, or because Gu Jiao was missing. The little loudspeaker didn't blabber anymore. His great-aunt also didn't play mahjong with the neighbors. Madame Yao's youngest son was 3 months old, but he was very obedient. He didn't cry or make a fuss. It was as if there was no baby at home. Little Jing Kong stood at the doorstep. His small arms were stretched out behind his back. His small body fluttered and his small head looked at the alleys on both sides. Jiao Jiao. He wanted to Jiao Jiao. The sound of a carriage came from the door. Little Jing Kong excitedly ran out with his short legs. After running for a while, he realized that it was his bad brother-in-law who came back. Little Jing Kong's small face darkened. He said disappointedly, "Why is it you?" Xiaoheng got out of the carriage and tapped his forehead. "Why isn't it me?" "Umph." Little Jing Kong turned his face away. "Let's go," Xiaoheng said to him. Little Jing Kong slowly followed behind him. He looked back 3 times with every step. Xiaoheng walked in front. He didn't need to look back to know what he was doing. Stop looking. Jiao Jiao won't come back today. Little Jing Kong asked, "Why?" Xiaoheng said, "The heavy snow has sealed the mountain. The army can't leave." Little Jing Kong asked, "Can Jiao Jiao come back tomorrow?" Xiaoheng said, "I don't know." Little Jing Kong asked, "What about the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It's my birthday. Can Jiao Jiao come back in time to celebrate with me?" Xiaoheng said, "You weren't born on New Year's Eve." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "The abbot said that my birthday is on New Year's Eve. That's New Year's Eve. Jiao Jiao also celebrated my birthday on New Year's Eve." Xiaoheng smiled. He didn't argue with him. Instead, he stopped and rubbed his little head that had grown some hair. "Let's go in." Early the next morning, Little Jing Kong sat on the threshold. He waited from dawn to dusk. He waited until he became a light shui, but Jiao Jiao still didn't come back. Gu Yin walked over and led the little guy in. After midnight it would be New Year's Eve. The army was still trapped in the snowy mountains of Sangzhou. It was destined that they wouldn't come back this year. At night, the family sat by the fire in the central room. Suddenly there was a knock on the door in the front yard. They were all startled. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong was the first to rush out. However, it wasn't Gu Jiao Jiao who came. It was Granny Zhou. She came to deliver dumplings. Thank you, Granny Zhou. Little Jing Kong politely took the basket and thanked her. He carried the basket back to the central room. As soon as he sat down, there was another knock on the door. This time it was Gu Xiaoshen who rushed out. Gu Yin also wanted to rush out, but he was a little sickly boy. He couldn't outrun the two of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't Gu Jiaojiao this time. It was Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu came to deliver spring rolls. When the door was knocked on for the third time, Secret Guard A rushed out. He received a murderous look from his young master. Either he opened the door or he died. I so cruel. Master Zhao, thank you. Secret Guard A carried the basket of duck eggs back to the central room. Everyone sighed in unison. The door of the courtyard was ajar. Gu Jiaojiao didn't need to knock on the door to return to her own home. Therefore, everyone knew clearly that it wasn't Gu Jiao who came. However, they still couldn't help but look forward to it. Go to sleep, Xiaoheng said to everyone. Everyone returned to their own rooms with heavy hearts. It seemed that this New Year's Eve Jiao really couldn't come back. Xiao Lulang tidied up the central room. He wasn't sleepy for the time being, so he went to the study to read for a while. It was still the letter of credence from the Yen Kingdom. He was almost halfway through it. However, he couldn't continue reading tonight. New Year's Eve used to be the most important day in his life. It was the day he came to this world, and it was also the day he died, in that fire. Coincidentally, it was also midnight. Xiao Lulang looked at the hourglass on the wall. It was midnight again. He closed the book in his hand and went to the quiet courtyard. He looked at the swing that Gu Jiao personally made and was a little lost in thought. Dong. Something hit the door of the courtyard. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses. He frowned and walked towards the door. Senior servant Fang bolted the door before going to bed. Xiao Lulang paused for a moment and then took down the bolt. He opened the vermilion door and a biting cold wind and snow poured in. After the wind and snow filled the sky, a small figure dressed in green sat against the wall on the threshold. One of her slender legs was bent, and the hand holding the horsewhip was on her knee. Her black hair was messed up by the wind and snow, and her lips were dry and cracked. She was covered in wind and rain and looked a little embarrassed. She leaned against the corner of the wall and gasped for breath. She raised her head and looked deeply at him with her eyes that were still clear despite being covered in wind and sand. The corners of her lips curved and she said, "Happy birthday, Lord Xiao." Chapter 524. When she said this, her chest rose and fell slightly. Although she tried her best to calm her breathing, she was still out of breath. It could be seen how hard she had been running all the way here. She didn't even have the strength to stand up, which was why she bumped into the door with a loud thud. She didn't want Xiaoheng to see her in such a sorry state, so she sat on the hard threshold with a calm look. She leaned against the cold corner of the wall, but she didn't know that her tiredness was written all over her face. Even so, when she looked at him, her eyes were still shining. The wind and snow were raging between heaven and earth, and the cold wind was whistling. Xiaoheng's heart seemed to be filled with a boiling heat wave. His blood was rushing rapidly, but he held his breath. He looked at her in disbelief, and his deep eyes clearly reflected her sorry figure. The snow in Ji City sealed the mountains, and the 100,000 soldiers were unable to advance. However, she crossed the mountains alone, braved the strong wind and cold snow, and appeared in front of him on his birthday. Xiaoheng was well-read and had a belly full of classics, but at this moment he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. He suddenly felt a little upset and even a little painful. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes said it all. It was just a birthday that he didn't care about. Why did she rush back? Why didn't she wait for the wind and snow to pass? Why didn't she go with the imperial court's army? Why, what else could it be? It was just something that he didn't care about, but someone cared about it for him. Xiaoheng's heart was moved, but there was no change in his expression. He quickly took off his outer robe, squatted down, and wrapped the outer robe with his body temperature around Gu Jiao's body. Gu Jiao's body was enveloped by a huge wave of warmth, followed by his unique manly aura and delicate fragrance. She sniffed and said with a little nasal voice that was frozen, "You smell so good." Xiaoheng looked at the tip of her nose, which was red from the cold. "You're so cold. Can you still smell my fragrance?" "Yes, it smells good," Gu Jiao said with certainty. Xiaoheng was originally looking at her disheveled appearance and thinking about the risks and hardships she had faced along the way. His mood was a little complicated and heavy, but after her interruption he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoheng brought in the red-tasseled spear that she had placed beside her leg. He also untied her small basket. With one hand around her back and the other around her knees, he gently lifted her up. "I can go," Gu Jiao said. She didn't forget that he was still lame. When they were at home, she didn't even let him carry her in little Jing Kong. "I can leave too," Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Xiaoheng stood up with her in his arms. She could feel the strength in his arms. Compared to when she left the capital, he was stronger and had the strength of a grown man. Gu Jiao looked at his legs again and was surprised to find that he could walk very well. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. "Your legs aren't lame anymore?" "No." A certain person turned back into a little lame in a second. In reality, he had recovered a long time ago. After resolving the misunderstanding with Princess Xen Yang, he was able to walk freely the next day. He had originally planned on giving her a pleasant surprise on her birthday, but a certain girl had turned around and ran away. Very good. She had to pay the price. When Gu Jiao left the capital, it was autumn and she didn't wear much. Now that it was late winter, her cotton clothes didn't weigh much. Xiaoheng hugged her even tighter. The little guy at home was already 3 months old and didn't need to drink milk at night. The wet nurse didn't need to live here anymore. Yao Shi brought the little guy back to their original room and left the east room for Gu Jiao. Yu came every day to clean it and change the bedding. Xiaoheng carried her into the room and placed her on a cushioned chair. "Sit for a while. I'll go burn a charcoal brazier for you." After saying this, he turned around and went to the kitchen. He lit some straw and firewood in the hearth. After they were burning, he put in the silver charcoal. The silver charcoal had been sent from the palace. It was all high-quality smokeless charcoal. It was very easy to light and was very resistant to burning. While waiting for the silver charcoal to burn, he poured some water into the pot and cooked a bowl of noodles with vegetables and egg. He also cut a few pieces of sausage and bacon. When the silver charcoal was done, the noodles were also ready. He carried the noodles to the east room. Gu Jiao lay on the table drowsily. She wasn't just tired. She was completely exhausted. Xiaoheng gently touched her forehead. It wasn't hot. He was slightly relieved and said, "Eat something first before you sleep." Gu Jiao vaguely replied. She hadn't eaten anything for a day and night and was indeed hungry. She gave a small yawn and picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks to put into her mouth. Then with a shudder she woke up. After Xiaoheng brought the brazier in, he remembered that there was still a horse outside. He went to lead the horse in and tied it to the old chancellor's stable. His movements were very light and didn't wake anyone up. When he returned to the east room, he saw that Gu Jiao was no longer sleepy. There was nothing that could be done. Her husband's dark cuisine was too refreshing. The effect was comparable to essential balm. Gu Jiao looked at her husband's handsome face. Adhering to the principle of being a feast for the eyes, she finished a bowl of noodles that tasted indescribable. There wasn't even a drop of soup left. Xiaoheng poured her a cup of warm water to dispel the grease. Was the journey hard? It wasn't hard. "I'm not going to war. I'm just going to be a doctor." As soon as she finished speaking, a dagger fell out of her sleeve with a clang. It was the dagger of the Qin Guorong family. It was one of the spoils of war in ancient Moon City. Gu Jiao blinked. "If I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed." She bent down to pick up the dagger without changing her expression. With another clang, a sleeve arrow fell out. It was the hidden weapon of the Tang family's archers. It was one of Tang Yueshan's personal treasures. Her face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't skip a beat. She calmly picked up the sleeve arrow. Just as she put the arrow and dagger on the table, she accidentally touched the small basket. The small basket fell on the table and the things inside fell out. Darts, battle axes, meteor hammers, 9-section whips. Xiaoheng's eyes became very dangerous. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "Would you believe me if I said I picked them up?" "Xiaoheng, ha. I have something for you." Gu Jiao changed the topic in a second. She took out something tightly wrapped in cloth from the small basket and handed it to him. "Open it and take a look." Xiaoheng still wanted to pursue the matter of her going to the battlefield. He originally thought that she went to the border to rescue the old duke who had fallen into the enemy's hands. However, it seemed that she had robbed the entire army of the Qin state. It was obvious that she had been on the battlefield a lot. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to pursue the matter. She decisively opened the bundle and handed him a book that exuded a historical aura. Xiaoheng's eyes were immediately attracted. The book was written in the language of the previous dynasty. The language of the current dynasty evolved from the language of the previous dynasty. The font and interpretation were slightly different. Gu Jiao opened the book. Xiaoheng took a closer look. It was filled with the names of the Huangfu family. His eyes paused. A jade disc from the previous dynasty? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. She had burned down the prince consort's study. The prince consort thought that she had burned the jade disc as well, but she hadn't. She had stolen it. The Great Li dynasty had ruled for 300 years. After that, it had been secretly inherited for another 200 years. This Huangfu family genealogy recorded every member of the imperial family of the previous dynasty. It had great research and archaeological value. This kind of ancient book was as attractive to Hanlin officials as a divine weapon was to peerless experts. Xiao Heng's eyes moved slightly. How did you get it? Gu Qingfeng stole it. Gu Jiao immediately threw the blame to him. Gu Qingfeng, who was sleeping with his sword in the snow mountain, sneezed fiercely. Do you like it? Gu Jiao looked at him. Xiao Heng nodded. Yes, I like it. This book might have been exchanged with her life. How could he not like it? The book was very light, but it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. Gu Jiao looked at him with a pair of clear and bright eyes. She looked somewhat obedient. If the soldiers of the Qin kingdom who had been killed by her were here, their jaws would drop. Was this still the cruel and cold-blooded god of death? This was a little white rabbit. And this? Gu Jiao took out a small metal box the size of a palm from her purse. I heard that the pine smoke ink of the Qin kingdom's imperial family is the best ink in the world. Try using it to draw. Green ink is not bad. Unfortunately, there are only 2 pieces. Prince Bo has a master who makes brushes. He made a new one for me. Gu Jiao continuously took out small gifts from the small basket on her back. He didn't know how many things she had in there. Xiao Heng stared at her deeply. Every time she took out a small gift, his eyes would deepen. After she took out a small gift for the umpteenth time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He gently clasped one of her wrists and pulled her into his arms. Gu Jiao was caught off guard. Her small head bumped into his warm chest. His drumming heartbeat passed through the thick material of his clothes and into her ears. Her ears were burning from the sound of his thumping. The surroundings suddenly seemed to be quiet. Only each other's breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Are you hurt? He asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 525. If she wasn't injured, would he let me see the pentakill? Gu Jiao's eyes widened. She shook her head in his arms. No, absolutely not. Being sick doesn't count as being injured. She didn't lose a single hair. Xiao Heng felt the furry little head in his arms turn around, tickling his heart. He took a deep breath and held Gu Jiao's little shoulder to help her sit up straight. Then he looked into her eyes without blinking. You really aren't injured? Gu Jiao met his gaze calmly. I'm really not injured. She would never admit that she had almost died several times. She had even been frozen into a small ice sculpture on the ice field and had fallen seriously ill. Didn't Xiao Heng know her well? Even if she poked a hole in the sky, she would never feel guilty. But she had changed the topic too quickly. It was impossible that nothing had happened on the frontier. Xiao Heng asked directly, Where are you injured? Xiao Heng asked directly. Gu Jiao wouldn't be tricked by him. I'm not injured anywhere. If you have the ability, you can guess that I was almost frozen into a small ice sculpture. Or that I almost died from a small epidemic. How could you guess? If she hadn't experienced it herself, Gu Jiao wouldn't have guessed it herself. Gu Jiao saw that he still didn't believe her. She simply spread her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. She used her trump card. Why don't you check it? Xiao Heng looked at her deeply. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair and leaned over her. He had one hand on the armrest of the chair, and his tall body pressed down on her. His other hand held onto her soft waist, and with a trace of a man's danger, he said, Are you sure you want me to check, Jiao Jiao? That sound of Jiao Jiao made Gu Jiao's ears go limp. She stared blankly at his handsome face that was inches away from hers, feeling his scorching breath. The warmth of his palms was transmitted to her waist through the fabric of her clothes, and her originally cold waist seemed to be on fire in an instant. He didn't have much strength, but it was this kind of domineering and restrained feeling that made it hard for people to resist. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes. She suddenly reached out her hand and hugged his waist that was filled with masculine strength. He took a deep breath. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao whispered, Jiao Jiao wants it. What? He Jiao Jiao's voice. Gu Jiao hugged his waist tightly and used the strength of her arm to gently lift her body. Their breaths were almost touching. Xiao Heng's large hand that was holding her slender waist suddenly tightened. He hugged her soft body. Nanny Fong excitedly walked in from the back door of the central room and asked in a low voice, "I just heard the young master and Master Hua say that eldest miss is back?" The old chancellor had been very worried about Gu Jiao, so after dawn, Xiao Heng first told Yao Shi the news of Gu Jiao's return, and then went to report to the old chancellor that she was safe. Yao Shi also couldn't hide the excitement in her heart. She nodded with a smile and said in a low voice, "She's back." Nanny Fong put her hands together and said, "Amit Ba, thank the heavens." Before Gu Jiao left, she left a letter for the family. In the letter she said that she was going to be a doctor. Except for Xiao Heng and Gu Yen, everyone else believed her. However, even if she was going to be a doctor, it was still very dangerous. In the land of war, even the old marquis was captured. Gu Jiao was only a girl, so protecting herself was the most worrying problem for everyone. Now that they saw that she was back safely, everyone's hanging hearts finally returned to their stomachs. Gu Jiao slept all the way until the afternoon. After running around for so long, she was in a trance when she opened her eyes. She almost thought that she had transmigrated again. Otherwise, how could she wake up in such a warm place? Then she saw 1, 2, 3, 4 little heads sticking in through the crack of the door. They were little Jing Kong, Gu Xiaoshen, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaobao, who just turned 3 months old. Gu Xiaobao was held in front of Gu Yan's chest with both hands. His pair of black grape-like eyes were rolling around, and he was sucking on his fingers. The whole room was filled with the sound of his fingers sucking. Gu Jiao sat up. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. He pushed open the door with a bang and was the first to rush to the bed. "Jiao Jiao, you're awake." Gu Yan snorted and said, "Hey, Jiao Jiao didn't wake up. She's sleeping." The stinky little monk ran so fast. Little Jing Kong ignored Brother Yin. Jiao Jiao was back and he only talked to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong came to the bedside and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. He shook his little head cutely and said, "Jiao Jiao, I missed you. I missed you so much." He just wanted to act cute, but as he did, he felt a lump in his throat. He felt wronged. He hadn't seen Jiao Jiao for so many days, and he felt that he had wasted his childhood. He wanted to start all over again in these 3 months. "Your hair has grown long," Gu Jiao said. When he left, he still had a buzz cut. Now he had a small mushroom hairstyle. After the new year, he should be able to get a small ponytail. "Yes." Little Jing Kong replied pitifully. He didn't want to talk about his hair now. "Jiao Jiao, remember to bring me along the next time you go out. I want to go with you." Gu Yin walked in with Gu Xiaobao. He glanced at the little guy and said, "What do you think that is? Can a child go there?" Little Jing Kong stood up from Gu Jiao's arms and looked at Gu Yin with his hands on his hips. "I will grow up." Gu Yin loved to bicker with the little guy. "You can't go there even if you grow up. It's a war zone and it's very dangerous. A weak scholar like you can only stay in the capital." These words successfully silenced little Jing Kong. Gu Yin thought that she had finally won the argument with the little fellow. Who would have thought that after a long while little Jing Kong suddenly said in a hurt tone, "So, did Jiao Jiao go to a very dangerous place?" He was a child and his family wanted to protect him. Naturally they wouldn't tell him that Gu Jiao went to a war zone. They only said that it was a frontier fortress. Gu Jiao also said so in the letter. Little Jing Kong thought that it was a very far away visit. Gu Yan didn't expect that his bickering with the little fellow would make a slip of the tongue. He cleared his throat and said, Okay, Jiao Jiao has returned safely. You don't have to worry anymore." He said it as if he wasn't worried. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao solemnly. "Yes." Gu Jiao was a little confused by this sudden reaction. She wondered if the little guy was frightened. War was a very scary thing for such a young child. She was about to touch his little head to comfort him and tell him that she was really fine. Just like Gu Yin said, he didn't have to worry about her. Little Jing Kong suddenly looked at her and said very seriously, "Jiao Jiao, don't go to dangerous places in the future. If you must go, I'll go for you. If you must go to war, I'll fight for you." Chapter 526. The novel was updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that could not be found online. Today was little Jing Kong's 5th birthday, if he was indeed born on New Year's Eve. It was already very brave of a 5-year-old child to have such intentions. "Fighting will hurt," Gu Jiao said. "You'll bleed and get hurt." Little Jing Kong suddenly became nervous. Then, "Jiao Jiao, are you hurt?" Gu Jiao was speechless for a moment. "I was just scaring you and asking you to beat the Tang clan. Why are you focusing on me?" Gu Jiao felt warm in her heart. It was a feeling that she had never experienced in her previous life, but she felt a lot more after coming here. Gu Jiao touched his little head and shook her head with a smile in his helpless eyes. "I'm not hurt." Phew, little Jing Kong heaved a long sigh of relief. After that, he patted his little chest and said like a little man, "I'm not afraid of pain, injury, or bleeding." He was afraid that he would not jiao jiao. He lowered his head and twirled his little fingers. Little Jing Kong grew up in the temple. The abbot, his master, and his senior brothers were all very good to him, but some things could not be made up in the temple. The gaps in his life were filled by Gu Jiao bit by bit. Gu Jiao could never imagine how important she was to him. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Jing Kong is really brave. Little Jing Kong was flattered. He raised his little chin and said, "Of course I'm the bravest little man in the family." Gu Yen snorted. "Little brat." Little Jing Kong stayed with Gu Jiao for a while. His little heart was comforted and he happily went to the backyard to practice martial arts. Without the loudspeaker, the room was quiet. Gu Yen came to the bedside and sat down. There were only 3 of them left in the house. Little Jing Kong's combat power was equivalent to that of a regiment. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be as troublesome as him. For a moment, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Gu Jiao sat at the head of the bed and looked at the little munchkin in Gu Yan's hands. She made a sound of surprise and said, "This is, little brother? You've grown so big?" Gu Xiaobao, call her sister. Gu Yan lowered her head and said to Gu Xiaobao. Perhaps because he heard his name, Gu Xiaobao stopped sucking on his fingers. He lifted his head to look at Gu Yan, then at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was undoubtedly a stranger to Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao had a good temper. He usually didn't cry or make a fuss. When the neighbors came to hug or pinch him, he would give them face. Gu Yan placed Gu Xiaobao in Gu Jiao's arms. Indeed, he didn't cry. He just opened his big round eyes and drooled as he stared unblinkingly at Gu Jiao. Gu Xiaobao was chubby and the 2 lumps of meat on his face were heavy. He looked especially like a little Fua. Gu Jiao looked at his silly and adorable appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xiaobao was already 3 months old. He could actually recognize people. For example, he liked Yao Shi the most, followed by nannies. After all, they had milk to drink. When there was no milk to drink, Gu Xiaobao would eat his fingers. However, perhaps because he had never seen Gu Jiao before, Gu Xiaobao was a little confused. He was so confused that he forgot to eat his fingers. Then, in the next second, he stuffed his favorite little finger, which even Gu Yan couldn't bear to give to him, into Gu Jiao's mouth. The 3 little men didn't occupy Gu Jiao for too long. This was because when the little monk went to the rear courtyard to practice, he deliberately shouted, "Jiao Jiao, wake up!" Thus, Yao Shi, Nanny Fang Yuyer, and the old chancellor all put down their work and came over. Gu Jiao dressed neatly, washed up, and went to the central room. Yao Shi and the old chancellor sat at the table and watched her. Nanny Fang and Yuya stood behind Yao Shi. Nanny Fang kept wiping her tears and cried even harder than Yao Shi. "Nanny, eldest miss is back." Yuya whispered. Nanny Fang choked with sobs and said, "I know, I'm just happy. After looking forward to it for so many days, he finally came back, didn't he? We can finally have a good new year." When Gu Jiao was lying inside, Nanny Fang wasn't so emotional. However, when she saw Yao Shi holding Gu Jiao's hand with red eyes, she immediately couldn't hold it in anymore. Yao Shi was still trying to hold it in. She held back her tears and touched her daughter's cheek, saying, "You've lost weight." Her face was also red from the cold. It wasn't as white and glossy as when she was in the capital. It could be seen that she had suffered a lot in the past 3 months. Yao Shi was very distressed. She asked Gu Jiao about what happened at the frontier fortress. Gu Jiao only said that everything was fine. The war was over, the city was taken back, the border of Zhao country was defended, and the old Marquis and Princess Ning were saved. How many soldiers died, how much they paid, how many people lost their homes, and how many times she narrowly escaped death. She didn't mention these. Yao Shi also knew that her daughter only reported the good news and not the bad, so she didn't force her. She smiled and wiped away her tears, saying, "It's the new year, let's not talk about this. It's good that you're back. Your grandfather and 2 older brothers are all right, right?" Everyone in the capital knew that Gu Changqing had been ordered to go up north. Although Gu Chengfeng had slipped out, he had caused Marquis Gu to suffer a beating. When Marquis Gu looked back, he knew that this fellow had gone up north to find the old Marquis. Gu Jiao nodded. "They're all well." All 3 of them were injured, but they were recovering well. Gu Chengfeng was the most resistant to beatings and was the first to recover. Gu Changqing's injury was also not a big problem. Now, only the old marquis still needed to recuperate. After returning to the capital, he would do rehabilitation with Tang Yushan. Yao Shi looked at Gu Xiaobao, who was being shaken back and forth by Gu Yan. She gently said to Gu Jiao, "When your grandfather comes back, let's go to the residence to see him." He was a sworn brother, so he had to visit him. Yao Shi and her daughter had endless things to talk about. Until Gu Xiaobao was hungry, she then carried Gu Xiaobao to feed him. The old chancellor also asked about the situation at the frontier. He was not as easy to fool as those at home. He was once exiled to the frontier for 5 years because of Zhuang Jin's, so he knew how hard it was at the frontier. "Sai, it's been hard on you." The old chancellor sighed. "You don't know how much Aheng misses you. He comes to the palace every 2 to 3 days. The officials think he can't wait to climb up the ranks. In fact, it's all to inquire about the news at the frontier." Xiaoheng just came out of the study and happened to hear the old chancellor's words. Gu Jiao also happened to look at him. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm concerned about the military situation." Gu Jiao, "Oh." The old chancellor asked about the remnants of the previous dynasty. "Prince Yi and the prince consort are really dead?" Gu Jiao nodded. "The prince consort was killed by Gu Changqing. Prince Yi died of illness. The power of the previous dynasty should be completely disintegrated." The old chancellor asked, "What's going on in Qin country? How did Yuan Tang escape from the capital? And surrendered to the Gu army? Their military strength is above the Gu army. There's no need for them to surrender without a fight, right? Could it be a conspiracy?" The old chancellor couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. Everything that happened in Qin country was too unbelievable. Besides, Xiaoheng didn't tell the old chancellor that he was the one who let Yuan Tang out of the capital. As for the friendship between Yuan Tang and Gu Jiao, the old chancellor didn't know anything about it. Surrender was what Zhao country called it. In fact, it was a truce between the two armies. Qin country had more military strength than the Gu army by 40,000, but the morale of Qin country was not as good as that of the Gu army. Moreover, Qin country had serious internal strife. The war caused the national treasury to be in deficit. They couldn't afford it. The old chancellor thought, "What's going on with the Rong family? Their sister is the imperial concubine, but they went to help Prince Bo?" Gu Jiao said, "Because the monarch doesn't want to make imperial concubine Rong the empress." There was a letter in the brocade box that Yuan Tang gave to Gu Jiao. It explained the reason for the Rong family's betrayal. It turned out that the monarch of Qin country thought highly of the Rong family and loved imperial concubine Rong and her son. He secretly wrote an imperial edict to make imperial concubine Zhang De the empress and make her son the crown prince. Noble consort Rong told the Rong family about this news. Noble consort Rong's original intention was that her father and brother could make a decision for her, whether by coercion or enticement, to make the king of Qin retract his decree and make her empress instead. Who would have thought that at this time Prince Bo came to the door? He came to propose marriage for his only son Rong Yao's daughter. As long as he became the king, Rong Yao's daughter would be the rightful crown princess. In addition, he also promised a lot of power and land to the Rong family. He was much more generous than the monarch of Qin country. However, the Rong family had enough of the days of being at the mercy of others. Instead of supporting others to be the emperor, they would rather be the emperor themselves. Imperial concubine Rong had a younger son who was less than 5 years old. It didn't matter if Yuan Tang died. They would support the 5-year-old 9th prince to ascend the throne. After that, they would let the 9th prince abdicate in the Rong family. That way the Rong family would be able to rule the world. Prince Bo came to the Rong family to ask a tiger for its skin. In the end, he died under Rong Yao's sword. After this incident, the monarch aged 10 years overnight and never mentioned making imperial concubine Zhang De the empress again. Yuan Tang also didn't force the monarch to make him the crown prince. Yuan Tang just told the monarch that he was determined to be the crown prince, whether the monarch gave it to him or he took it himself. The monarch was poisoned by Prince Bo and was almost dead. How could he fight against Yuan Tang, who was at the peak of his power? If nothing unexpected happened, the next time Yuan Tang went to Zhao country, he would be the crown prince of Qin country. After hearing Gu Jiao's explanation, old chancellor let out a long sigh. The royal family doesn't have any kinship, it's the same no matter which royal family it is. However, this Yuan Tang really makes people have a whole new level of respect for him. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Speaking of Yuan Tang, Gu Jiao remembered the thing Yuan Tang asked her to bring to Lu Yixing. "I'll go out later," Gu Jiao said. "Jiao Jiao, where are you going?" Little Jing Kong ran in sweating. Gu Jiao looked at him in a panic and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you practicing martial arts? Have you been eavesdropping on our conversation? I didn't eavesdrop. You were so loud. Little Jing Kong rubbed his small hands guiltily. Well, he did eavesdrop a little. But he didn't do it on purpose and he didn't understand. He was just worried that Jiao Jiao would suddenly leave without saying goodbye. Since Gu Jiao had returned, she naturally had to enter the palace to report to her grandaunt that she was safe. She had thought about it. After reporting to her grandaunt, she would go to Lu Yixing's place to give Yuan Tang's gift to him. Jiao Jiao, can I go with you? Little Jing Kong asked cutely. Okay. Gu Jiao rubbed his mushroom head. His hair was soft and comfortable to rub. Little Jing Kong stretched his small head. Jiao Jiao, if you like, you can always rub it. It doesn't matter if you rub it until it's bald. Xiao Heng walked over with his cane and said calmly, I happen to have a memorial from the Ministry of Rites to present to His Majesty. Let's go to the palace together. The old chancellor's mouth twitched. Presenting a memorial to His Majesty on New Year's Day? Could it be any more ridiculous? Unfortunately, only the old chancellor knew about the imperial court. The rest of the family didn't. Bad brother-in-law, why do you have to go too? Little Jing Kong suddenly felt a little resentful. When the three of them arrived at the carriage, they were surprised to find that there were already 3 people sitting inside. Gu Yan, Gu Xiaoshen, and Gu Xiaobao, who was 3 months old. Gu Jiao. More strange tales, more, but in the end Yaoshi stopped all the small tales. The reason was that the carriage wasn't big enough to fit so many people. But it was unfair to let any of the small tales come down, so she decided not to let any of them go. And Xiao Heng perfectly avoided the fate of being kept at home by Yao Shi because of the official excuse of the memorial. The 4 small faces expressionlessly watched the 2 of them get into the carriage. But what no one expected was that before Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng set off, Grandaunt's carriage arrived. Grandaunt hadn't received the news that Gu Jiao was back. She came to celebrate Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong's birthday. Without Gu Jiao, the 2 little brats must be very sad. So, she used illness as an excuse to cancel the palace banquet. It's Grandaunt. Grandaunt is here. As soon as little Jing Kong's voice was heard, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao got off the carriage. Eunuch Qin also got off the carriage. He lifted the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and walked out. Halfway, Eunuch Qin's hand shook and the curtain fell with a bang, slapping Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. Empress Dowager Zhuang? Qing. Slapping my face on New Year's Day. You and your group of little bastards don't want to live anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to see blood today. Miss Gil. Eunuch Qin was stunned. Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted the curtain with a whoosh. She was so angry that she wanted to sacrifice Eunuch Qin and his group of little bastards to the heavens. However, the moment she saw Gu Jiao, her anger was extinguished. Qin Huai. Her gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face and she called Eunuch Qin's name. Ah, Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin came back to his senses. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him a slap on the forehead. Eunuch Qin? Does it hurt? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. I don't dare to hurt, Eunuch Qin said in fear and trepidation. Empress Dowager Zhuang dusted her sleeves and sighed. Then it hurts. Very good, you're not dreaming. Eunuch Qin, Grandaunt. Gu Jiao walked over. Empress Dowager Zhuang always dressed up like an old lady when she came to Bai Shui Alley. She didn't look extravagant at all. Even her carriage was no different from a commoner's carriage. But the stool was a little steep, so someone had to hold it. Eunuch Qin hurriedly stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disgust. Eunuch Qin's eyes flashed and he tactfully retreated to the side. Gu Jiao helped Empress Dowager Zhuang down. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't wait to enter the courtyard. She looked at Gu Jiao at the door. Gu Jiao's change was obvious. She wasn't a girl who was pampered in the boudoir. She suffered a lot in the wind and rain. Even so, when she came back from the frontier fortress, Empress Dowager Zhuang almost didn't dare to recognize her. Needless to say, she was thin and tanned. Her cheeks were red from the cold and her lips were a little chapped. She was in the best age of a young girl. In Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes, she was still beautiful and heroic. Moreover, she had a strength that was not inferior to the men of Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought of countless words that she would say to Gu Jiao when she came back. But when she saw her, Empress Dowager Zhuang found that she couldn't say a single word. Thousands of emotions were stuck in her heart. She took a deep breath, held back the tears in her eyes and patted Gu Jiao's hand. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Gu Jiao took her grandaunt's hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. She just held Gu Jiao's hand tightly. Just as Empress Dowager Zhuang was immersed in the strong emotions of regaining Gu Jiao, another carriage suddenly came into the alley. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a figure with an impressive dragon aura bowed and walked out. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang at the door and was startled. Mother? Mother, aren't you recuperating in Renshou Palace? Why did you secretly come to Baishui Alley? Empress Dowager Zhuang choked and squinted at him. Didn't you say that you were in seclusion to pray for the soldiers? Then why did you come to Baishui Alley? The emperor was just about to say that he secretly came out to get some fresh air when he saw the small figure hidden behind Empress Dowager Zhuang. He opened his eyes wide and walked over. Little magic doctor? You're back? Yes, I'm back. Are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. The emperor looked at her and also felt that she was fine. She was full of vitality. He said happily, "It's good that you're fine. You finally came back safely. Mother won't ignore me anymore." Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched and her face darkened. She didn't realize that blaming you for taking Jiao Jiao to the frontier was just an excuse. I just simply didn't want to talk to you. The emperor didn't receive any disdain from his mother at all. He was very happy. First, his mother finally wanted to talk to him. Second, the little magic doctor came back safely. The little magic doctor also contributed to the victory of the frontier fortress. He wanted to reward her. Chapter 527. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. At the palace banquet on New Year's Eve, the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang left together, leaving only Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince to preside over the situation. They invited Princess Xinyang and other members of the royal family to celebrate the victory at the border and welcome the new year. This was really the first time since the beginning of the world. The Emperor entered the courtyard without any psychological pressure. Wherever his mother was, he would be there. Eunuch Wei looked at his Emperor with a complicated expression. Ever since His Majesty believed that he had taken the knockout drug, His Majesty had gone on the road of self-indulgence, never to return. Should he remind His Majesty that he had only taken a hair growth pill? Mother, I'm coming. The Emperor immediately became Empress Dowager Zhuang's little tail. Eunuch Wei covered his eyes. Damn it, I can't look anymore. Gu Jiao originally wanted to go to the palace to tell her grandaunt that she was safe. Since her grandaunt was here, she didn't have to go through so much trouble. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt entered the central room. She didn't observe carefully before. Now that she accompanied her grandaunt to walk around the house, she found that the house had changed a lot in the 3 months that she had been away. The vegetable garden in the front yard was expanded and planted with shallots and radishes. The small fish pond opposite the vegetable garden was filled and replaced with a big fish tank. This was proposed by little Jing Kong. He said that he had a younger brother in the house and that his younger brother should have a place to play. Even though his younger brother was still so young, he still contributed his small fish pond without hesitation. Also, the passage from the backyard to the next house was no longer a passage. The wall had been completely pushed down. Now the backyard of the two houses was connected and became a large courtyard. Granduncle bought that house. Seeing Gu Jiao look at the connected courtyard in astonishment, Xiaoheng whispered to her. It's not cheap. Gu Jiao murmured. Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, it cost 1,000 taels. It wasn't so expensive before. But since a new top scorer appeared, Puishui Alley gained the title of Top Scorer Alley. The land price and housing prices soared. This 1,000 taels was a friendly price. Gu Jiao asked curiously, Young master, where did you get so much money? If she remembered correctly, the salary of the Imperial College's chancellor wasn't that high. Xiaoheng pursed his lips. Just selling an official position. Gu Jiao, great uncle is doing this kind of thing? The old chancellor's operation of selling his official position was like this. First, he would release the news that he wanted to buy a residence. Then, there would be people with bad intentions who would come to his door and bribe him with a huge sum of money. The old chancellor directly carried gold to the emperor's imperial study and told the emperor with righteous indignation, I, Wuxia, have been honest all my life. I have pledged my loyalty to the emperor without any disloyalty. You actually want to bribe me? What wishful thinking. This humble subject swears that even if all the civil and military officials in the imperial court are bribed, this humble subject will not be bribed. The old chancellor's last words successfully made the emperor ponder deeply. The emperor had encountered a lot of things since he took over the government. Suddenly, he understood some of Empress Dowager Zhuang's decisions in the past. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were completely different in the way of using people. The emperor couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. He needed to use people with integrity, such as the old duke and the old chancellor. Only Marquis Xianping was a bit dissolute, but he never violated the law and ethics. Empress Dowager Zhuang was more open-minded. She paid attention to using people's strengths and tolerating their shortcomings. The most typical example was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was a person who liked to achieve great things. His uncle and sister-in-law were not good. If it were the emperor, he would never put him in an important position. However, after the battle at the frontier fortress, the emperor suddenly felt that Tang Yueshan was more good than bad. The emperor began to think about Empress Dowager Zhuang's way of regent and found that there were many things that he could learn from her. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. For example, it was impossible to get rid of the system that had been passed down from their ancestors. It had shaken the interests of too many nobles and scholar officials. However, Empress Mother had used a 6-part assessment system to easily solve the problem. Although there would still be officials, it would reduce the mediocre qualifications of the officials and the length of time they would be in office. This was a perfect balance. The emperor felt that the matter of buying officials would exist no matter what. The old chancellor refused, but it was hard to guarantee that the other party wouldn't find another one. Instead of finding an unknown official, it was better to have the old chancellor agree. This way at least he would know which officials were bought. Everything would be under his control. When the court was completely stable, he would catch this group of people in one fell swoop. Therefore, with the emperor's permission, the old chancellor openly accepted bribes and bought the big house next to the top scholar's house. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor sat down in the central room. Both of them had many things to say to Gu Jiao. The old chancellor quietly went to the kitchen to make brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Xiao Heng planned to help his teacher, but he was mercilessly rejected by the old chancellor. Did he not know how good his cooking skills were? Aang, come and help put up the couplets, Yao Shi said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Heng walked out carrying a bucket of paste. He brought a few young men from the family to put up the couplets at the door. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not bring up the matter of the battlefield. Those matters could be brought up after the new year. She talked about the matters in the village. The eunuchs and guards she sent to Qing Quan village saw Xuaningxiang. The matter of Zhou Er Zhuang and Headley asking to marry Xuaningxiang at the same time caused a huge commotion in the surrounding villages. Xuaningxiang was a young widow. Many people in the countryside looked down on her, but there were some with bad intentions who wanted to taint her. Originally, when Gu Jiao's family and Mother Zhou were all present, those vile people could still restrain themselves. Later on, Gu Jiao's family left. Mother Zhou passed away. Gu Yan's 2 hidden guards also returned to the capital. Xuaningxiang's situation became difficult. There was once when she was sleeping in the middle of the night. A ruffian from the neighboring village actually climbed over the wall and entered her room. He pressed her down on the bed and bullied her. It was only when Go Hua woke up and cried too loudly that the villagers came that the ruffian did not succeed. There was no way to hide news in the countryside. What happened in the night spread throughout the village the next day. That ruffian was called Li Dezhu. His wife went to Xuaningxiang's house the next day and had a big argument. She cursed Xuaningxiang as a fox spirit, a lowly hussy, a little whore. She stripped naked in the sorghum field and seduced her man. She even told her man to go find her in the middle of the night. Xuaningxiang went from being a victim to a fox spirit who seduced people. It was hard to explain. There were many similar incidents. Xuaningxiang never mentioned it in the letter. If Empress Dowager Zhuang's people didn't go to the countryside, they wouldn't know that Xuaningxiang had suffered so many grievances. Luoli was protecting Xuaningxiang. But the more he protected her, the more gossip there was. In the end, he, as Li Zheng, became an outsider. After Dean Li learned of this matter, he wanted to bring Xuaningxiang to town. At this time, Zhou Erzwang came back. It was unknown how the matter became known to everyone. In short, the whole village knew that Xuaningxiang was fancied by their brother-in-law and the dean of Tianxiang Academy. To be exact, they believed that Xuaningxiang had seduced them. Xuaningxiang was scolded miserably. Her maternal family, who was 100 li away, also received the news. They came to catch Xuaningxiang and scolded her. Sometimes human nature was like this. After seeing Xuaningxiang struggle in the mire, they didn't want to see her climb out of it. In many people's eyes, a widow who cursed her husband to death should be spurned by others. What right did she have to live a life above others? Of course there was a way to solve all of this. People dared to scold a stone that blocked the road, but almost no one scolded the mountains in front of and behind the village. Empress Dowager Zhuang directly turned Xuaningxiang into the tallest mountain in the village. My family's Empress Dowager wants to invite Lady Xue to the capital. As soon as the eunuch said this, the people in the surrounding villages directly knelt down. The highest official they knew was the county magistrate. What was the Empress Dowager? She was a bodhisattva, a Buddha in the heavens. She was a powerful existence that could take the lives of their entire village with a single finger. No, she didn't even need to use a finger. Everyone's gaze towards Xuaningxiang changed from jealousy to fear. They couldn't afford to be jealous. Of course, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't really want to force Xuaningxiang to the capital. She just said that to support her. The people sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang told Xuaningxiang that with the Empress Dowager's support, she didn't need to be afraid of anything. Even if she wanted to marry 8 to 10 husbands, no one would dare gossip about her. Xuaningxiang was frightened by these rebellious words. What 8 to 10 husbands? She didn't have such thoughts. However, after such a conversation, Xuaningxiang's courage grew by quite a bit. Zhou Erzwang and Headmaster Li were both very outstanding men. In another 10 or 20 years, perhaps Xuaningxiang would choose the high-spirited young man Zhou Erzwang. However, she was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. At this age, she was carrying a bumpy experience, so she was more inclined towards Headmaster Li, who was like a father to her. He was mature and steady, he was considerate and meticulous, he treated people with tolerance, and he also had money. Moreover, Zhou Erzwang was Xuaningxiang's younger brother-in-law. Xuaningxiang couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Finally, and most importantly, she was a mother. Sometimes it wasn't the man who restrained a woman but the child. Guohua liked Headmaster Li and confusedly recognized him as her father. What else could she do as her mother? Old Madame Li's love for Xuaningxiang and Guohua was a plus. To put it bluntly, Xuaningxiang was tired and wanted to find a man she could rely on to live the rest of her life peacefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood Xuaningxiang's choice. In this world, not everyone could be as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was unique. She never sought a sense of security from anyone. Her heart was strong enough and full of strength. Of course, this came with a price. She wasn't born strong, but there were too many things that she needed to carry with her young shoulders. Jiao Jiao, she carried all of them. Xuaningxiang didn't need to become the second Jiao Jiao. She could live her life comfortably. In addition, Xuaningxiang wrote a letter to Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang always kept it in her purse when she played cards. She gave the letter to Gu Jiao. This time, Xuaningxiang didn't report the good news or the bad news. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang's people already knew everything. There was no point in hiding it. In the letter, she asked about the Empress Dowager's situation. Why did the Empress Dowager know her? Was it because Xiao Lulang, the new top scorer, was doing too well in the capital? Or was it because Gu Jiao and the Marquis's mansion that the Empress Dowager's people were alarmed? Xuaningxiang thought that she didn't have that much face. Could it be that the old lady with leprosy is the Empress Dowager? I don't have that luck. Then didn't I cook for the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager also helped me look after my baby? Can't be. My ancestral grave doesn't emit smoke. Gu Jiao thought for a while and replied, "Do you want to go back to your ancestral grave?" Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong ran over with a letter in his hand. He was originally pasting couplets. When he suddenly saw Gu Jiao reading the letter, he remembered that he also had a letter. Children were like this. Jiao Jiao, brother Ming, sent me the second letter. Do you want to show it to me? Gu Jiao asked. A letter was a very private thing. Gu Jiao wouldn't casually open little Jing Kong's letter just because he was a child. But if he wanted to share it with her, Gu Jiao would gladly accept. Yes, I want to show it to you, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong nodded. Gu Jiao opened the letter. It was full of greetings between children. Little Jing Kong mentioned some interesting things about his family and the Imperial College in the last letter, which successfully aroused Ming Er's interest in learning. Ming Er told little Jing Kong that he also went to the Imperial College to study. However, he was going to the martial arts class. The Imperial College of the Liang Kingdom was slightly different from that of the Zhao Kingdom. It was divided into civil and martial arts classes. It was probably because the Liang Kingdom's imperial examination not only included civil but also military examinations. When little Jing Kong read the letter for the first time, he didn't feel much. Now that he read it again with Gu Jiao, he suddenly felt very envious of brother Ming. He also wanted to learn martial arts. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao. Along with the second letter was the thank you gift about the music score of Reflection, that Ming mentioned in the first letter. The letter was sent by eagle, so it came quickly. The thank you gift was carried by horse carriages, so it took a long time. The thank you gift was prepared by Princess Yu and her husband. It was some specialties of the Liang Kingdom and more than a dozen children's toys. They were quite thoughtful. In addition, Princess Yu knew that little Jing Kong was talented and smart and was learning different languages. She specially selected 10 books that were only available in the Shangguan Kingdom, which were suitable for little Jing Kong's level. Xiaoheng made a plan for little Jing Kong. He read a little every day and improved a lot in the 3 Shangguan Kingdom subjects. In order to prove his improvement, little Jing Kong jumped off the chair and ran back to the room. He took his 3 Shangguan Kingdom poetry books and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'll recite them to you." He put his little hands behind his back and began to recite them while shaking his head. It was as if Gu Jiao could understand him. It was Gu Jiao's first time traveling. In the past it was Xiaoheng who went out. Every time he came back, Xiaoheng could feel the changes at home. This time, it was Gu Jiao's turn to feel the changes. Gu Xiaobao had grown up, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen had grown taller, little Jing Kong had grown hair, and he could recite many Shangguan Kingdom poetry books. This feeling was quite novel. Dinner was not ready so quickly, but the hot water was ready first. Yao Shi asked the children to bathe. Quickly finish bathing and wash your clothes. There's no need to wash clothes on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Yao Shi said. I'll go bathe first. Little Jing Kong turned into an obedient baby who loved bathing. He had forgotten how much he hated bathing during the 3 months when Gu Jiao was not around. Jiao Jiao, go bathe too, Yao Shi said gently to Gu Jiao. Okay, Gu Jiao agreed. The hot water was only enough for 2 people to bathe. The rest of them had to wait for the next batch. Brother-in-law, thank you. Please help me bathe. Little Jing Kong came to the door and said politely to Xiaoheng, who was pasting the couplets. Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. That's not what you said the last time. If I dare to catch you to bathe again, what are you going to do? Run away from home. Cough. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat, spread his hands and said helplessly, who hasn't been young and frivolous? Xiaoheng brought little Jing Kong to the west room to bathe. The charcoal fire in the west room was burning brightly, so it was not cold. Gu Jiao also went to bathe. She realized that there was a new wooden bucket at home. It was big and deep. When she sat down, her whole body could be submerged in the water. Phew. It was too comfortable. Her little toes bounced under the water. After bouncing for a while, she suddenly thought of something. She came back and scathed. Shouldn't her husband fulfill his promise to her? When Xiaoheng came out of the west room, he saw that Gu Jiao had finished bathing and washing her hair. She was sitting warmly in the central room. Xiaoheng was slightly surprised. So fast. Little Jing Kong was still playing with water in the wooden bucket. The water was a little cold, so he went to the kitchen to get some hot water for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao looked at him with her eyes wide open. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the kitchen to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake, and the emperor followed her. Only Gu Jiao was left in the central room. The sky was a little dark, but Gu Jiao's eyes were so bright that it was impossible to ignore them. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaoheng asked. I'm not hurt, Gu Jiao said. Yes, I know. Xiaoheng nodded. After saying that, he realized something. He was startled, his eyelashes trembled, and his cheeks began to heat up. Gu Jiao looked at him with her hands on her cheeks. It was an expectant look. Chapter 528. After taking a bath in little Jing Kong, it was Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's turn. Gu Xiaobao also let Nanny Fang carry him to take a fragrant New Year's Eve bath. Gu Jiao, she's not in a hurry. Yes, she's not in a hurry. It's done. Madame Yao walked in from the back door of the central room with a smile. Gu Jiao stood up immediately. Xiaoheng, who was pasting couplets in the eastern room, choked. Madame Yao smiled and said, the New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng let out a sigh. This kind of thing was embarrassing. He agreed so quickly because the atmosphere was so warm. He couldn't just refuse such a small request when she was about to go to war. It was quite embarrassing when he thought about it. Moreover, he didn't expect that someone would really take this kind of thing to heart. She couldn't forget it even after thinking about it for 3 months. This was too. Xiaoheng cleared his throat and glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. Gu Jiao had been looking at him the whole time. She was caught red-handed by him. However, Gu Jiao didn't look away guiltily. Instead, she smiled at him. Xiaoheng, It seemed that he really couldn't be a human tonight. Although he was the one being stared at, it wasn't that he didn't want to. Therefore, strictly speaking, he took advantage of her. Xiaoheng, you're only 19 but you want to be a beast. There were many people in the house, so they had to put together 2 tables to sit down. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous. There were cured meat and sausages from their own house, fried meatballs and eggplant from the neighbors, and a slaughtered chicken. It wasn't their own, but it was bought from the market. However, it still scared the chickens at home for a while. Other than that, the old chancellor also made braised small yellow croaker, mushroom duck soup, smoked bamboo shoot slices, of course, little Jing Kong's vegetarian dishes and steamed eggs with shrimp were also included. As New Year's Eve was also the birthday of Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong, the old chancellor had specially cooked 2 bowls of longevity noodles, one big and one small for the 2 of them. Just a day ago this family was still worried. Only after Gu Jiao returned did they finally have the feeling of a New Year's reunion. It was not the first time the emperor had eaten at Jadewater Lane, but it was the first time he had eaten New Year's Eve dinner. He looked at the dishes on the table that were not even worth mentioning compared to the palace banquet. He did not know if it was because the dishes were too shabby, but he actually felt a little sour in his nose after eating. He suddenly remembered the time when his mother was in the cold palace. It was also New Year's Eve when he and Ning climbed over the wall to find his mother. At that time he saw his mother sitting alone in the cold, dilapidated room. There wasn't even a decent pot of silver charcoal. He took out the pastries and chicken legs that he had stolen with great difficulty and handed them to his mother. Unexpectedly, the pastries were crushed and the chicken legs fell to the ground. He did not cry when he climbed over the wall and fell, but when he was chased and beaten by the palace servants and realized that his mother might have to starve on New Year's Eve, he cried out loud. He had forgotten all these things after being bewitched by concubine Jing, but he remembered more and more recently. He felt more and more guilty towards his mother. "Your Majesty?" Eunuch Wei, who was helping to carry the dishes, looked at the emperor with a panicked expression. The emperor's tears could not be stopped. He stubbornly choked and said, "I'm fine. It's the effect of that white medicine acting up again." Eunuch Wei, everyone. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, the emperor remembered many things from his childhood. He deeply understood how much damage he had done to his mother during those years when he and his mother became enemies. He had even caused his mother to contract leprosy. What kind of crazy behavior was that? Fortunately, his mother met the little divine doctor. If it wasn't for the little divine doctor's miraculous hands and benevolence, he might have regretted it for the rest of his life. After the New Year's Eve dinner, he found Gu Jiao chopping firewood and boiling water in the kitchen. "I've thought about it. I want to thank you properly," the emperor said solemnly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor strangely. The emperor said sincerely, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reunite with my mother. Also, if it wasn't for you, the war at the border wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Why was he talking about the war? The emperor's thoughts wandered a little. From Gu Jiao's kindness to Empress Dowager Zhuang, he thought of Gu Jiao's various actions at the border. "I've heard about what happened at the border. In order to save your grandfather, you and Gu Chengfeng went deep into the remnants of the previous dynasty. In the end, you were chased by the previous dynasty's army and almost died to the emperor's son-in-law's arrow. After that, you unfortunately contracted the plague for the sake of the plague victims in Lingguan City. After that, you went to kill the emperor's son-in-law's men of sacrifice for your eldest brother, but you were frozen into an ice sculpture on the icy plains. You also contracted lung disease from the cold, coughed up blood and fainted," the emperor said with heartache. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. A terrifying aura was coming from behind him. The emperor was the son of heaven. His aura was very strong and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. It could be seen how cold the other party's aura was to make him tremble. Gu Jiao also felt it. She turned her head and saw that Xiaoheng had come to the backyard at some point. He was staring at her with a burning gaze. He didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly said everything. She had been chased crazily and almost died to the emperor's son-in-law's arrow. She had contracted the plague and was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. She had also contracted lung disease, coughed up blood and fainted. Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with 2 balls of anger, but the aura around him was extremely cold. Gu Jiao heard little Fuli's small voice saying goodbye in her ear. She decided to make a final struggle. "I didn't." The emperor didn't know that he had caused Gu Jiao to lose her horse. He patted Gu Jiao's small shoulder and said, all right, don't deny it. This one has already seen the military report from the border. This one knows that you don't have a flamboyant personality. Don't worry, this one won't tell anyone. Gu Jiao clenched her small fists. You've already said it to the person you shouldn't say it to the most. Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes dangerously. You little liar. At this time the emperor finally noticed Xiaoheng in the yard. Xiaoheng leaned on his cane and walked towards Gu Jiao with a cold expression. He was here to denounce Gu Jiao. The emperor's gaze fell on his small crippled leg and cane. He asked with a strange voice, Didn't Yu say that your leg has already recovered? Why are you still using this? Yu, who was in the woodshed, covered her mouth. She didn't mean it. She said it for the Empress Dowager. His Majesty heard it himself. Don't blame her. The sudden revelation made Xiaoheng stop in his tracks. He staggered and almost fell. This time, it was Gu Jiao's turn to narrow her eyes and look up and down at Xiaoheng with a dangerous gaze. Aha, you still called me a little liar. It turns out that we're the same. The emperor had exposed two identities at once, but he still didn't realize it. He was thinking about how to reward the little magic doctor while secretly returning to the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He left the lost couple at the door of the kitchen and stared at each other. Yu was called over. When did your leg recover? Gu Jiao asked with a serious expression. Yu's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at her husband guiltily, lowered her head and said weakly, It was the second day after your mother came here for the first time. Gu Jiao had an impression. The first time Princess Xinyang had visited was not long after Prince Ning's accident. At that time Xiaoheng had been harmed by Prince Ning and had injured his right hand. She had gone to Vermilion Bird Avenue and told Princess Xinyang that Xiaoheng had been living in the shadow of being abandoned by Princess Xinyang and his unbearable past and self-loathing. Princess Xinyang came to Xiaoheng. With the help of his great-aunt, Xiaoheng learned that Princess Xinyang had never abandoned him. The mother and son's worries were solved. So, after his heart disease was cured, his leg was no longer crippled? But when he went to Hanlin Academy for duty the next day, it was clearly not like that. By the way, how's your hand? Does it still hurt? Can you write? It doesn't seem very good. I don't have much strength. Is my hand like my leg? Does it need? At that time, he had sighed and wanted to say something but stopped himself. He really looked like a little cripple who could no longer walk. She comforted him and told him to strengthen his rehabilitation and massage more. He would definitely recover. Then she massaged him the entire way. Gu Jiao now seriously suspected that not only had his leg healed, but his hand had also healed. He was faking it. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Xiaoheng. Her small eyes were a bit fierce. Xiaoheng also did not expect that he would fall again and again. Not only was his act of faking a cripple exposed, even his act of faking a crippled hand was exposed. This was great. He did not even know who was blaming whom. What is it? Yao Shi saw that the three people's expressions were not quite right. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not speak. Yu pointed at Gu Jiao and quietly said to Yao Shi, Eldest young miss fell seriously ill at the border and almost froze to death. When she came back, she lied that nothing had happened to her. Yao Shi's expression changed. Yu then pointed at Xiaoheng. There's also son-in-law's leg. In truth, it was healed a long time ago, but he also lied that he was still crippled. Yao Shi took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her handkerchief. It's the new year. Don't get angry, don't get angry. She squeezed out a smile. Today is Aheng and Jing Kong's birthday. Everyone is waiting for you in the main room. Following this, she looked at the young couple and put on a fake smile, saying, After the new year, I will settle this debt with you. She turned around and helped Yu into the main room. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at a certain person. Did you hear that? After the new year, I will settle this debt with you. Xiaoheng faintly smirked. You speak as if I don't need to settle this debt with you. Gu Jiao, your situation is more serious than mine. Gu Jiao. What sort of new title was this? Xiaoheng had blurted out this title. After saying it, he felt that it was quite good. He suddenly curled his lips and called out, Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and pondered for a few seconds. She then looked at him meaningfully. Since we're even now, tonight you? Before she could finish speaking, his slender finger gently pressed against her soft lips. No, you're not allowed to. You won't be allowed to see. Gu Jiao's small face darkened. Since the matter had been exposed, Xiaoheng might as well not hide it and openly entered the main room. It was just that everyone's attention was not on his legs for the time being. Glancing around, they faintly felt that something was off, but they could not figure it out for a while. Yao Shi had also learned bad things, so she did not remind them. She just waited for them to scare themselves. Brother-in-law sit. Gu Xiaoshen had Xiaoheng sit. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong were the birthday stars, and they sat next to each other on a bench. In fact, they did not have the habit of celebrating their birthday. It was little Jing Kong who celebrated his birthday every year. Thanks to him, everyone in the family had started celebrating their birthday. The only thing they missed was Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's birthday. Gu Jiao was on the way to the frontier fortress. She did not celebrate her birthday, and neither did Gu Yan. Gu Yan said that he would celebrate his birthday with Jiao Jiao next year. Little monk here. Gu Yan gave the small clay sculpture he made to little Jing Kong. This year the house was finally not empty. It was a small fish pond and there were 2 ugly carrots in it. He did not give Xiaoheng fish soup but a courtyard. It happened to be a small house with last year's gift. It was also ingenious. Gu Xiaoshen gave the 2 of them 2 pen holders, one big and one small. The workmanship was exquisite, and there were even poems engraved on them. Little Jing Kong liked it very much and Xiaoheng was also very satisfied. Gu Xiaoshen had been studying carving for a long time. Not only did he improve his skills but he also learned a lot. Now he had more words than the scholars in the capital. As long as he was told that these words needed to be engraved, he could immediately memorize them. Normal people memorized words according to the strokes, but Gu Xiaoshen memorized words as a pattern. Although the method was different, it achieved the same effect. In comparison, Gu Yan's knowledge was really too terrible to look at. This did not mean that Gu Yan was stupid. On the contrary, he was the smartest person in the family besides Xiaoheng. Nothing could be hidden from him. For example, the chastity mark on Gu Jiao's face. Yao Shi did not tell him and he did not eavesdrop that night, but he could guess it. Another example was Gu Jiao's small eyes that fell on Xiaoheng from time to time. Gu Yan could not guess what Gu Jiao was thinking. It could not be helped. The twins were so powerful. Empress Dowager Zhuang left gifts for the 2 of them before she left. She gave little Jing Kong a string of colored glass Buddha beads. This was the first batch of colored glass that Zhao successfully produced after the Liang state passed the colored glass technology to the Zhao state. The color and luster were very good. Of course, little Jing Kong liked it very much. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave Xiaoheng a colored glass inkstone. The old chancellor gave the 2 of them books, and Yao Shi made 2 sets of clothes by herself. Gu Jiao also prepared a gift. She gave little Jing Kong a rattle drum from the frontier fortress. After the victory, the 4-year-old child from Yueqing City gave the only rattle drum to her. You are right. The army did not leave. This is your reward. This was the most sincere intention that a child could have during the war. Little Jing Kong soon found a problem. Why didn't brother-in-law give me a gift? Your sister gave me a gift. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. She was the best gift for his birthday. I want to see it. Little Jing Kong said. Since it was the little guy's birthday, Xiaoheng did not discourage him. He only picked a brush from the pile of gifts. Here. A brush. Little Jing Kong shook his little rattle drum. My gift is still the best. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. They went to the backyard to light firecrackers. Brother-in-law. Gu Yan suddenly came to Xiaoheng and said mysteriously, Come here. I have something good to show you. Xiaoheng followed Gu Yan to the central room. At this moment, everyone was watching little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshen light firecrackers in the backyard. The central room was deserted except for Gu Yan and Xiaoheng. Gu Yan sneakily took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. It's freezing. It's freezing. What is this? Xiaoheng asked, puzzled. Wine. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and said, It's not ordinary wine. It's a double brew, pear blossom brew and osmanthus brew. It took me a lot of effort to get it from my son-in-law. Why did you get it? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Yan said without changing his expression, I want to drink it. Brother-in-law, let's drink it together. Once you're drunk, Jiao Jiao will be able to do whatever she wants. Gu Yan was going all out for Jiao Jiao. You can't drink. Xiaoheng firmly objected. Gu Yan had a heart condition and he was too young. He definitely couldn't drink alcohol. Gu Yan looked at him pleadingly. 1 cup is fine. Xiaoheng said, Not even half a cup. Gu Yan pursed her lips. But I'm here to drink with you. I've never drunk wine in my life. I heard that this kind of wine doesn't make people drunk. Brother-in-law, let me have a taste of it. Xiaoheng, no. Gu Yan lowered his head, feeling wronged. To be honest, it was hard for people to resist him like this, but Xiaoheng was sober. He wouldn't condone Gu Yan drinking. As if he could see Xiaoheng's unwavering determination, Gu Yan took a step back. Then brother-in-law, why don't you try it for me and tell me what it tastes like? Okay. It was the new year, so Xiao Heng couldn't spoil the child's mood. When Gu Yen saw that he agreed, his eyes lit up again. He was as happy as a child. He personally took the wine glass and filled Xiao Heng's glass to the brim. He knew that his brother-in-law had a good tolerance for alcohol, but this kind of wine wasn't an ordinary double brew. He stole it from his son-in-law. 1 cup was enough to make him drunk. Get drunk, brother-in-law. Xiao Heng took the glass. Just as he was about to drink, little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan unexpectedly rushed in. Little Jing Kong bumped into Xiao Heng on the spot. Xiao Heng's hand trembled and spilled the entire glass of wine. Gu Yen clenched his little fists. So, Xiao. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Little Jing Kong apologized and made a face at Gu Xiaoshan. Ha! Come and catch me. After he said that, he ran out. Gu Xiaoshan chased after him. Gu Yen suppressed his anger and poured a second glass for his brother-in-law. He said with a smile, "It's okay, there's more." Xiao Heng took the second glass. In the end, the 2 troublemakers ran back. This time it was Gu Xiaoshan. He directly knocked over Xiao Heng's glass. The glass fell to the ground with a bang. Gu Xiaoshan. Broken and safe? Gu Yen was furious. Broken your head. The wine was almost gone. Gu Yen was about to die from anger because of these 2 guys. They were really bad at everything, but they were number 1 at causing trouble. I'm fine. Xiao Heng said, let me do it. You guys go out first. Don't prick your feet. As he spoke, he took a broom and came over to clean up the mess on the floor. It was also at this moment that Gu Xiaoshan noticed that Xiao Heng's walking was different from usual. He didn't limp. Aya brother-in-law? Gu Xiaoshan looked at Xiao Heng's right foot. Brother-in-law, what brother-in-law? Hurry up and light the firecrackers. Gu Yen pushed Gu Xiaoshan out of the living room. Gu Xiaoshan, I just saw. Okay, you saw it? I know. Don't delay my business. Jing Kong. Xiaoshan is here. Gu Yen decisively waved at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong grabbed a firecracker and pounced on Gu Xiaoshan. The 2 childish guys played together again. Gu Yen returned to the living room. Wasn't it just brother-in-law's foot? It was healed long ago. Idiot, you only noticed it now. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Gu Yen eagerly snatched the broom from him and cleaned up the mess on the floor. Then he shoveled it out with the bucket. When he returned to the living room excitedly, he didn't see his brother-in-law. Instead, his sister was sitting at the table with a flushed face. He walked over in a daze and asked Gu Jiao, Sister, where is brother-in-law? Gu Jiao looked at him with her misty eyes and pointed at the study room. Gu Yen saw that Gu Jiao's reaction was not right. He looked at Gu Jiao and then at the porcelain bottle on the table. His heart skipped a beat. He picked up the porcelain bottle and shook it. It was empty. He lifted the porcelain bottle and poured the wine out. There was not a drop of wine left. No, it can't be, Gu Yen. It's not you who drank it. Say it's not you. Bang. Gu Jiao's little head hit the table. Gu Yen. He wanted his brother-in-law to get drunk and send him to his sister's room. However, his brother-in-law didn't get drunk, but his sister passed out first. It's over, it's all over. Gu Yen sat down on the chair dejectedly. He let out a long sigh and also hit his head on the table. When Xiao Heng came out, he saw the 2 little heads on the table. Senior servant Fang was changing the bedding in the east room, so Xiao Heng had to send Gu Jiao back to the west room first. He would move her over later. Gu Yen said sullenly, I'll ask Beansprout to make some hangover soup. The hangover soup was quickly sent over, but before he could feed her, Gu Jiao knocked it over and spilled it all over Xiao Heng. Looking at his sister's drunken appearance, Gu Yen knew that there was no way to save the situation. He shook his head helplessly and went to the backyard to light the firecrackers. Xiao Heng's body was covered in hangover soup. His clothes were thick enough so they weren't hot, but they were wet and uncomfortable. Moreover, when the cold wind blew he would feel cold. He could only change his clothes first. He looked at Gu Jiao and said with amusement, You're so drunk. Gu Jiao was indeed drunk. She didn't know that the little benefit she had been longing for was right in front of her. Xiao Heng stretched out his slender hand and gently untied his belt, then took off his winter coat and inner clothes. His plain white inner clothes were also wet and stuck to his firm muscles. He slowly took them off, revealing his fair skin, exquisite collarbones, broad shoulders, tight chest, and smooth waist and abdomen, which were full of masculine strength. Gu Jiao suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at a certain someone's firm muscles and attractive body, She couldn't help but whistle in her heart. Wah. Chapter 529. Xiao Heng's shirt and pants were wet from the hangover soup, so he had no choice but to change out of them. When he finished changing and turned around, he subconsciously glanced at Gu Jiao, who was a drunken mess on the bed. Gu Jiao's sleeping posture was a bit, well, it was hard to explain. Her face was flushed, the quilt was kicked, and the pillow was crooked. She spread out her arms and legs and lay on the mattress with her head tilted to the side. "Young master, I've cleaned up." Outside the door, senior servant Fang said. "Okay, I know." Xiao Heng agreed. Xiao Heng came to the bedside and looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping in such a strange posture for the first time. He inexplicably felt strange in his heart. Then he looked at Gu Jiao's lips. "Wait a minute. Is this girl drunk? Or is she dreaming? Why does it feel like she's drooling?" Xiao Heng took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her clean. "Why does it feel like this girl is smiling even in her dreams?" Gu Jiao was drunk and couldn't stay up late, but the rest of the people played until midnight. Then little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan lit firecrackers. Not only their house but the entire hutong was lit. Even so, Gu Jiao didn't wake up from her beautiful dream. Her husband is so beautiful and has such a good figure. It's the best I've ever seen in my 2 lifetimes. So good looking, so good looking. In her dreams, Gu Jiao hugged the small quilt and rolled around on the bed. The next day Gu Xiaobao woke up the earliest. He was hungry and wanted to drink milk. Madame Yao fed him milk, so he didn't want to sleep anymore. A 3-month-old baby couldn't sit or crawl, so he could only accept his fate and lie down. His clothes were especially thick. However, Gu Xiaobao was used to it. He did not cry and just licked his fingers, letting Yao Shi sleep a little longer. Last night, when the firecrackers were burning and crackling, he had been obedient. Later, when he fell asleep and was woken up by the firecrackers, he did not make a fuss. He ate his fingers and coaxed himself to sleep. When Yao Shi woke up, Gu Xiaobao was still licking his fingers. Such an obedient child really melted Yao Shi's heart. Madame Yao dressed herself neatly and went to the central room. Yuya, and senior servant Fang also got up. Soon little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan also got up. The 2 of them sat in the central room in a daze. They did not know what Gu Xiaoshan and little Jing Kong were talking about. Both of them looked at the door of the west room. After a while, Xiao Heng came out of the west room. The 2 of them stared at his right foot. Gu Xiaoshan used his elbow to nudge little Jing Kong's arm and said in a low voice, "I didn't lie to you, right? Look, it's healed." He had discovered it yesterday, but he forgot about it because of Gu Yan's interruption. This morning he pulled little Jing Kong along to verify it. Little Jing Kong stared at his bad brother-in-law's right foot and carefully observed it for a while. He nodded and confirmed seriously, "Yes, it's really healed. See, brother-in-law is healed." As soon as Jiao Jiao came back, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Jiao would call each other elder sister when they were together, but with little Jing Kong they would call each other Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's address was never affected by Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. Could be said that he was strong alone. "Brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong called out to Xiao Heng. He walked over and raised his hand to touch Xiao Heng's body. When he realized that he could not reach it, he moved a chair and climbed up. He stood on the chair but he still could not reach it. You come down a little," he said. "What?" Xiao Heng asked. "Come down a little, I have something to tell you," little Jing Kong said. Xiao Heng decided to give the little monk some face. He bent down slightly and looked at the little monk at the same level. "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong reached out his small hand and patted his shoulder solemnly. "Brother-in-law, you finally overcome the obstacle and become a normal person. I'm really happy for you." One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Xiao Heng squinted at the little guy and asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said honestly, "I want to increase the rent." Xiao Heng was speechless. When Gu Jiao woke up, the whole family knew that Xiao Heng's legs had returned to normal. They all thought that Xiao Heng only recovered this morning. Madame Yao and Yuya did not say anything. After all, it was a happy occasion. Madame Yao also calmed down after thinking for a whole night. When she first learned that her daughter had married a crippled scholar from the countryside, her heart was filled with pain. Her daughter was the daughter of the Marquis. If she had raised her daughter since she was a child, she would not have married a crippled and poor boy. She had once had such thoughts as well. The reason why she accepted it was because she had never raised her daughter, so she had no right to criticize her daughter's choice. Secondly, she liked Xiao Heng's character. She comforted herself that her daughter might not have a better life after marrying a better man. As long as her daughter was happy, she had no regrets. However, this son-in-law of hers gave her a big surprise. Not only did he become the top scorer in Yuzhou and enter the Imperial College, but he also came out on top in the Imperial examinations and became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. His only regret was his legs, but now even this regret had disappeared. How could Madame Yao be ruthless enough to find Xiao Heng to settle accounts? As for her daughter hiding the fact that she had escaped death several times at the frontier fortress, she was more distressed than harshly scolding her. The young couple did not know that their crisis had quietly passed. Gu Jiao came out of the east room and found little Jing Kong sitting alone on the threshold of the front yard. He was small and his mushroom hair was neat and tidy. At first glance, he looked like a lonely mushroom growing in the snow. Gu Jiao walked over and bent down to look at him. "Jing Kong, what are you doing here?" Little Jing Kong turned around and looked at Gu Jiao. "I'm waiting for Shifu." When he said this, Gu Jiao remembered that little Jing Kong's Shifu would celebrate his birthday with him every year. He also came last year, but he did not meet with the others. He left little Jing Kong's birthday gift, a deed to a house in Liang country, and then left. Gu Jiao sat down next to little Jing Kong and asked, "Your Shifu didn't come last night?" "Yes." Little Jing Kong nodded, but he was a little depressed. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and said, "It snowed heavily in Zhao country this year. Your Shifu is old, so it might not be convenient for him to go out, or he might have been delayed on the road." Because little Jing Kong always called his Shifu, Gu Jiao's impression of him was that he was a little old man with a white beard and a hunchback. In this kind of weather, even a strong man would have a hard time traveling, let alone an old man. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and felt that it was not impossible. Compared to him, his Shifu was indeed quite old. So his Shifu might really have been delayed by the heavy snow. "Do you miss your Shifu a lot?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes, a little." Little Jing Kong was an honest child. Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Why don't you write another letter to your Shifu?" Little Jing Kong curled his lips in disdain. "No, he didn't reply to the letter I wrote to him last time. The more he talked, the more it showed that he cared about his Shifu. He was a very affectionate child. His Shifu picked him up and raised him until he was 3 years old. In his heart, his Shifu was like a father, right?" Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong, "How about this, when I reply to Ningxiang's letter, I'll ask her to go to the temple and ask if your Shifu is well and if he went out." "Okay." Little Jing Kong did not refuse. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "What's your Shifu's name?" Little Jing Kong said, "Liaochen." Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully. Judging from his Dharma name, he must be an enlightened monk. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and spread his hands. "I don't know if he's enlightened or not, but my Shifu is indeed very tall." Gu Jiao adjusted his image in her mind, from a little old man with a white beard to a big old man with a white beard. Gu Jiao finished writing the letter in the afternoon. The courier station in Zhao country was open all year round, but the letter was sent slowly during the Lunar New Year. Gu Jiao could send it to the courier station every few days. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the long-awaited news of the Gu army's return to the capital finally came. The weather was beautiful. It snowed heavily for 3 days, but it cleared up on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The golden light shone on the earth, and the imperial city was an auspicious sign. When the people heard about the return of the army, they waited on the streets and at the city gate. For a moment the crowd was surging and the crowd was boiling. The imperial guards had to use their bodies to block the excited people. The people could not rush out, so they could only stretch their necks. The uniform sound of horse hooves and armor came from afar. Under the bright sky, it was deafening, as if they could see the golden spears and armored horses on the battlefield. "It's the Gu army. The Gu army is back." A tall and strong man shouted loudly. The crowd became restless. The people who were not satisfied with being stopped by the roadside pushed each other forward. The imperial guards used a lot of strength and gritted their teeth to prevent the people from rushing out. Although the war did not spread to the capital, the people still got a lot of news from the frontier fortress through the official reports of the imperial court. When they heard that the old duke and the princess of the imperial court had fallen into the hands of the enemy, they almost thought that the tragedy of Zhao country losing to Qin country 10 years ago and then sending Commandery Prince in as a hostage would happen again. But the Gu army won. Not only did they win against the remnants of the previous dynasty and the army of Qin country, but they also protected the princess of Zhao country. They took back the lost cities as quickly as possible and annihilated the invading enemy forces at the smallest cost. They were the soldiers of Zhao country, the heroes of Zhao country. Tang Yueshan's leg injury had basically recovered. He took the lead and walked in the front. Before leaving the capital, he still had some fat on his belly, but after the war it was gone. He lost a lot of weight, but he was very energetic. He wore dark armor. He had a strong back and a bare waist. He had a powerful aura. Behind him was Gu Changqing, who was also riding a horse. Gu Changqing wore a silver armor that flashed with cold light. The white cloak behind the silver armor fluttered in the wind. He wore a helmet and the iron visor of the helmet was lowered. The commoners could only see his eyes that were as cold as knives and his valiant figure. Who in the capital didn't know that the Ding and Marquis Shitzi was handsome and elegant? But when he was a military officer in the army, he was too unreasonable. So he gained the reputation of being a cold-faced Yama. But it was this cold-faced Yama that protected their Zhao country's mountains and rivers. The crowd burst into fierce cheers. I heard that Gu Shitzi is not married yet. What, you want to marry your daughter over? It's not impossible. Your daughter is only 3 years old. Who is that person? A young man pointed at the young man wearing silver armor behind Gu Changqing. When did the Gu family army have such a young general? To be able to walk behind Gu Changqing, it was reasonable to say that his position in the Gu family army was not low. But when the Gu family army left the city, they also came to see. The two commanders on the left and right as well as the generals were much older than Gu Changqing. This young man was clearly younger than Gu Changqing. Between his eyebrows was a bit immature. The people guessed for a while but couldn't guess who he was. In the end, an imperial guard in front of the people couldn't help but say, "It's Ding and Marquis Fu's second young master." Ding and Marquis Fu's second young master? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Ding and Marquis Fu only have one son who knew martial arts? The other young masters were all said to have never practiced martial arts. Even the youngest fourth young master was a sickly invalid. That person looks like Gu Qingfeng. At this time, a student from Qinghe Academy recognized his classmate. Coincidentally, Gu Qinglin was standing right next to him. Knowing that grandfather and brothers were returning, he couldn't wait at home and came to the city gates to greet them. He knew that second brother had also gone to the frontier, but he didn't think that second brother would go to war. He thought that second brother was worried about grandfather and ran over. He wouldn't be able to help at all. Heavens! Qinglin, that person? It can't really be your second brother, right? That student from Qinghe Academy pulled on Gu Qinglin's sleeve. He didn't dare believe his eyes. The other person's killing intent and heroic spirit was too shocking. It was completely different from his impression of Gu Qingfeng. No, it can't be Gu Qingfeng. It must be his eyes that were playing tricks on him. Gu Qingfeng wasn't that powerful. His classmate couldn't recognize him, but Gu Qinglin wouldn't make a mistake. That young soldier who had the qualifications to walk with his eldest brother and receive the praises of the people was clearly his second brother. Gu Qinglin's heart received 10,000 blows. So his eldest brother and second brother were this powerful. Only he was a good-for-nothing. Chapter 530. The old duke's carriage and Princess Ning'an's carriage returned with the 3 armies. The old duke's limbs were broken. Even if Gu Jiao reconnected them, he wouldn't recover so quickly. He went straight to the duke's mansion after entering the capital. Gu Changqing and Tang Yueshan escorted Princess Ning'an's carriage into the palace. The emperor was very excited. Not only was he excited that the 3 armies had returned, but he was also excited that Princess Ning'an, who had been separated from him for so many years, had finally returned to his side. The emperor first went to the imperial study to meet Tang Yueshan, Gu Changqing and the other generals. He generously praised their performance in this battle. When the court is held, I will reward all of you handsomely. Awarding meritorious officials was a big deal. It was related to the people's hearts and the prestige of the royal family and the Zhao kingdom. The imperial edict had to be announced in front of all the civil and military officials in the throne room. I dare not claim credit for myself. Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and said solemnly, I defeated Yi City and caused the imperial army to lose nearly 10,000 soldiers. I am guilty. Please punish me, your majesty. Then he lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down. The emperor walked around the desk and helped him up. General, you don't have to do this. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, it was an ambush set by the remnants of the previous dynasty. When we left the capital, no one expected the Qin kingdom's army to invade the northern border of the Zhao kingdom. If Marquis Xianping were here, this might have been over. But Marquis Xianping was thick-skinned and shameless. Tang Yueshan couldn't get over it. He couldn't accept his own defeat. He felt ashamed. The emperor had a headache. How could he punish him? Tang Yueshan did lose in Yi City, but it was 10,000 soldiers against 80,000 soldiers of the Qin kingdom. Who could win? The emperor wanted to scold Tang Yueshan. You are too conceited. Why do you think you can win against 80,000 soldiers? Do you think you are the Yin kingdom's war god, Xin Yuanli? Even Marquis Xianping didn't dare to boast like that. However, the emperor could only think about these things in his heart. It was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. For the past few days, he had been pondering his mother's way of using people. He had figured out a lot of things. For example, Tang Yueshan's conceit seemed to him that he was not without merit. Tang Yueshan's conceit came with his actions, not his words. He would work hard for it and he would be stricter with himself. Tang Yueshan was the reason why the archers of the Tang family were so famous in the Six Kingdoms, even on par with the archers of the Yen Kingdom. There's no need to punish me. You've just made a great contribution. If I punish you now, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the soldiers and the people of the world? Tang Yueshan said bitterly, I'm ashamed to accept it. Please punish him, Your Majesty. Grand Marshal Tang, please don't make things difficult for His Majesty, said Gu Changqing indifferently. You're a meritorious minister, so His Majesty punishing you is not a wise ruler. If you really blame yourself, why don't you go and receive your punishment yourself? I think Jiao Jiao's acupuncture punishment is pretty good. Tang Yueshan immediately shut his mouth. After leaving the palace, the two of them mounted their own horses. Gu Changqing was about to leave when Tang Yueshan stopped him. You'd better clean up your mother's mess. Gu Changqing frowned and looked at him. Tang Yueshan said, Your mother is a member of the Ling family. If she's a spy, haven't you considered the possibility that the Lings are spies as well? Gu Changqing was silent for a moment and said, My grandfather has suspected this possibility, but he's been investigating the Lings all these years and hasn't found anything. All he knows is that my mother went missing when she was very young and was found a year later. Tang Yueshan asked suspiciously, You mean the Ling family's daughter had been replaced by someone else at that time? Someone with a similar appearance, your mother? Gu Changqing nodded. Based on the evidence my grandfather has, this is the most reasonable possibility. Tang Yueshan pulled the reins. I advise you to keep a close eye on the Lings. It's better to be safe than sorry. Now that I know your secret, I'm half your accomplice. Don't drag me down with you. Gu Changqing said calmly, If that day comes, just pretend you don't know. Tang Yueshan laughed. Who can guarantee that you won't expose me? Gu Changqing did not bother with him anymore and left on his horse. Tang Yueshan shook his head. Young man, you have a bad temper. At this moment, a few palace servants were carrying shopping bags back to the palace and accidentally bumped into Tang Yueshan's horse. The horse neighed in fright. Tang Yueshan flew into a rage. Are you blind? Do you have a death wish? The palace servants were speechless. On the way back, Gu Changqing was seriously considering the situation Tang Yueshan mentioned. He ignored Tang Yueshan because he and Gu Qingfeng would never expose Tang Yueshan unless Tang Yueshan betrayed them first. During this period of time at the frontier fortress, his grandfather had told him a lot about his mother. His grandfather had been worried that there might be other spies in the Ling clan, so he had been investigating the Ling clan in secret. However, he hadn't found anything. There were a few servants and maids in the residence who had been found out by his grandfather after old concubine Jing's affair was exposed, and they were dealt with one by one. In his opinion, the possibility of the Ling clan being suspicious was slim. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Tang Yueshan was right. It was never a bad thing to be cautious. After returning home, Gu Changqing ordered a few secret guards to keep an eye on the Ling clan. Then he went to pay his respects to old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu. On the other hand, the emperor went to Rinshou Palace immediately after meeting Tang Yueshan and Gu Changqing. He saw Princess Ning In, whom he hadn't seen for many years, in the warm room of Rinshou Palace. Princess Ning, and was still wearing the clothes of the frontier fortress. She had just met Empress Dowager Zhuang, and her eyes were red with tears. It had been 20 years. She was no longer that charming girl. She was now a married woman. Time and the sandstorms of the frontier fortress had left traces on her face. Her face was haggard and her figure was thin. The emperor almost didn't dare to recognize her. Where was Ning In, who was as beautiful as a peach? Where was his innocent and carefree sister? Where was the little girl who held his arm and always complained that he didn't have time to accompany her? She was gone. Gone. The hardships she had suffered in the frontier fortress were all written on her face. Not to mention that she was a princess of the royal family, people would think that she was a woman of the common people. The emperor's heart ached as if it was pricked by a needle. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was always calm, couldn't help but tear up. "Your Majesty." Princess Ning, and sobbed and knelt down to salute the emperor. The emperor held her and didn't let her kneel. "Get up." Princess Ning, and shook her head with tears in her eyes and insisted on kneeling down. "I should kneel. Ning, and is guilty. Ning, and was blind. I married the wrong person. I led the wolf into the house. I brought war and disaster to the people of the Zhao kingdom and the frontier fortress. It's all Ning En's fault. Ning En deserves to die." Big drops of tears fell from her eyes, splashing on her wrinkled dress and splashing on the polished floor. The emperor held her shoulders tightly, his throat swollen and painful. "Don't say it. Don't say it." Princess Ning En couldn't hide her self-blame. "Ning En has to say it. Mother and your Majesty tried to stop Ning En again and again. Ning En was stubborn. Ning En didn't listen to Mother and your Majesty. Ning En deserved death." The emperor looked at Ning En's tears and felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. "You are my sister. I won't allow you to say such things. What happened back then is already in the past. You were also used by others. It wasn't your fault. You mustn't blame yourself. Imperial Mother and I have never vented our anger on you. Don't belittle yourself. Quickly get up." The emperor pulled Princess Ning En up by force. Princess Ning En was sobbing. The emperor looked at the 12 or 13-year-old boy sitting in the wheelchair. His eyes moved slightly and he asked, "This is?" Princess Ning En turned her head and said to the boy, "Xian, quickly greet your uncle." Compared to Princess Ning En's breakdown, Huang Fuxian was much calmer. He didn't shed a single tear, nor was there a trace of sadness or excitement at the reunion. He just stared straight at the emperor, as if he didn't know that such a direct gaze was very rude. "Uncle," he called coldly. This greeting was neither warm nor respectful. Whether it was as an uncle or as the ruler of a country, the emperor couldn't possibly be satisfied with this greeting. However, the emperor had always been endlessly tolerant of Princess Ning En, so he didn't care about Huang Fuxian's rudeness. The emperor's gaze fell on Huang Fuxian's wheelchair and he asked, "What's wrong with Xiener's leg? Are you injured? Have you called for the imperial physician?" Huang Fuxian laughed coldly. "Xiener." Princess Ning En's expression became serious. "Don't be rude to His Majesty." Chapter 531. "No matter," the emperor said without care, "Xiener is still young. He wouldn't argue with a child. Otherwise he would have been angered to death by his own little fatty many times over. Not to mention," the emperor's gaze fell on Huang Fuxian's legs. "His body wasn't well, so it was inevitable for him to be angry." "Lianer, take Xiener out to bask in the sun," Princess Ning En said to Lianer. "Yes," Lianer respectfully responded. She cautiously went behind Huang Fuxian and pushed his wheelchair out. "Your Majesty," Princess Ning En explained, "Xiener has been spoiled by me. Please forgive him." "Do you still call me your Majesty?" The emperor stared at her. Princess Ning En smiled bitterly and changed her words, "Imperial brother." Eunuch Qin walked over and reported with a smile, "Empress Dowager, Princess Ning En and the young master's chambers have been prepared." "Imperial mother?" Princess Ning En looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "The Baixia Hall before you were married has been reserved for you. You and Xian can live there for the time being." Princess Ning En's eyes moved. She lowered her eyes and asked, "Can I still live in the palace?" There was no reason for a married princess to live in the palace. In fact, ordinary princesses didn't have their own chambers. They lived with their imperial mother. Princess Ning En was an exception. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor doted on her too much and built a Baixia Hall just for her. She had been married to the frontier fortress for so many years, but Baixia Hall had never been used for other purposes. The emperor hurriedly said, "Since it's imperial mother's wish, you can live there." The emperor also hoped that Princess Ning En could live in the palace. This way it would be easier for him to take care of the mother and son. The emperor had many things to say to Ning En. He guessed that his imperial mother did too. However, when the three of them were together, some things were difficult to say. "Zhen will accompany you to Baixia Hall," the emperor said. Princess Ning, and nodded and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. I will come pay respects to Imperial Mother later. Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded and watched as the emperor and Princess Ning and left Renshou Palace. Eunuch Qin came over with a cup of tea. Seeing Empress Dowager Zhuang's sad face, he couldn't help but sigh and persuade, the princess has a hard life. If she had listened to your words, how could it be like this? But fortunately she came back safe and sound. From now on, no one will make the princess suffer. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and turned her head. A tear slid down her cheek. The emperor and Princess Ning'an walked side by side towards Iridescent Clouds Hall. Lian pushed Huang Fuxian and followed behind at a distance. Princess Ning turned to look at the indifferent Huang Fuxian and sighed helplessly. The emperor sensed her gaze and asked softly, what happened to Xianer's leg? Were you injured in the war? Princess Ning'an shook her head with difficulty and said, it was when I was young. When Xianer was 5 years old, the frontier fortress encountered a great snowstorm. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. I have an impression of this. The court also sent disaster relief funds to the frontier fortress. Jing, concubine Jing had personally made clothes for Princess Ning'an to keep out the cold and asked the imperial envoy to bring them to the frontier fortress. The emperor didn't want to mention this name now. He hated her to the core, but she was Ning'an's birth mother. It was very awkward. Princess Ning'an smiled faintly. Yes, mother gave me clothes to keep out the cold. What does this have to do with Xianer's leg? At that time, his father and I went to help the disaster victims. He slipped out of the princess manor alone. The child was naughty and couldn't stop for a moment. The guards couldn't keep an eye on him and successfully lost him. We found him after a day and a night. He fell down from the mountain and lay in the cold snow. His legs were frozen to death. To save his life, the doctor had to amputate his legs. Princess Ning'an tried to appear calm as she said this, but her breathing and clenched fingers still revealed her emotions. The emperor's heart clenched. He couldn't say whether he cared more about Huang Fuxian or Princess Ning'an, whose son had suffered such a fate. He took Princess Ning'an's hand like he did when he was young. I didn't know something like this happened to you and Xianer. Why didn't you say it in the letter? Princess Ning'an said in a low voice, this kind of thing is hard to say. Every time it was mentioned, it felt like a knife was cutting into her heart. Every time she was comforted, it felt like a knife was cutting into her heart again. When a person was truly in extreme pain, it wasn't to seek comfort everywhere, but to cut oneself off from the outside world. The emperor naturally understood this, so he felt even more sorry for Princess Ning'an. He secretly swore that he would never let Princess Ning'an leave his side again, nor would he let her and Xianer suffer any grievances. Xianer Princess Ning'an wanted to say something but stopped. The emperor was her brother. Even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years, he could still guess what she was most worried about. He stopped and looked at her solemnly. No matter who Xianer's father is, he is still your child and my nephew. I will do my best to protect him. Not many people objected to Princess Ning'an's return to the capital, but that might not be the case for Huang Fuxian. After all, the blood of the previous dynasty flowed through his veins. Those radical civil and military officials would probably use Huang Fuxian's bloodline as an excuse. Princess Ning'an said in shame, I'll have to trouble you, royal brother. It's no trouble, the emperor said. If Huang Fuxian had a healthy body, perhaps it would indeed be a little troublesome. However, what was there to be afraid of with his damaged body? Those officials had nowhere to vent their anger, so they wanted to make fun of a child. Once the truth was revealed, the controversy would lessen. The emperor said, Ning'an, I still want to talk to you about concubine Jing's matter. Princess Ning'an smiled faintly. Royal brother, there's no need to say more. Ning'an understands. Mother, she is a spy from the previous dynasty. From the moment she worked for the previous dynasty's imperial family, her fate was sealed. Do you resent her? The emperor asked. Princess Ning'an said, there's no point in talking about this now. The emperor said, she sent the dragon shadow guard to the frontier fortress to find you. Did she want to kidnap you? Princess Ning'an shook her head. They wanted to take me away. They came with a shadow guard. That shadow guard said that something had happened in the capital and that the frontier fortress might not be safe, so he wanted me to leave with them first. But they couldn't beat Huang Fujiang's men of sacrifice and were all injured in the end. That shadow guard even died. The emperor hadn't expected Du Zheng. No, Du was a fake surname. His real name was Huang Fujiang. He hadn't expected him to have such a powerful fighter. Fortunately, Princess Ning'an was fine. Otherwise the emperor would be filled with regret. Princess Ningyan had lost count of how many times she had expressed her guilt today. I'm sorry. I caused the Dragon Shadow Guard to be injured. They will recover, the emperor said. The Dragon Shadow Guard had followed the army back to the capital and was recuperating in a special place. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel pained, but this had nothing to do with Ningyan. It was all concubine Jing's idea. Princess Ningyan continued forward. I think mother must have guessed that she couldn't hide it for much longer. Prince Yi and Huang Fuzheng's methods were outrageous. She was worried that I would be in danger if the matter was exposed, so she sent someone to save me. She used me my whole life and only realized that she wanted to do something for me now. At this point, Princess Ningyan laughed self-deprecatingly. What? The emperor's expression was complicated, but he didn't say anything. The group soon arrived at Iridescent Clouds Hall. The people of the Imperial Household Department were used to bowing to the powerful and trampling on the weak. Princess Ningyan might be a widow, but she was doted on by the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang. Everything they bought for her was the most luxurious, exquisite, and priceless. To say nothing of other things, even the bed curtains were made of shark silk. Even Empress Xiao and Princess Xinyang didn't receive such treatment. The servants serving her were also carefully selected by the Imperial Household Department. There was a manager eunuch, a manager nanny for senior court ladies, 10 junior court ladies and 10 junior court eunuchs. This was no longer a standard that a princess could enjoy. Imperial brother. A complicated look flashed through Princess Ningyan's eyes. She sighed. I don't need such expensive things and I don't need so many people. The emperor's face darkened. You are my most beloved sister. If I say you need it, then you need it. Princess Ningyan wanted to say something but stopped. The emperor held her shoulder and stared fixedly at her weather-beaten face. He said with heartache and self-blame, I didn't protect you well back then and caused you to suffer for so many years. I will make it up to you in the future. You don't have to worry about anything. Just leave everything to me. No one will dare to criticize you. If there is, I will cut off their heads. Princess Ningyan wanted to say something, but before she could refuse, a child's chattering came from outside Iridescent Clouds Hall. A trace of confusion appeared on Princess Ningyan's face. The emperor smiled and said, It's little Qi and his little classmate. Little Jing Kong had just entered the palace. He was a child, so he didn't know who had come to the palace. He had come purely for the rent increase. That day he had asked his brother-in-law for a rent increase, but his brother-in-law had said that his request was unreasonable. So he wanted to ask his great-aunt how to reasonably increase the rent. Unfortunately, his great-aunt's mood seemed to be a little down. He was an understanding child, so he decided to temporarily put aside the matter of the rent increase. He tried his best to act cute for a long time, but in the end he was thrown out by his great-aunt with an expressionless face. It was too noisy. Then he went to find Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu had recently raised a puppy. The two chased the puppy everywhere. The puppy probably smelled the emperor's scent and ran to Iridescent Clouds Hall. When Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong arrived outside Iridescent Clouds Hall, they happened to see Huang Fuxian sunbathing at the entrance. They had never seen a wheelchair before, so they were quite curious. Little Jing Kong walked over, looked at Huang Fuxian's wheelchair and said, Wow! What kind of chair is this? And it has wheels. Compared to the strange chair, Qin Chuyu's attention was more on the person. He asked in confusion, Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? The palace was Qin Chuyu's home. He might not know all the maids and eunuchs, but he should know this person who obviously had some background. Huang Fuxian sneered at the little kid and the little bean in front of him. Who are you? Qin Chuyu introduced himself seriously. I'm Qin Chuyu and he's my classmate, Jing Kong. Huang Fuxian looked Qin Chuyu up and down, then looked at little Jing Kong with a sneer. He said sarcastically, You're already so old but you still go to school with such a young child. Are the princes of the Zhao kingdom so stupid? Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end. Who are you calling stupid? I'm not stupid. I'm in the prodigy class of the Imperial College. Huang Fuxian sneered, You stuffed it in, right? Qin Chuyu's face turned red. Little Jing Kong was completely attracted by the big wheels of the wheelchair, so he didn't pay attention to their conversation. He squatted down, tilted his head and carefully looked at the big wheels in front of him. Qin Chuyu put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. This was little Jing Kong's habit. After spending so much time with little Jing Kong, he unconsciously picked up some of the little Jing Kong's style. He said angrily, How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm the 7th prince of the Zhao kingdom. If you continue to be so rude, I'll get someone to beat you up. Huang Fuxian wasn't scared by his words. Instead, he coldly reached out his hand and pushed Qin Shiyu to the ground. Unfortunately, little Jing Kong was squatting on the ground looking at the wheels. When Qin Shiyu fell, he was knocked down as well. Little Jing Kong cried out in pain. His little foot was squashed by Qin Shiyu's butt. When the Emperor and Princess Ning'an walked over, they saw the two children fall to the ground. Eunuch Wei also came out. He quickly walked forward and pulled up Qin Shiyu, who was on top, and little Jing Kong, who was on the bottom. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He asked worriedly. Little Jing Kong's right foot hurt a little. Qin Shiyu had a lot of meat, so he didn't hurt, but he was very angry. He turned around and was about to pounce on Huang Fuxian. Stop! The Emperor shouted. Eunuch Wei immediately held Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu immediately complained and pointed at Huang Fuxian. Father. He pushed me. The Emperor looked at Huang Fuxian in the wheelchair. Huang Fuxian slowly leaned against the back of the wheelchair and raised his eyebrows. I didn't push you. You fell down yourself. Qin Shiyu widened his eyes. Nonsense. I wouldn't fall down myself. It was you who pushed me. Jing Kong, you saw it, didn't you? Ha! Little Jing Kong was confused when he was suddenly called out. He was too focused on studying the big wheel and didn't see anything. At this moment, Lian came back with a bouquet of flowers. She didn't know what happened and handed the peony flowers to him. Young master. Here are the flowers you wanted. These flowers were planted by Princess Xinyang in the imperial garden, and each flower was worth 100 gold coins. Lian casually plucked out 5 flowers. Huang Fuxian took them and said in disdain, there are so few of them. Didn't I tell you to pick all of them? Lian wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, the others haven't grown yet. Only these 5 flowers look the best. I don't like them. After saying this, Huang Fuxian threw away the 5 peonies that Princess Xinyang had painstakingly cultivated without a second thought. The Emperor could already imagine Princess Xinyang's expression when she found out that her flowers were gone. Xian Princess Ning'an's face darkened. The Emperor's throat was dry. He weakly took in a cold breath, coughed and said calmly, it's okay. It's just a few flowers. Xian likes peonies. I'll ask the greenhouse to send a few more to Iridescent Clouds Hall. As he spoke, he turned to Qin Shiyu and said in a low voice, why aren't you here to greet your aunt and cousin? Qin Shiyu asked, who's my aunt? Who's my cousin? Princess Ning'an walked towards him and patted his head. I'm your Aunt Ning'an. He's your cousin. As she spoke, she pointed at Huang Fuxian behind her. Qin Shiyu pushed her hand away. He's not my cousin. The Emperor's eyes darkened. How dare you? Qin Shiyu angrily pointed at Huang Fuxian. He pushed me. Huang Fuxian said calmly, I didn't push you. Qin Shiyu was furious. You pushed me. You pushed me. You pushed me. Princess Ning'an looked at Huang Fuxian and asked seriously, did you push His Highness or not? Huang Fuxian looked straight into Princess Ning'an's eyes and said, no. I didn't. You did. Qin Shiyu was about to explode. Enough. The Emperor stopped Qin Shiyu and said to Eunuch Wei, send His Highness back to Chengkuan Palace and Jing Kong back to Renshou Palace. Eunuch Wei bit the bullet and said, yes. Let's go, His Highness. Jing Kong. Eunuch Wei gently led the two of them forward. The moment he turned around, Qin Shiyu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I'm not lying. He pushed me. Father, why don't you believe me? Little Jing Kong held Qin Shiyu's chubby hand comfortingly and looked back at the young man in the wheelchair. At this moment the young man also looked over. Little Jing Kong saw the young man give him a malicious and provocative smile. Fuck off. The young man sneered and said silently. Chapter 532. Iridescent Cloud's palace was closer to Renshou Palace, so Eunuch Wei sent little Jing Kong back to Renshou Palace first before taking the aggrieved Qin Shiyu to Cunning Palace. As soon as Qin Shiyu saw Empress Xiao, he couldn't help but cry as a little man. Seeing his tears fall down, Empress Xiao didn't understand. She hugged her son and wiped his tears with a handkerchief while asking, what's wrong? Qin Shiyu cried until he was out of breath. Empress Xiao looked at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had no choice but to tell the whole story. The 7th prince said that young Master Xian pushed him, but young Master Xian said that he didn't push him. That child had just lost his father and was disabled. He even lost both his legs. His Majesty couldn't bear to scold him, so he let this servant bring the seventh prince back. Eunuch Wei said this skillfully, making people feel that it wasn't that His Majesty didn't believe Qin Chuyu, but that the child was too pitiful and was a guest, so His Majesty didn't hold him responsible. Empress Xiao sighed. Okay, stop crying. He pushed me. I didn't lie. Qin Chuyu cried miserably. Okay. He pushed you. Mother believes you. Empress Xiao comforted her son. After Eunuch Wei left, Qin Chuyu cried for a while and fell asleep. Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Su to go to Iridescent Cloud's palace to give some gifts to Princess Ningyan and check on the child. The bottom part of his trousers is empty, Eunuch Su reported. Empress Xiao looked at her son who was sleeping soundly, touched his forehead and slowly sighed. I know, you may withdraw. Empress Xiao had a good relationship with Princess Ningyan in the early years, even better than with Princess Xinyang. Princess Ningyan was innocent and lively. She was a girl whose smile warmed people's hearts. However, after not seeing each other for so many years, they had grown distant. Empress Xiao might still be Empress Xiao, but Princess Ningyan was no longer the naive and childish princess. Now Ningyan was just a poor woman who was betrayed by her husband, and her only son was a cripple. If Empress Xiao argued with them, it would be beneath her dignity, not to mention that it would make His Majesty and Empress Dowager unhappy. Empress Xiao frowned and said, keep a close eye on the seventh prince in the future. Don't go to the Iridescent Clouds Hall anymore. Take the dog with you and don't let the seventh prince see it again. Eunuch Su replied, yes. After little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace, he said goodbye to his grandaunt and planned to go back. Because he was a year older, he firmly believed that he could come and go as freely as his bad brother-in-law, so he came here in Lu Quan's carriage. On the way back he rode in Lu Quan's carriage. He was an independent little man now. Great-aunt goodbye? He waved his little hand. Hold on. Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the little fellow and placed him on a chair beside her. She asked, what happened to your foot? Little Jing Kong, even this has been discovered? I clearly walked very well. It's nothing. It just hurts a little. Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and said. Empress Dowager Zhuang took off his shoes, revealing a swollen little instep. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and said, what happened? It's all swollen. Little Jing Kong was naughty. It was common for him to bump and bruise his body, but it was rare for him to get swollen. Little Jing Kong seriously and honestly told her what happened just now. In the end, he added his own opinion. That little brother doesn't seem to like to play with others. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang worriedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang put down little Jing Kong's trousers and put on his shoes for him. She said, it's okay if you don't like it. You can play by yourself in the future. But why does his chair have wheels? Little Jing Kong was still thinking about the big wheels. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt sad when she mentioned these things. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, Jing Kong, I'll take you to sit on the swing outside. Okay. Little Jing Kong jumped on the ground and hopped away with one foot. A few clever maids stayed in the yard to play with him. Eunuch Qin came back and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who seemed to have aged a few years overnight. He comforted her with heartache. Empress Dowager, don't take it to heart. That child's body is like this. It's inevitable that he has a strange temperament. Plus he just lost his father. It's inevitable that he'll be emotional. Besides, with his broken body, he'll feel sad when he sees a normal man. Eunuch Qin could empathize with Empress Dowager Zhuang on this point. He was a eunuch and his body was crippled. At this age, he had naturally thought through what he should have thought through and accepted what he should have accepted. However, in his early years when he saw normal men he would feel jealous, hateful, unwilling, and inferior. Huang Fuxian was the same. They both knew whether Qin Chuyu was lying or not. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and said, I'm tired. Remember to ask someone to send Jing Kong back. Yes. Eunuch Qin agreed. Blue Cloud's Hall. The emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace first. Princess Ning En and Huang Fuxian sat in the spacious bedchamber. Princess Ning En had dismissed all the palace servants, leaving only Lianer at her side. Huang Fuxian sat in his wheelchair and absent-mindedly played with a fresh flower in a vase. Princess Ning En sat down across from him and stared at him. Xian, why did you do this? I like it. Huang Fuxian looked at the flower in his hand. Lianer looked at her princess in fear. Princess Ning En took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She said seriously, Huang Fuxian, this isn't the border fortress. This is the imperial palace. Even the smallest thing can make you lose your head. Huang Fuxian pinched a petal. Is that so? Who dares to go past His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to chop off my head? Princess Ning, and stared at him for a long time. Huang Fuxian, no one owes you anything. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager won't always favor you. It's best if you put away your bad temper. Don't be ungrateful for your good fortune. Huang Fuxian looked at Princess Ning, and mockingly. And if I don't? Will you send me back to the border fortress? Or will you just treat me like a remnant of the previous dynasty and deal with me? I almost forgot. You are the princess of Zhao country. You can place righteousness above family and abandon your husband. What is a crippled son in your eyes? Why don't you get rid of this burden as soon as possible so that you can find a husband to marry? Slap. Princess Ning, and slapped him across the face. Huang Fuxian's head turned to the side from the slap. Lian paled in fright. She rushed over to hug Huang Fuxian and said to Princess Ning, and, Princess, don't be like this. Scram. Huang Fuxian didn't appreciate her kindness and pushed Lian away. Lian staggered a few steps and bumped into the table behind her. Her back was bruised. Huang Fuxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his slender fingers. He looked at the drop of blood and his lips curled. A trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. That was a good hit, my mother. Gu Jiao went to the medical hall today. When the second master saw her, his tears almost fell. He didn't care about the many doctors and patients in the hall. He held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and looked her up and down for a while. Little Gu, are you really okay? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. You're lying. You didn't tell me that you had such a serious illness. You were also kidnapped by the prince consort. The people from the medical hall also went to the border fortress so they could bring back some news about Gu Jiao. For example, after Gu Jiao came back from Lingguan City, she isolated herself for 7 days. Dr. Song knew that she had contracted an epidemic. Dr. Song would not hide it from the second master. But Dr. Song didn't know that she was kidnapped by the prince consort. She didn't say anything. Gu Changqing also didn't say anything. She didn't say anything because she was too lazy to say anything. Gu Changqing didn't say anything because he was considering her reputation. Gu Changqing only reported everything truthfully in a letter to the emperor. Other than her and Gu Changqing, only Princess Ningyan and her servant, and Dr. Tong knew about this matter. Gu Jiao's gaze crossed the medicine table and fell on a certain person who was filling medicine for a patient. Probably feeling Gu Jiao's gaze, Dr. Tong turned around and smiled brightly at Gu Jiao. He waved his hand and said, Dr. Gu. Dr. Tong was one of the people who saved Princess Ningyan. This time he came to the capital because the emperor wanted to reward him in person. But he didn't live in the Imperial Courier Station. He came to the medical hall to do odd jobs for free. Dr. Gu. After he finished filling the medicine for the patient, he walked over with a smile. You left the army that day. I was worried about you. Gu Jiao faintly replied, it's been hard on you. She was referring to the fact that he didn't receive a monthly salary for doing odd jobs. Dr. Tong hurriedly waved his hand. It's not hard at all. He glanced behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao knew what he was looking at and said, it's in the basket. Dr. Tong's eyes lit up. Gu Jiao said again, I won't let you touch it. Dr. Tong was speechless. There weren't many patients who came to see the doctor during the new year, and there weren't any difficult diseases that Gu Jiao needed to deal with. Gu Jiao went to Lu Yixing's house in the afternoon. She didn't go on New Year's Eve. She went on the first day of the new year, but Lu Yixing wasn't there. Anu and the old mama were also not there. Gu Jiao knocked on the door of the Lu family again. Surprisingly, there was still no response. No one? Did they go out again or has no one been here these days? Gu Jiao quietly listened to the noise inside. Lu Yixing had a special identity, and too many people in the capital wanted to bully him. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if something had happened to him. She grabbed the trunk with her left hand and pulled it over the wall. The yard was covered with snow and there were no strange footprints. The gate of the courtyard was bolted from the inside and was not locked from the outside. However, if one went through the central room to the back door, one would find that the back door was locked from the outside. So they really went out. There was a little dust in the room, but there were no traces of fighting. Gu Jiao basically ruled out the possibility that Lu Yixing was kidnapped. Gu Jiao thought for a while, took out a small notebook and left a note for him, asking him to find her in the clinic when he came back. She had something for him. After Gu Jiao left Lu Yixing's house, she went to the Qinghuan Chess Club. She wasn't going to play chess but wanted to see the old beggar nearby. She left in a hurry and didn't say goodbye to the old beggar. She didn't know how he was doing recently. She looked around the street where the old beggar used to be, but didn't meet the old beggar. Suddenly, a scholar came out from the Qinghuan chess club across the street. She stopped him and said, "Brother, have you seen the old beggar playing chess across the street?" Gu Jiao was used to dressing as a man in the frontier fortress, so she also dressed as a man today. After being with Gu Qingfeng for 3 months, she had learned some skills in falsetto. It wasn't very pleasant to hear, but her juvenile voice could still fool the layman. The scholar was quite knowledgeable and wasn't scared by the young man's face. He said kindly, "Oh, you mean that person? He left." Left? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Yes, I haven't seen him for more than 2 months. If he didn't leave, what did he mean?" It's also possible." The scholar covered his mouth. He probably realized that he shouldn't say anything inauspicious during the new year, so he skipped the last few words and said directly, "He's old and it's snowing so heavily in the capital this year. You know." "Yes." Gu Jiao understood. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. An old beggar who had no one to rely on might freeze to death on a cold night on the street. This was the scholar's guess. It wasn't Gu Jiao's guess. The old beggar could earn money so he wouldn't starve or freeze to death. Of course, it didn't rule out that he was killed or accidentally. He shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Gu Jiao murmured. "What did you say?" the scholar asked. Gu Jiao said, "Nothing. Thank you. Goodbye." "Hey," the scholar didn't stop Gu Jiao. He scratched his head in confusion. It's so strange that someone would come to inquire about the whereabouts of a beggar during the new year. Anyway, that beggar seems to know how to play chess. He even won against Maoshan Hermit of the Qinghuan Chess Club. "Tieske, what does this have to do with me?" The scholar shook his head, wrapped his cotton-padded jacket tightly, and walked through the snow-covered street. Coincidences in the world were so bizarre. They were either there or not, as if they had made an appointment. Gu Jiao walked unhurriedly on the quiet street. The capital was the most prosperous place in the whole Zhao country. However, the streets were still deserted during the new year. Gu Jiao only saw 1 or 2 carriages pass by after a long time. Gu Jiao didn't care and kept walking forward. However, when she passed by an alley, there was a lot of noise coming from the other side of the alley. Gu Jiao looked over and saw that it was coming from the direction of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao wasn't very familiar with Immortal Music House. She had only been there a few times to investigate some things. Old concubine Jing was most likely the owner of Immortal Music House. After the old concubine died, Gu Jiao didn't keep an eye on Immortal Music House. But what could have happened to Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao paused for a moment, but still walked toward Immortal Music House. Chapter 533. The outside of Immortal Music House was crowded with onlookers. To be able to attract so many people during the new year, it could be seen that something big had happened inside. Nearby, there were several carriages from the government. Looking at the insignia, there were some from the capital governor and some from the Ministry of Justice. To be able to alarm the 2 big government offices, Gu Jiao's evaluation of this matter was 1 level higher. "Hey, this old man, what happened to the Immortal Music residence?" A young man who came to join in the fun around the same time as Gu Jiao politely asked the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man stretched his neck to look inside Immortal Music House. Seeing nothing, he sighed disappointedly and turned to the young man. "I heard that someone died." Someone died?" The young man was shocked. During the new year, this word was too unlucky. The young man took a long time to utter a complete sentence. "Who died?" the young man asked. After saying the first time, the second time didn't seem so difficult. Gu Jiao originally didn't pay much attention to their conversation until she heard the middle-aged man say, "Immortal Music House's top courtesan." If she remembered correctly, Immortal Music House's top courtesan seemed to be Mo Chenxue. Gu Jiao and Mo Chenxue had only met a few times. The first time, Mo Chenxue told her where the emperor's assassin was. The second time, Mo Chenxue told her that the owner of Immortal Music House was a woman. After that, when she went to Immortal Music House, she was told that Mo Chenxue had been ordered to leave. After that, she was no longer in the capital. Did something really happen to Mo Chenxue? She had only left for 3 months, but the capital had a feeling that things had changed. Gu Jiao went to the side door of Immortal Music House and easily jumped in. The walls of Immortal Music House were higher than ordinary walls. If it was 3 months ago, she would have to use a bit of effort. Now it was as easy as blowing off dust. It seemed that the 3 months of fighting at the border weren't in vain. Especially the battle with Sirius, it stimulated a lot of her potential. She was sure that she had recovered more than 30% of her strength. Gu Jiao walked through a corridor hung with red lanterns and followed the sound to the back door of the lobby. The lobby was crowded with people from Immortal Music House as well as the officials who came to handle the case. Gu Jiao looked at the parasol tree beside her and climbed up without any change in her expression. She found a spot with an excellent view and sat down. She saw a corpse covered with a white cloth on the ground, and a few servant girls were kneeling beside the corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Jiao had seen one of the servant girls crying the most before by Mo Qinshue's side. Gu Jiao couldn't remember her name, but she was sure that she was Mo Qinshue's confidant. Miss, she lay on the corpse and wailed. The capital governor frowned and said, all right, don't cry. Hurry up and cooperate with us to investigate the case and find the murderer of your young miss as soon as possible so that your young miss can rest in peace in the underworld. Hearing this, the maidservant lifted the undulating body on top of the corpse, waved her hand and pointed towards the girls of Immortal Music House. It's her. It's her who killed my young miss. From Gu Jiao's angle, she couldn't see who the maidservant was pointing at, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Gu Jiao heard it. You can eat anything you want. Don't talk nonsense. When did you see me kill Sister Qinshu? It was Wuxia, a girl who also had some status in Immortal Music House, but could never be compared with Mo Qinshu. Gu Jiao remembered that once Wuxia took her to her room and gave her an aphrodisiac that actually had no effect on her. As a result, Mo Qinshu arrived and slapped Wuxia in public. The maidservant complained in a tearful voice, "It's you. I heard it with my own ears." Wuxia didn't even lift her eyelids. What did you hear? The maidservant angrily glared at her. I heard you say that you wanted to kill my young miss. Not only did I hear it, Hong Yu and the others also heard it. If you don't believe me, let the official ask them. The capital governor and assistant minister Li of the Ministry of Justice looked at the other girls pointed at by the maidservant. The girls all pinched their handkerchiefs and looked like they couldn't refute. It seemed that they heard it. The two officials couldn't help but exchange a look. Hua Xiao snorted and said, I was just saying. Can't I do that? The maidservant turned to look at the capital governor and assistant minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. Darren. It's really her. The capital governor asked, Did you see her kill your young miss with your own eyes? No. The maidservant lowered her head. Hua Xiao laughed wantonly. The capital governor frowned. An official shouldn't handle a case with emotions, but this Hua Xiao's attitude was really arrogant. He looked at Hua Xiao. When did you say that and why did you say that? Hua Xiao looked at the handkerchief in her hand and said lightly, About 2 days ago, Mo Qinshu has always liked to bully people. Relying on her identity as the top girl of Immortal Music House, she was domineering in front of the sisters. The maidservant shouted, Nonsense. My young miss didn't. Hua Xiao looked at her with a sneer. Darren is asking me a question, not you. The maidservant was so angry that her face and neck turned red. Hua Xiao continued, Mo Qinshu took a fancy to my rouge and asked me to give it to her. I didn't give it to her, so she snatched it. I warned her that the owner of the house was no longer here. Did she still think that someone would support her? As a result, she hurt me. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Hua Xiao said as she lifted up her left sleeve, revealing her white wrist and arm. There were a few bruises on it. The officials didn't look at indecent things. The examination of injuries should be done by a special coroner and doctor. But the coroner hadn't arrived yet. Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice and the capital governor pretended to be calm and quickly withdrew their gaze. The capital governor cleared his throat and waved his hand. Okay. Hua Xiao slowly put down her sleeves. She beat me like this, so I said 2 ruthless words saying that sooner or later I will kill her one day. But Darren, before I had time to do it, she died. The maidservant couldn't listen anymore. You are still quibbling. You have always been at odds with my young miss. Not only did you kill my young miss, but you also smeared her reputation. My young miss doesn't like your rouge. Hua Xiao said fearlessly, If you don't believe me, you can go and find it. Is there a box of Yulon Pavilion rouge in your young miss's makeup box? I went to Yulon Pavilion to buy it myself. The owner of Yulon Pavilion knows which color I bought. You can take the rouge and ask if it's the one I bought. Don't say that your young miss bought it herself. You know better than me whether she bought it or not. The owner of Yulon Pavilion also knows it. The maidservant couldn't refute at once. She stammered, but except for you who would hate my family enough to destroy her body? Hua Xiao shook the handkerchief in her hand and said sarcastically, then how do I know who your young miss has offended outside? The maidservant was so angry that she almost rushed up and tore her apart. The governor looked at Hua Xiao again. You just said that the owner of Immortal U residence is gone. What's going on? Hua Xiao's expression paused for a moment. Our lodge master is dead. Gu Jiao came out of Immortal Music residence. It was already dark and there were sporadic light shui floating in the sky. The bustle of Immortal Music residence didn't spread all over the streets of the capital. Gu Jiao walked in the echoing alley, thinking about Mo Qianshua's matter. She always felt that something was wrong. Oh, a suppressed cry of pain came from a dark corner. Gu Jiao's steps paused. As an assassin, her intuition told her that the other party didn't pose any threat to her. She wasn't a nosy person. If there was no threat, she was going to leave. However, she didn't take 2 steps before she came back with a frown. She walked into the dark corner and saw a thin figure curled up in the snow. Under the figure was a pool of blood that had already solidified. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and pushed aside the hair covering the other's cheek to take a look. Mo Qianxue? Medical Center. The last patient also left, and the second boss was about to close the door. But at this moment, a small figure in green strode in carrying a woman covered in blood. The second boss was almost hit. He hurriedly dodged and looked at the person who came. Then he let out a surprised voice. Little Gu? Who is she? Prepare hot water. Gu Jiao only left this sentence, and then carried the dying Mo Qianxue back to her small courtyard. Wait. The second boss looked in the direction she left in confusion. What kind of patient is she, and she brought her to her own courtyard? When the second boss asked someone to boil hot water and bring it over, Gu Jiao had already put Mo Qianxue on the operating table in the side room. Do you need help? The second boss asked. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out a pair of gloves and put them on. Is Dr. Song here? She needed an assistant. The second boss said, no, he went back. Should I call him over? Gu Jiao looked at the rapidly falling blood pressure on the blood pressure monitor. It's too late. The blood loss was serious, accompanied by tension pneumothorax. She could die at any time and had to be operated on immediately. I'm here. Dr. Tong jogged over and stood outside the door. May I come in and help? Gu Jiao nodded, took out a thick needle and touched Mo Qianshue's chest with the tip of her finger. She found the second intercostal collarbone and inserted the needle. Chapter 534. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Dr. Tong was shocked. He knew that Gu Shijio had done this for people, but she didn't do it raw. She didn't even have any drugs. However, in the next second, a stream of gas leaked out from the other end of the needle. Dr. Tong saw the patient's swollen chest slowly collapse. It wasn't appropriate to call it a collapse, but a return to normal. Then the patient's breathing, which had been very difficult, became smooth. Dr. Tong couldn't believe it. Sure, Yi had seen this kind of disease when he was practicing medicine at the frontier. Some were caused by injuries and some were caused by spontaneous causes. The doctors at the frontier were all helpless and could only watch the patient die. So, a single injection was enough? It's not a needle, it's a puncture to release the gas in the chest cavity. Gu Jiao had just finished when Mo Qianxue suddenly coughed. She was injured all over and a small cough could be fatal. As expected, Gu Jiao heard a small crack. Her ribs were broken. Or rather, they were already broken. However, this cough affected the broken ribs and made the situation worse. Her chest swelled again and her blood pressure continued to drop rapidly. Dr. Tong had seen Gu Jiao use a blood pressure monitor in the casualty barracks, and he knew that this was a very dangerous sign. He was stunned. What happened? Suddenly, acute pneumothorax. Gu Jiao took out a negative pressure water bottle from the small medicine box, poured in saline, and inserted a drainage tube. Lower the bottle 2 feet, she said to Dr. Tong. Okay. Dr. Tong put the bottle 2 feet below the bed and found a stool that was just right. Gu Jiao pulled out the puncture needle from Mo Qianshue's chest. After local infiltration anesthesia, Gu Jiao used a scalpel to cut a small window and inserted the other end of the drainage tube into Mo Qianshue's chest. If the drainage process didn't go well, Mo Qianxue would have to perform a thoracotomy. She had lost too much blood, and another major surgery would likely kill her. The water bottle didn't move for a full 30 seconds. Just as Gu Jiao took out the anesthetic and prepared to perform the thoracotomy, the water bottle finally began to bubble. Gu Jiao's expression was as calm as ever, but Dr. Tong still felt the change in her aura. "Is this enough?" Dr. Tong asked in a low voice. "It's a good sign." Gu Jiao looked at the wound on Mo Qinshua's thigh and said, "Prepare for the suture operation now." Dr. Tong put on the patient's chest. In addition to her broken ribs and blood pneumothorax, Mo Qinshu also had 2 fatal wounds. One was a broken artery in her thigh, and the other was a knife wound on her abdomen. She had lost too much blood. Gu Jiao didn't know how she was still alive. She needed a blood transfusion, but after testing the blood type of everyone in the clinic, only Gu Jiao's blood matched hers. "I'll leave the final suture to you," Gu Jiao said to Dr. Tong. Dr. Tong nodded solemnly. Gu Jiao sat on the chair next to Mo Qinshu, installed a white filter on the 4-tube, and transfused her blood into Mo Qinshua's body. Dr. Tong didn't know how much blood Gu Jiao had given to the patient. He just watched as Gu Jiao's ruddy face turned pale little by little. But he couldn't be impatient. If he was impatient, he would make mistakes, and if he made a mistake, Dr. Gu would have to give more blood. Dr. Tong forced himself to calm down. If it was Dr. Gu, how would she do it? Thinking of this, his trembling hands gradually calmed down. When the last wound was sutured, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on the back of the chair. The white snow outside the room reflected a large amount of light, making it hard to tell if it was dawn. Dr. Tong was soaked and exhausted, but he didn't rest immediately. He strictly followed Gu Jiao's instructions after every operation and dealt with all the medical supplies. In fact, Gu Jiao had never taught him anything. He observed everything on his own. He was very attentive and Gu Jiao trusted him. Otherwise, Gu Jiao wouldn't have fallen asleep. When Dr. Tong could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Mo Qinshu slowly woke up on the operating table. Mo Qinshu only woke up for a very short moment. She saw a young man wearing a mask and strange clothes sitting on the chair next to her. Their arms were connected to something, and the young man's blood flowed into her body. Dr. Tong didn't notice that Mo Qinshu had woken up. When he closed the small medicine box and turned to check on Mo Qinshu, she had already fallen asleep again. Dr. Tong took Mo Qinshu's blood pressure. She was in good condition. He stopped the blood transfusion. He called Gu Jiao twice. "Dr. Gu, Dr. Gu." Unfortunately, Gu Jiao didn't respond. She was probably exhausted or weak from blood loss. Dr. Tong couldn't bear to disturb her any longer, so he found a blanket and covered her. Next he moved Mo Qinshu to the bed. Although he was a man, he was weak, so he had to call for help. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a tall and slender figure standing in the corridor. He was very tall and wore a light green cloak. The light from the snow reflected on his face, revealing his jade-like exquisite appearance. Dr. Tong had never seen such a handsome man before. He was stunned. The man spoke first. "Is the operation done?" His voice was slightly magnetic, cool and low. It was a voice that matched his appearance. "Ah, yes, it's done," Dr. Tong stammered. "May I go in?" the man asked again. "Ah, yes. Actually, he couldn't. Outsiders couldn't enter the operating room. Dr. Tong didn't know what he had said. He had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen a godlike person. He was allowed to be stunned. Xiaoheng stepped into the room. As he passed by, Dr. Tong noticed that his shoulders were covered with snow. It seemed that this young man had been waiting for them in the snowy night for as long as they had been in the operation. Xiaoheng came to Gu Jiao, bent his tall body and called softly, "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao's breathing was even and long. Xiaoheng took off his leather gloves, one hand went around Gu Jiao's back, the other around Gu Jiao's knees and carried her up. Gu Jiao was wrapped up tightly, and not even her small head was exposed to the wind and snow. Dr. Tong was dumbfounded as he watched the young man carry Dr. Gu out of the operating room. Dr. Gu was covered from head to toe. The only reason he could recognize her was because of the shoes on her feet. This. Dr. Tong couldn't believe his own eyes after witnessing God Killer Gu's massacre of the heavens and earth. Had killing God Gu ever been so obedient? Although he was asleep, his aura was not the same as usual. Xiaoheng carried Gu Jiao to the next room. He had lit the brazier early so the room was still warm. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao had given too much blood. Her hands and feet were cold and her body temperature was very low. Xiaoheng gently placed her on the bed, took off his cloak with snowflakes and took off her shoes and outerwear. He pulled the quilt over her, but she was shivering from the cold. Xiao Heng covered her with 2 quilts, but it still didn't help. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. Why would you risk your life for anyone? Have you ever thought about your own life? She was like this. If someone treated her well, she would treat them very well. Xiao Heng wasn't like that. When he was young, there were too many people who treated him well. He was used to it. He wouldn't let them down, but he wouldn't be too grateful either. Had she not been treated well when she was young? So much so that if someone treated her well, she would repay them many times over? Xiao Heng's heart suddenly hurt. He took off his cold outer clothes, pulled open the quilt and lay down, wrapping his arms around her small body that was shivering from the cold. He hugged her tightly, his lips kissing her cold forehead. His body was burning hot and Gu Jiao's body was no longer cold. She stopped trembling and laid quietly in his arms. Xiao Heng untied her hair tie, and gently spread her soft hair on the pillow, not bearing to break a single strand. The room was very quiet, so quiet that only their even breathing could be heard. Xiao Heng's back was already covered in sweat. This temperature was a bit hot for him, but it was just right for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao snuggled into his arms, finding a comfortable position. Xiao Heng was burning hot, but he couldn't bear to let go of her. He also didn't sleep all night and now he was a little sleepy. He closed his eyes, intending to fall into a deep sleep. All of a sudden, a small, restless hand reached over. He was hugging her tightly, so it was normal for her hand to have nowhere to rest. At first, the hand was only on his waist, but after a while, it moved to his chest. Because he was hugging her, the corner of his shirt was slightly lifted, revealing his attractive abdominal muscles. The hand used 2 fingers to sneak in, and as it walked, it slipped in. Xiao Heng didn't move. The hand became bolder, touching and pinching, and after pinching his chest, it went to his abdominal muscles. Xiao Heng watched the hand slide all the way down and his eyes narrowed. You're awake. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. I'm not. Xiao Heng. Chapter 535. No? Him? Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth as a muffled sound came from between his teeth. However, the person who had been caught didn't seem to have a guilty conscience. Her cold fingertips continued to move downwards. Xiao Heng was so angry that he laughed. Who was the person with the thickest skin in the world? It was none other than this girl. Xiao Heng was a shy person. Normally, just holding hands would cause his face to blush and his heart to beat for a long time. However, he couldn't stand a certain someone taking advantage of him again and again. Moreover, she was taking advantage of him so confidently. Did this girl really think that he didn't dare to do anything to her? He pinched her smooth little chin and said with a hint of threat, You don't want to sleep anymore, do you? Gu Jiao's little hand paused. Her eyes were still closed as she said, I want to. No, you don't want to. After Xiao Heng said this, he flipped over and put his elbows on both sides of her body, gently pressing her under his body. She was the one who teased him first, so she couldn't blame him for not letting her sleep properly. He lowered his head and covered her soft lips. From the moment she rushed back in the snow and appeared in front of him to say, Happy birthday, official Xiao to him, he had wanted to do this. He tried hard to restrain himself. This girl didn't know how hard it was for him to restrain himself, but she easily broke through all of his restraints. After resting at home for a few days, his lips that had been cracked by the wind and snow were moist and soft again. His breathing was disorderly and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He briefly let go of her before the last bit of him collapsed. Your face is red. Gu Jiao said. Don't talk. He buried his head in her neck. Your ears are also red. Gu Jiao said again. Gu Jiao Jiao. His voice was hoarse. Gu Jiao tilted her head slightly and whispered into his red ears, Your voice isn't even your own. Xiao Heng's breathing stagnated. Gu Jiao Jiao Jiao. Yes. Gu Jiao replied obediently. This answer melted Xiao Heng's heart. The flames of shame and anger were instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the person beneath him. A certain someone was still sitting there with his eyes closed. Xiao Heng moved his elbow inwards and hugged her even tighter. Then the corners of his lips curled up. He laughed and said, Aren't you still asleep? Why can you still see? Try being stubborn again. Xiao Heng saw that under her tightly shut eyelids, her eyeballs were moving. Xiao Heng couldn't help but laugh. He pressed his forehead against hers and whispered in an extremely bewitching voice, You can't speak him? His voice was so pleasant that Gu Jiao's ears melted. Gu Jiao paused for a moment. You're really delicious. Xiaoheng, how did the topic change so quickly? Alright, come, let's talk about a few coins today. Xiaoheng looked at a certain someone who refused to open her eyes. He was amused. Is that so? I didn't even get to eat, how can I be delicious? I ate. Gu Jiao blindly raised her hand and touched his cheek. Then she touched his lips. Xiaoheng was convinced that she could still close her eyes and act like she hadn't woken up even in this state. In ancient times there were thieves who covered their ears to steal a bell. Today there was Gu Jiao who played with her eyes closed. Xiaoheng wanted to laugh. He whispered in her ear, Gu Jiao 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 Jiao, this isn't eating. He spoke quickly and regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. His words were a bit too rash. As if he was afraid that she would feel awkward when she realized what he said, he quickly changed the topic. How old is the girl over there? Since he knew that she wasn't the real Gu Jiao's mother, and she also admitted that she wasn't Gu Jiao's mother, there was no need for him to pretend that he didn't know anything. Although there were indeed many things that he didn't know. For example, her origin, and why she became Gu Jiao's mother. Gu Jiao didn't know that so many things flashed through his mind in such a short time. She answered honestly, a girl reaches adulthood at 18 and gets married at 20. Reaching adulthood was being of marriageable age. Getting married was getting married. Xiaoheng understood this. Xiaoheng stroked her hair and asked softly, then you want me to wait for you to grow up? Do you want me to wait until you're 20 or 18? Gu Jiao closed her eyes and was about to speak. Xiaoheng said in a hoarse voice, 18. Gu Jiao, I didn't say that. Xiaoheng, you said it. I heard it. Gu Jiao, you cheated. Xiaoheng chuckled softly and gently touched her cheek. Yes, I cheated. But Dr. Gu, are you sure you can wait until you're 18? Gu Jiao said seriously, of course I can. Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. Do you want to take out your hand first before saying this? Gu Jiao tilted her head. I fell asleep. Xiaoheng chuckled softly. Okay, I got it. He lowered his head and covered her lips again. It was lingering and restrained, domineering and gentle. Gu Jiao fell asleep in great joy. When she woke up, she felt indescribably refreshed. Xiaoheng was no longer there. He left a note on the bedside table, saying that he went to the Ministry of Justice to help with the case. The words were full of business and there was no ambiguous tone. However, Gu Jiao's favorite snacks and dried meat were placed on the table. Gu Jiao tasted a snack. Oh, it's so sweet. After Gu Jiao finished tidying up, she went to Mo Qianshue's ward next door. Speaking of which, the reason why this room was changed into a ward was thanks to Gu Qinglin. During the days when Gu Qinglin stayed here, Gu Jiao simply remodeled the room and added an operating bed. At the same time, she kept the original bed. Dr. Tong stayed up all night and Dr. Song came over to change his shift. At this moment, Dr. Song was in the room. Dr. Song was not idle while taking care of Mo Qianxue. He was looking through the medical records sorted out during this period, hoping to improve his medical skills as soon as possible. Gu Jiao entered the room. When Dr. Song heard the movement, he got up and greeted Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. How is she? Gu Jiao asked. Dr. Song said, there is no serious problem for the time being. There is no postoperative infection. The drainage of pleural effusion and gas is also good. During the war in Yuegu City, Dr. Song followed Gu Jiao to perform several pneumothorax surgeries, so he knows what to pay attention to. Gu Jiao nodded. You go and rest for a while, I'll watch. Dr. Song didn't refuse. Gu Jiao doesn't like superficial skills, such as deliberately pretending to be diligent. A person's diligence is reflected in his medical skills and medical ethics, not in these trivial matters. I'll come back after having a meal. Dr. Song said. Gu Jiao, okay. Mo Qianshue's case spread throughout the capital overnight. After all, she was the most popular courtesan in Xianle House and died so miserably. Hua Xia was the biggest suspect, but all kinds of evidence finally showed that Hua Xia was not the murderer of Mo Qianxue. Because of Mo Qianshue's case, the tea house, which was supposed to open after the 15th day of the month, started to open in advance. There were a lot of people sitting in the tea house to listen to the gossip. Regarding Mo Qianshue's murderer, there were many different theories. Some said it was a vendetta, some said it was a crime of passion, and some said it was a competition between people of the same trade. Soft Fragrance Pavilion and Cool Breeze Brothel, whose reputation was second only to Immortal Music Abode, suddenly became the target of public criticism. It's been 3 days, but I heard that the murderer hasn't been found yet. In Gu Jiao's small courtyard, the second boss and Gu Jiao were sitting in the corridor and drinking tea. The one who spoke was the second boss. These days the medical center was not busy, so he came to find Gu Jiao to gossip. The second boss said, "The murderer is too cruel. Not only did he kill but also cut her face 17 or 18 times. How much hatred and resentment is there? Not 17 or 18 times but 5 times. An arrogant woman's voice came from the ward. The second boss was stunned and looked back. Who's talking? Your grandaunt. The second boss, is that girl awake? The second boss asked Gu Jiao in a low voice. Should be. Gu Jiao put down the teacup, got up and opened the door of the ward. The drainage tube on Emo Qinshua's body had been taken off, and she was neatly dressed. Of course they were all Gu Jiao's clothes. Gu Jiao was taller than her, but the loose clothes were just right for her to wear as a hospital gown. How do you feel? Gu Jiao came to the bed, picked up the stethoscope and listened to her heart and lungs. Emo Qinshu blocked her hand, looked her up and down and said angrily, "It was you, wasn't it?" This question came out of nowhere. Gu Jiao seemed to understand. She did not deny it. "Yes, it's me." Emo Qinshu said coldly, "You're a woman?" Gu Jiao answered honestly, "Yes." Emo Qinshua's tone became colder. "You're not a mute?" Gu Jiao continued to answer honestly, "Yes, I'm not." Emo Qinshu gritted her teeth. "Liar." Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pushed away Emo Qinshua's hand. Emo Qinshu struggled, but she was seriously injured and was no match for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed her wrist. "Listen to me, don't move or the wound will open again." Emo Qinshua's lips moved a few times, then she snorted coldly and turned her face away. Gu Jiao's stethoscope went into Emo Qinshua's clothes, only a thin doo-doo between them. Gu Jiao listened carefully without any distracting thoughts. Emo Qinshu blushed. Her eyelashes trembled and she said, "Aren't you going to ask me how I found out?" Gu Jiao listened to the first part, then put the stethoscope on Emo Qinshua's back. "Oh, how did you find out?" Emo Qinshu felt an itch on her back and her whole body tensed up. She bit her lip. I don't want to talk about it." Gu Jiao. Are all women so fickle? Gu Jiao did not intend to ask further, but Emo Qinshu said, "I recognized you that night." She was referring to the night Gu Jiao picked her up. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask, but it was different from wearing a mask, but Emo Qinshu was very familiar with her green clothes. Emo Qinshu was not in a coma all the time these days. She would wake up occasionally, and when she woke up, she could hear the commotion in the yard. After listening for a while, she naturally guessed Gu Jiao's identity. "You're recovering well." Gu Jiao put away the stethoscope. "It's not a big problem for now, but pneumothorax is prone to recurring attacks, so you have to be careful in the future." "Be careful of what?" Emo Qinshu asked angrily. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Don't be angry." Emo Qinshu. The second boss did not enter the room but waited outside. Gu Jiao came out after examining Emo Qinshu. "Why do you look like you have a headache?" Just as the second boss finished asking, a vase smashed against the door and broke. Emo Qinshu's teeth were clenched. "You little liar, when I recover, I'll teach you a lesson." Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. "Well, that's what happened." The second boss. She looks just like my wife when she's angry." "But who is that girl?" The second boss asked in a low voice. "I'm your aunt." Emo Qinshua's voice was heard. The second boss trembled. "No." She could hear that. "Gu Jiao, do you know martial arts?" Emo Qinshua's anger flowed like the Yellow River. "Also, didn't you want to know who the murderer of Immortal Music House is? Why can't the authorities catch the murderer?" It's me. That person wanted to kill me, but I killed her in the end. Then I ruined her face and escaped like a cicada." The second boss looked like he was struck by lightning. "You ruined her face and she escaped." "Wait, you are, Emo Qinshu smiled coldly. "Yes, I'm the dead courtesan of Immortal Music House, Emo Qinshu." The second boss pinched his philtrum and fainted again. Emo Qinshua's situation was a bit special. Gu Jiao told her family that she would be staying at the clinic for the next few days. Xiaoheng came over for the first 2 nights. On the third night there was a murder case in the capital. The suspect was Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. Assistant Minister Li was one of the officials in charge of Emo Qinshua's case. His character was trusted by the Ministry of Justice. In order to get first-hand evidence, the Ministry of Justice took Xiaoheng out of the capital to investigate the case. In the clinic, Mo Qinshua's anger had not subsided. She wanted to quarrel with Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was not someone who could quarrel with people. She did not even show any expression and never got angry. She did not give people the pleasure of quarreling. Therefore, Mo Qinshu grabbed the second boss and gave him a good beating. The second boss was bald. When women quarreled, they could be compared to thousands of soldiers and horses. That night, after Mo Qinshu gave the second boss a good beating as usual, she closed her eyes and snorted coldly. In the middle of the night, several black shadows quietly sneaked into the small courtyard of the medical center. Chapter 536. There were no patients left in the clinic, except for Mo Qinshu. The doctors and staff on duty were all asleep, and Mo Qinshu was no exception. The entire clinic was quiet and only the sound of the wind could be heard. The sound of the wind perfectly concealed the movements of the men in black. Of course, their original movements were very light, which was enough to show the depth of their skills. The group of people jumped over the tall wall and landed silently. Only when their clothes rubbed against each other did they make a small noise, but that was all. A gust of wind was enough to cover it up. When they reached the stairs, the leader stopped and raised his hand to signal for everyone to stop. The others all stopped. The leader went to the corridor first and listened to every room with vigilance. Finally, he settled on the room on the east side. He took out a dagger and inserted it into the gap of the door, intending to pry open the latch. However, he found that there was no latch behind the door. Mo Qinshu was a patient, and the doctor had to check on her at any time. Naturally, she wouldn't lock the door. The black-clothed man put away the dagger and gently pushed open the door. He gave a look to the black-clothed men behind him. Everyone understood and rushed towards the room. Mo Qinshu was sleeping. She was so angry that she woke up from her dream that she was so angry that she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she felt a cold light flash past her eyes. She frowned and rolled to the side. A cold, sharp blade pierced into the place where she was originally lying. The man in black saw that she had dodged and his eyes turned cold. He raised his sword and slashed at her again. Mo Qinshu took out the silver needles under her pillow and shot them at the man. However, she was seriously injured, and both her internal energy and speed were greatly reduced. The black-clothed man clearly saw the silver needles that she shot out. He waved his sword and blocked all the silver needles. Mo Qinshu felt a pain in her chest. She tried to grab the dagger on the bedside table, but her hand was kicked away by the man in black. Mo Qinshu was shaken by his inner energy. She tasted blood in her throat and unconsciously spat it out. The man in black aimed at her head and swung his sword down. At that critical moment, a dagger flew through the air and stabbed the man in black in the back, piercing his heart without the slightest deviation. The black-clothed man's eyes suddenly widened, and his body stiffened in disbelief. In the next second, the sword in his hand fell and he also fell straight to the bed. Mo Qinshu looked at the man in black beside her with disgust. She wanted nothing more than to kick him off the bed. At the same time, the other three black-clothed men in the room quickly reacted. They hurriedly drew their swords from their waists. Unfortunately, before the sword could leave its sheath, it was pressed back by a cold hand. With a clang, the sharp blade returned to its sheath. Before they could react, they were knocked down one by one. Gu Jiao was clear-headed. She stepped on the other party's chest with one foot and looked down at him. She said indifferently, "Who sent you?" That person gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "They have poison sacs in their mouths. We can't get anything out of them," Mo Qinshu said, panting. Gu Jiao calmly removed her foot. She stepped over the black-clothed men on the floor and came to the bed. She grabbed the black-clothed man's body and dragged it out like a sack. Then, she wiped her hands and returned to the bed. She looked at Mo Qinshu with a calm expression. Mo Qinshu spat out blood. The blanket was stained with blood. Gu Jiao handed her a handkerchief. Mo Qinshu was stunned. "What?" Gu Jiao handed it to her. Mo Qinshu still didn't understand. Gu Jiao held the handkerchief in her hand and bent down to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiao came in a hurry and was only wearing a thin nightgown. Her aura immediately enveloped Mo Qinshu. Mo Qinshu looked at her calm eyes. Unlike the gentleness of ordinary women, her eyes revealed a heroic spirit. Of course, they were also very exquisite. If it wasn't for the birthmark on her face, this would be a face that both men and women would be captivated by. Gu Jiao was focused on wiping Mo Qinshu's blood and didn't notice Mo Qinshu's fixed gaze. Nightgowns were different from formal undergarments. They were spacious and she happened to be leaning over. Emo Chinchua didn't do it on purpose but accidentally looked in. This figure was such a seductive figure. How many corsets did she wear to turn herself into a man? Little liar. Emo Chinchua gritted her teeth. Gu Jiao. Why was she a little liar again? Emo Chinchua snorted. I don't want to sleep here anymore. That stinky man touched my bed. Emo Chinchua was the top courtesan in Immortal Music House, but she had never been touched by another man. Gu Jiao was the first. No, to be exact, the second. That's not right either. She wasn't a man. Emo Chinchua was angry again. She glared at Gu Jiao angrily. Gu Jiao was confused. This room was indeed unsuitable for people to live in. Gu Jiao decided to bring Emo Chinchua to the next room. Since Emo Chinchua couldn't walk, Gu Jiao could only carry her over. There was still Gu Jiao's scent and warmth in the quilt. Emo Chinchua didn't feel cold after lying down. She even felt a little warm. Gu Jiao went to call the servants and asked them to throw the men in black out of the courtyard. There was no need to report it to the authorities. They wouldn't be able to find anything. Gu Jiao went back to the room, closed the door and lay down next to Emo Chinchua. Emo Chinchua couldn't sleep. She stared at the top of the bed for a while and then suddenly turned to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes were slightly closed and her breathing was calm. Emo Chinchua opened her mouth to speak but stopped. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Who are they? Emo Chinchua knew that the moment she said that they had poison sacs in their mouths, she had exposed the fact that she recognized them. Emo Chinchua lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, People from Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised by this answer. She still asked in confusion, Why did they want to kill you? Emo Chinchua said, I don't know. I went out for a while and then came back. I was killed for no reason. Gu Jiao asked, Where did you go? Emo Chinchua was silent. Gu Jiao said again, Okay, I'll change the question. Is the owner of Immortal Music House really dead? Gu Jiao didn't wait for a response. She opened her eyes and turned her head. She saw that Emo Chinchua had fallen asleep on her side. Under the quilt, Emo Chinchua's fingers were carefully pinching a section of her sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't speak again. She turned her face away and soon closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the following few nights, Emo Chinchua encountered several waves of assassins. With Gu Jiao around, they were all scared but not in danger. Those people seemed to have learned their lesson. They didn't fight Gu Jiao head-on and only restrained Gu Jiao from attacking Emo Chinchua. Gu Jiao dealt with the first two waves of assassins with ease. However, by the third wave, Gu Jiao could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was not on the same level as the previous assassins. 3 men in black, all of them were men of sacrifice. Are they also from Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao asked while holding Emo Chinchua in her arms to avoid the ambush. Emo Chinchua shook her head. I don't know. I don't know them. She really didn't know them and had never seen them before. Emo Chinchua's expression was complicated as she watched Gu Jiao fight with the 3 men of sacrifice. These 3 men of sacrifice were slightly weaker than the Dragon Shadow Guards. With Gu Jiao's current strength, she could deal with them. However, the prerequisite was that they had to fight Gu Jiao properly. However, their target was Emo Chinchua. This made the battle even more difficult. When the 3 men of sacrifice were finally dealt with, Gu Jiao's arm hurt a little. Emo Chinchua sat in the snow, her ankle swollen and painful. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and checked her ankle. Emo Chinchua's gaze fell on the bloodstains on her sleeve. Her expression changed. Your hand is bleeding. Gu Jiao didn't mind. She lifted Emo Chinchua's swollen ankle. It's not dislocated. It's just sprained. It'll heal in a few days. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold arrow shot out from the darkness. In fact, Gu Jiao could have dodged it herself. That would have been much safer. However, Gu Jiao didn't do so. She suddenly turned around and blocked Emo Chinchua with one hand. With the other hand she grabbed the dagger on the ground and shot it at the arrow. The arrow was unbelievably fast. It met the arrow almost at the same time the dagger was shot out. If she had been a little slower, she wouldn't have been able to block the arrow. Emo Chinchua looked at Gu Jiao who was blocking in front of her. Her eyes flashed slightly and a trace of complicated emotions flashed past her eyes. The archer didn't stop there. He shot another arrow at Gu Jiao. This time Gu Jiao caught it directly. Gu Jiao had to deal with the assassin in the dark, so her back was completely exposed to Emo Chinchua. Emo Chinchua stared at Gu Jiao's defenseless back. She silently took out the silver needle hidden in her sleeve. The needle was dipped in poison. The tip of the needle was black. A single needle could kill a person instantly. Mo Qianxue clenched her fists. Her eyes flashed with hesitation, confusion, and struggle. Then she gritted her teeth. Her eyes turned cold as if she had finally made a decision. She suddenly shot all the silver needles in her hand in the direction of Gu Jiao. The silver needles carried all her internal energy. They brushed past Gu Jiao's neck. A few muffled groans came from the dark night, and 3 black-clothed men fell from different directions with a clatter. Chapter 537. The novel will be updated faster. Gu Jiao thought there was only one man in black. Who would have thought there were 2 more hiding in the dark? Mo Qianxue was already severely injured, and this attack with all her strength had almost drained her of all her energy. The moment the 3 men in black fell from above, she couldn't hold on any longer. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Gu Jiao bent down and carried Mo Qianxue back to the room. The clinic's manservant would clean up the place. Mo Qianxue was covered in snow. The wound on her leg was slightly torn. Blood seeped out and dyed her nightgown red. Gu Jiao took off her clothes and stuffed them under the blanket. Then she opened the closet door and found a clean set of nightgown for her to change into. In a daze, Mo Qianxue felt someone touch her body. Her face turned pale and she grabbed the other person's hand. "It's me," Gu Jiao said. Mo Qianxue let go of her hand. She leaned her head against Gu Jiao's chest and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, several groups of people had already come to the clinic. However, Gu Jiao clearly felt that Mo Qianxue's mood had changed. Maybe it was because tonight was especially serious. In the latter half of the night, Mo Qianxue even had nightmares. She was afraid. Her face was pale and her body trembled slightly. It was as if she had fallen into an endless nightmare. Mo Qianxue, Mo Qianxue. Gu Jiao tried to wake her up. Mo Qianxue opened her eyes and looked at Gu Jiao in fear. She did not know if she was still in a dream. She did not respond and only held Gu Jiao's hand tightly, like a drowning person holding onto the last piece of driftwood. "Are you so scared?" Gu Jiao murmured. She didn't pull her hand back. Gu Jiao took the time to go back to Clearwater Alley. Little Jing Kong hadn't seen Gu Jiao for a few days. He felt wronged and teared up. "Jiao Jiao." He rushed over and hugged Gu Jiao. Although he was 5 years old, he looked just 1 year younger than his peers. Gu Jiao easily lifted him up. Little Jing Kong sat in Gu Jiao's arms and shook his little head. "Jiao Jiao, is the medical center done?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Not yet." Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Yao Shi. Yao Shi had just finished bathing Gu Xiaobao. "You're back. There's no need to go to the clinic, right?" Yao Shi warmly asked. "We still have to go over tonight," Gu Jiao said. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and got down from Gu Jiao's arms. He moved a chair for Gu Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao is tired. Jiao Jiao, take a seat." Gu Xiaobao, "Wow." Yao Shi heard her son's voice and laughed. "Did Xiaobao speak? Does Xiaobao want sister to sit down?" Gu Xiaobao widened his big round eyes and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over and poked Gu Xiaobao's face. Gu Xiaobao chuckled. A 3-month-old child could laugh, but Gu Xiaobao was a baby who did not cry, make a fuss, or like to laugh. Other than a chuckle on the day he turned 3 months old, he did not make a sound after that. Gu Jiao found it amusing and gently poked his chubby little face again. Gu Xiaobao laughed again. Gu Jiao poked him again and Gu Xiaobao laughed again. Little Jing Kong clapped his hands excitedly and jumped up and down. "Younger brother is laughing. Younger brother is laughing." At this moment, Marquis Gu came over from the newly renovated residence. It snowed heavily a few days ago and the finishing work was delayed. Now that the weather was better, he led the workmen from the Ministry of Works to rush the work day and night. Today he was here to transport materials and took a detour to see his wife and son. When he reached the door, he heard little Jing Kong's voice. He held his breath and really heard his son's laughter. His son knew how to laugh. Marquis Gu walked into the house in high spirits. "Son, father is here to see you." He did not look at Gu Jiao and went straight to his wife, Yao Shi, and carried Gu Xiaobao over with fatherly love. Then Gu Xiaobao stopped laughing. Marquis Gu teased him. "Son, give father a smile." Under his father's expectant gaze, Gu Xiaobao calmly took out his little finger, put it in his mouth and fell asleep in a second. Marquis Gu, Mo Qianxue slept until the afternoon. Midway, Dr. Tong came to check on her. He took her pulse and checked on her wound. Everything was fine. Because of the accident at Sien Le House, the tea house reopened early. There were more people on the streets and more headaches, fevers and drunkenness. Today, a wave of drunkards and injured patients came to the clinic. There were not many doctors and they could not take care of them all. However, this had nothing to do with Emo Chinchua. She did not need any additional treatment and only needed to quietly recuperate in the room. A maid brought food over. Emo Chinchua ate a little. Her leg was injured and her ribs were broken. She could not walk and could only lie on the bed in boredom. She sat on the bed and clutched the handkerchief in her hand. She snorted, "Where did the little liar go?" Suddenly a figure flashed through the door. Emo Chinchua's eyes flashed with vigilance. "Who is it?" The unlatched door was gently pushed open from the outside. First, an exquisite embroidered fan reached in from the crack of the door. Then the owner of the fan walked in with light steps. It was a pair of brand new pink lotus embroidered shoes. They were made of real gold and were extremely expensive. In the whole capital, only the courtesans of Sien Le House could afford to wear such shoes. The vigilance in Emo Chinchua's eyes dissipated and was replaced by a faint disgust. "What are you doing here?" Emo Chinchua asked coldly. Hua Xiao smiled brightly. "I'm here to see my elder sister." Hua Xiao closed the door behind her and walked toward Emo Chinchua's bedside. Emo Chinchua said with disdain, "Who is your elder sister? Don't randomly recognize relatives here." Hua Xiao covered half of her face with the fan and laughed. "We are all girls in the brothel. Who is more noble than who? Don't make it sound like your elder sister is a daughter of a good family." Emo Chinchua impatiently said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly." Hua Xiao laughed. "I haven't seen you for a few days but you are still so vulgar. Does that little Gongzi also know your character? Is it hard for you to pretend in front of him?" I forgot, he is not a little Gongzi but a little girl." "Elder sister, your infatuation has been misplaced." Emo Chinchua looked at her coldly. "Hua Xiao, do you have nothing to do so you came to tell me this?" Hua Xiao removed the round fan in front of her face, revealing an innocent look. "Of course not, I came to remind elder sister, don't forget your identity, don't be a traitor of Immortal Music House." Emo Chinchua turned her face and said lightly, "I didn't." Hua Xiao sneered and took out 3 silver needles from her arms. "So you didn't kill those 3 people? These silver needles are made by imitating the Tang sect's Tang flower needle. In the capital, except for you, it seems that no one else uses this kind of silver needle." Emo Chinchua's hand holding the handkerchief tightened and said without changing her expression, "I don't need to explain to you what I do." Hua Xiao threw the 3 silver needles on Emo Chinchua's quilt. "Young master asked me to come." Emo Chinchua's eyes moved slightly and she said seriously, "I killed those 3 people in order to gain her trust." Hua Xiao sat down on the edge of Emo Chinchua's bed and looked into Emo Chinchua's eyes with a smile. "She doesn't trust you enough?" Emo Chinchua blinked lightly and looked up to meet Hua Xiao's eyes. "Not enough, I didn't have a chance." Hua Xiao smiled, stood up and went to the wardrobe. She opened the door and brushed Gu Jiao's clothes with her fingertips. "You slept in the same room and didn't have a chance? Who are you fooling? Then why don't you do it?" Emo Chinchua asked. Hua Xiao closed the wardrobe door. "I don't have sister's luck, casually hooking up with a young master can become a big fish." Emo Chinchua glanced at her and said, "It's good that you know you don't have the ability. Go back and tell young master that I will kill her. But I need time." 3 days. Hua Xiao stretched out 3 fingers. Emo Chinchua looked at Hua Xiao coldly. Hua Xiao smiled charmingly. "Young master only wanted to give you 1 day, but I fought for 2 more days for sister. Sister, don't waste your sister's kindness." Hua Xiao. Emo Chinchua called out to Hua Xiao who had turned and walked out. Hua Xiao stopped and looked back with a smile. "Sister, is there anything else?" Emo Chinchua suddenly shot out a silk thread and wrapped it around Hua Xiao's foot. Then she pulled it coldly and the silk thread twisted off the embroidered shoes on Hua Xiao's foot. Emo Chinchua was not polite to Hua Xiao at all. If Hua Xiao's martial arts were not good, she would have fallen to the ground. Hua Xiao's face sank and she gritted her teeth. "Emo Chinchua." Emo Chinchua said indifferently, "Get out." Chapter 538. Clearwater Alley. Being ignored by his son, Marquis Gu felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and placed his sleeping son back into Yao Shi's arms. Other than visiting the Yao family and his son, he had come today for another matter, Gu Jinyu's marriage. Gu Jinyu and Royal Prince were originally scheduled to get married before the new year. Who would have thought that other than the war, the commoners' marriages were not restricted? However, Royal Prince was an official of the court and Gu Jinyu was the daughter of a marquis. The two of them could not get married during a time of national crisis. Therefore it was pushed back to a year later. It's next month. Marquis Gu said to Yao Shi, Jinyu is your daughter. How can a daughter get married without her mother by her side? Why don't you follow me back to my residence for a few days and wait for Jinyu to get married? The conflict between Yao Shi and the Marquis Fu mainly came from the fact that everyone in the Marquis Fu did not welcome her. Old Madame Gu was the leader, followed by Gu Changqing and the other two. As for the servants, they did not need to care too much. Anyway, they did not dare to cause trouble in front of Yao Shi. Now that all sorts of misunderstandings had been resolved, the Gu brothers no longer had any resentment towards Yao Shi. Marquis Gu felt that it was time to bring Yao Shi back to live. Yao Shi was a little hesitant. She knew that old Madame Gu still didn't want to see her son, who had appeared out of nowhere, and it was impossible for them to have no grudges between them. Moreover, even if she went back, Gu Yan and Gu Jiao would not go back with her. She couldn't bear to part with her children, and she also couldn't bear to part with this large family in Jadewater Lane. But Master Ho was right, Jinyu was also her daughter. Back then Gu Sanlang and his wife treated Jiao Jiao like a treasure. What reason did she have to treat Jinyu harshly? Mother's health hasn't been good recently. She can't manage the household. Marquis Gu looked at her and said. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao, who was fixing Kuju's flirtatious eyes in the inner courtyard, and said to Marquis Gu, You've been here for so long. Why don't you talk to Jiao Jiao? Marquis Gu scoffed, She's the one who doesn't want to talk to me. I've been here for so long, have you heard her call me father? Yao Shi said, Jiao Jiao is just not used to it. Moreover, do you treat Jiao Jiao like a father? Marquis Gu hesitated. Yao Shi continued, You even used a whip to hit her. That's... Marquis Gu coughed guiltily. How long has it been? Do you still remember? I didn't know that she was our daughter and thought that she wanted to harm you. At the mention of this matter, Marquis Gu became angry. He had only whipped that girl once, and that girl bore a grudge to such an extent, opposing him at every turn. He even kidnapped his wife and son. 2 sons. Was it because he didn't act like a father? She was clearly the one who didn't act like a daughter. Can't she learn from Jinyu, gentle and generous, delicate and cute? That's how the daughter of a marquis should be. Marquis Gu rolled his eyes and said, If that girl was half as sensible as Jinyu, I wouldn't have doted on her so much. Yao Shi carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao and stood up, looking at him with a frown. You admit that you don't dote on Jiao Jiao? No. Marquis Gu was dazed. How could he speak so quickly? Also, how could Madame Zhangle be so tricky? Yao Shi trembled with anger. So when you said that you dote on Jiao Jiao, you were lying to me. Marquis Gu panicked and quickly said, I didn't lie to you. I'm telling the truth. I dote on Jiao Jiao. I dote on her the most. Yao Shi did not want to wake up her sleeping son, so she suppressed her anger and asked, Then let me ask you, what does Jiao Jiao like to eat the most? Marquis Gu opened his mouth. How could he know what that girl liked to eat the most? You can't even answer this, yet you say that you dote on Jiao Jiao. Yao Shi said this and carried Gu Xiaobao away without looking back. Marquis Gu, sigh. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen had gone to Master Lu's place in the southern wing and were not at home. Yao Shi also ignored him. Marquis Gu rubbed his nose resentfully. Every strand of hair on his body spoke of the awkwardness in his heart. He was hesitating whether he should go back first. At this moment, little Jing Kong walked over. Little Jing Kong was Gu Jiao Jiao's little tail. Wherever Gu Jiao went he would go. But now he did not stick to Gu Jiao. Marquis Gu was quite surprised. He looked at this little kid who seemed to still be so small. For once, he asked in a pleasant tone, Why are you here? Little Jing Kong did not say anything. He walked to the front door cutely and stood on the doorstep. With his hands behind his back, he blinked and looked at Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu's mouth twitched. Are you chasing me away? Little Jing Kong shook his head. Jiao Jiao said that we must be polite children. Those who come are guests. We can't chase them away just because they don't welcome them. That's the adults' business. We just need to be obedient as children. Marquis Gu, who was rejected everywhere, finally left with his head covered in dirt. Gu Jiao fixed little Jing Kong's romantic eyes. Little Jing Kong could play Kuju happily again. Thank you Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong stood under the romantic eyes and said cutely. Gu Jiao curved her lips and handed him the kuju on the stone table. Do you want to finish? Jiao Jiao, will you play with me? Little Jing Kong asked. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Jiao played with Little Jing Kong for a while. When the old chancellor came back to check on Little Jing Kong's homework, he left reluctantly. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. She brought some candied fruits and hawthorn cakes made by the young master. When she entered the room, Mo Chinxue was leaning against the bed and sulking. When she saw her, she snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. She turned her body sideways and showed Gu Jiao the back of her head. Gu Jiao had always been right about people and not about things. She could indulge the people she accepted to do anything. Mo Chinxue's little temper was like a drizzle in her eyes, the kind that wouldn't even get her clothes wet. How do you feel today? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Dr. Gu asked routinely. Mo Chinxue grabbed the handkerchief and said angrily, Not good. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Gu Jiao put the snacks on the bedside table and reached out to check her pulse. Really? Let me see. Mo Chinxue pulled back her hand. I won't show you, you little liar. She was so lively. It seemed that she had nothing to do in the afternoon. Gu Jiao was a doctor, so she naturally had to care about the patient's diet. She asked the maid and found that Mo Chinxue didn't eat much. There were 2 dishes and 1 soup and she only ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls. Gu Jiao opened the food box and took out a stack of glittering hawthorn cakes, saying, This is my granduncle's hawthorn cake. Try it. When one person cared about another, the focus would become very strange. Mo Chinxue sneered, Your grandfather doesn't have a sister. How can you have a young master? Gu Jiao paused and looked at her. You investigated me. Mo Chinxue's eyes flashed. Oh no, she spilled the beans. Mo Chinxue was saved by Gu Jiao and brought back to Immortal Music House. Only then did she recognize Gu Jiao as the mute youth who had taken liberties with her. Moreover, Gu Jiao had never said who she was or who her grandfather was. In other words, before she recognized Gu Jiao, she, Mo Chinxue, had investigated the daughter of Marquis Ding in Fu. This was very thought-provoking. Why did Mo Chinxue investigate her? Mo Chinxue composed herself and said in a normal tone, Is there a need to investigate this? The fact that the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu works as a doctor in the medical hall has long been known by everyone. Gu Jiao looked at her without blinking. So you are so sure that I am that doctor? Mo Chinxue almost couldn't stand her seemingly casual but hidden sharp gaze. Isn't your surname Gu? Gu Jiao indifferently placed the hawthorn cake in Mo Chinxue's hand. That's true. Mo Chinxue secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily she was smart. After Gu Jiao gave the cake to Mo Chinxue, she went out to get medicine for Mo Chinxue. Consolidating one's foundation required proper Chinese medicine. After she left, Mo Chinxue took out a packet of medicinal powder from her chest and sprinkled it on a piece of hawthorn cake. She wiped away the excess medicinal powder and a thin layer blended in with the sugar on the hawthorn cake. Not the slightest bit of it could be seen. When Gu Jiao returned to the room with a bowl of steaming hot medicine, Mo Chinxue was sitting coldly at the head of the bed. On the bedside table next to her was a plate of hawthorn cake. She coldly snorted and said, What kind of rubbish taste is this? Did your great-aunt make it? If you don't want to deal with me, just say it. There's no need to buy things from a street stall to fool me. Does it not taste good? Gu Jiao asked strangely. Mo Chinxue angrily said, It tastes terrible. If you don't believe me, try one yourself. Gu Jiao picked up the topmost piece of hawthorn cake. Mo Chinxue grabbed her hand and asked, Aren't you afraid that I'll poison you? Gu Jiao asked, Will you? Mo Chinxue slowly let go of her hand and said coldly, Yes. Of course I will. I really want to poison you, you little liar. Gu Jiao tasted the hawthorn cake in her hand and frowned. Oh, it seems a little too sour. I took the wrong one. This is for my great-aunt. Dr. Gu. There's a patient here who fainted. Xiao Sanzi's voice came from outside the courtyard. Coming. Gu Jiao put down the piece of hawthorn cake and turned to leave the room. Mo Chinxue looked at the piece of hawthorn cake that Gu Jiao had taken a bite of, then looked at the bird and half of the cake on the snow outside the window. She angrily kicked her feet under the quilt. Next time I won't be soft-hearted. If I'm soft-hearted again, I'll write my name upside down. Chapter 539. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. On the other side, the Minister of Justice took Xiao Heng out of the city to investigate a case that very night. Xiao Heng was only a scribe in the Ministry of Justice. Logically speaking, he should not be involved in the investigation, but Minister Xing had originally wanted him because of his ability to handle cases. The scribe position was just a cover. The Minister of Justice was surnamed Xing, and his name was Shuwen. This name did not sound like someone who could be a minister, but Xing Shuwen had done it. Xing Shuwen was one of the few ministers of the 6 ministries who had come from a humble background. At the beginning, he had suffered a lot before finally entering the Ministry of Justice. Because he did not have the support of his family, it was much more difficult for him to rise up the ranks than for those nobles and officials. He had been sent out twice. The first time was because he had offended someone, and the second time was because he had offended someone he should not have offended. But perhaps his life was really tough, for he had managed to survive. His character was upright and his family style was also upright. He met the emperor's standards for using people. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could be noticed by the emperor. Speaking of which, it was actually a coincidence. The second time I was sent out was in a small county near Fengdu Mountain. I handled a case, and the victim was someone from the princess's estate, Minister Xing said to Xiao Heng in the carriage. Xiao Heng did not know about this. Before he left the capital, he had not thought that he would enter the 6 ministries, so he had not paid special attention to the movements of the 6 ministries. Princess Xinyang had monitored the movements of the court, so he had occasionally heard of some officials' weakness, for example the account book of the Imperial College's Sai accepting bribes. But it was clear that Minister of Justice was not in the list of weaknesses. He was an honest and upright official. As the carriage bumped along the rugged path, the two of them couldn't help but sway a little. Minister Xing swayed as he continued. To be honest, he was just an insignificant servant who was humiliated by a local squire. That squire had a bit of a relationship with the capital. Do you know what someone else would have done? Xiao Heng understood that he was not asking him a question. As expected, Minister Xing continued, sometimes the lives of the common people are worthless, and the lives of the servants are worthless as well. At that time, Princess Xinyang asked me, County Magistrate Xing, do you dare to investigate this case? Xiao Heng could almost imagine Princess Xinyang's expression at that time. I asked the princess, I've checked and something happened. Can the princess protect my family? The princess said, I can't. Your case isn't for me to investigate. That's your duty. You can choose to be a good official or a corrupt official. You'll have to bear the consequences. So unreasonable. I thought. Actually, when he thought about it now, he still felt that the princess was too cold-hearted. She was a princess. Wasn't it easy for her to protect a few people? She's putting me on the fire and not giving my family a way out. But Lulang, the world is like this. From the day I chose to be an official, I sent my family's fate down an unpredictable path. No one forced me. It was all my own choice. The case spread to the capital. Did you know that the squire was related to the Duke Luo's family? I almost died, but the heavens didn't want me to die. His Majesty heard about this case and transferred me back to the capital. My life was saved. She helped you, Xiao Heng suddenly said. What? Minister Xing looked at Xiao Heng in confusion. Xiao Heng said, Princess Xinyang, she helped you. Minister Xing was stunned. Xiao Heng brushed his wide sleeves. Otherwise, why would His Majesty hear about your case and suddenly transfer you back to the capital? There are so many murder cases in the world. This? Minister Xing couldn't accept such a huge shock. To be honest, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility. However, he had seen Princess Xinyang several times after the incident, and she didn't want him to thank her at all. In fact, she didn't even talk to him. How could she do a good deed without leaving a name? What did Princess Xinyang want? Because he was a good official? Because of his face? It was rumored that Princess Xinyang had many handsome men. Minister Xing touched his coarse face. Speaking of which, he was indeed the most handsome man in their county town once upon a time. Sir, we're here. The driver stopped the carriage. Minister Xing had said all this to Xiao Heng in the carriage because he sensed that this matter wasn't simple. The power behind it might be beyond their imagination. He was worried that Xiao Heng wouldn't dare to investigate further, so he wanted to use his own deeds to influence Xiao Heng and make him determined to be a good official who didn't fear power. Even if he didn't have anyone to protect him, he would definitely be able to soar to a high position. However, it seemed that he had failed. Cough cough. Minister Xing cleared his throat. Let's go. This was the residence of the third witness they had found. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. The witness hadn't returned home for the past few days. Assistant Minister Li's case could be said to be both simple and complicated. Assistant Minister Li had left the capital to visit his concubine and concubine's son. Along the way he had encountered a group of robbers. Assistant Minister Li's accompanying bodyguards had promptly chased the robbers away. Two of the robbers had seriously resisted and injured Assistant Minister Li. The bodyguards had no choice but to kill them. However, who would have thought that when they were sent to the local yamen, one of the victims turned out to be a good citizen. The family of the good citizen came to the door and said that Assistant Minister Li had killed their son. The identities of the rest of the robbers were also ascertained. Their eyewitnesses at the time were not at home. Based on Minister Xing's many years of experience in handling cases, this was a premeditated framing. The goal wasn't Assistant Minister Li, but the case in his hands. Xiao Heng was a trustworthy person. Minister Xing didn't beat around the bush in front of him. The Xianle House case is of great importance. The capital government and the Ministry of Justice are investigating this case. Xiao Heng nodded and said, "Then why are the people from the capital government fine?" Minister Xing thoughtfully said, "There's only one possibility. The capital government had already been bribed." Xiao Heng also guessed this possibility. He sternly said, "If Assistant Minister Li continues to investigate, there will be danger." "It's your danger, Darren." Assistant Minister Li was only following orders. The decision was in Minister Xing's hands. Therefore the other party was actually targeting Minister Xing. The above was a guess based on the clues they currently had. Whether this was the case or not still needed to be confirmed later. Since they couldn't find a witness, Minister Xing took Xiao Heng to the carriage to return to the capital. The carriage hadn't gone far when an arrow shot into their carriage and nailed itself to the wall of the carriage between Xiao Heng and Minister Xing. Because the force was too great, the arrow had already pierced into the wall. The tail of the arrow was still shaking violently. It could be seen that if this arrow had shot into either of them, it would have killed them instantly. Minister Xing's eyes turned cold. Assassinate an official of the imperial court? Fortunately, I was already prepared. After he finished speaking, he took out a bone whistle and blew it forcefully. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings passed. The expert who should have appeared didn't appear. Minister Xing was stunned. What's going on? This official spent a lot of money to buy an expert from the Jianghu. He's gone. Xiao Heng lightly said. It can't be? Minister Xing's eyes widened. Another arrow shot in. This time, it hit Minister Xing's crotch. Minister Xing only felt that his little minister was a bit cold. Get out of the carriage, Xiao Heng said. Minister Xing lifted the curtain and grabbed Xiao Heng's hand before jumping out of the carriage with him. Just as the two of them fell to the ground, a whole row of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth, and shot the carriage into a sieve. Minister Xing held his breath. If he and Xiao Lulang hadn't jumped out of the carriage in time, they would have become sieves by now. Too hateful. Who did this? Don't let this official find out. Otherwise this official will definitely find out who did this. Whoosh. Another arrow was shot, and it almost hit Minister Xing's butt. Ah! Minister Xing suddenly jumped, grabbed Xiao Heng's hand and ran. At first, Xiao Heng thought that the group of people came for Minister Xing. However, when they entered a forest and Minister Xing fell down the hill, the group of people didn't chase after Minister Xing. Instead they attacked Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng finally understood that shooting Minister Xing was a mistake. Their target was him from the start. They didn't want to use Assistant Minister Li's case to warn Minister Xing to stop. They wanted to use Minister Xing to take him out of the capital to investigate the case and kill him on the way. What a good plan. It seemed that Mo Qianshue's case was a trap from the start. Xiao Heng looked at the 5 men in black approaching him and asked coldly, "Who is your master?" The leader of the men in black said coldly, "You're going to die anyway. What's the use of knowing our master?" Xiao Heng said calmly, "You have to let me know before I die." The leader of the men in black sneered. "Fine, I'll tell you. The person who wants to kill you is our young master." Xiao Heng looked at him coldly. "Who is your young master?" Chapter 540. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with him. He's going to die anyway. What's the point of knowing so much? That's true. This guy doesn't deserve to know young master's name. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said to the black-clothed men beside him, "Kill this brat. Do it cleanly. Big brother, don't worry. We know what to do." This brat doesn't know martial arts. We have the final say on how to kill him. Several people roared with laughter as they disdainfully pressed towards Xiaoheng. In front of Xiaoheng were the black-clothed men and behind him was a huge slope. He had two choices. One was to be killed by them and the other was to jump down the slope and die. Jump. One of the black-clothed men smiled provocatively. This height was nothing to martial artists, but it was a death sentence for a Hanlin official. They didn't believe that Xiaoheng would jump. In fact, Xiaoheng didn't jump. The few of them sneered as they approached Xiaoheng. When they were about 10 steps away, Xiaoheng suddenly fished out something from his money pouch and threw it at the few people's feet. They thought it was a hidden weapon and hurriedly took a step back. Unfortunately, it was useless to take a step back. The black thing exploded after it landed on the ground. Several people were blasted into a sorry state. The leader of the black-clothed men was startled. When he reacted and was about to attack Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng was one step faster and took out the remaining black fire pearls. Not good. Bang. He didn't have time to escape and was knocked out by a series of black fire pearls. Gu Jiao mixed a small amount of knockout drug into Xiaoheng's black fire pearls. The power of the explosion was not as strong as the pure black fire pearls, but it could quickly knock out the opponent. After knocking out the group of people, Xiaoheng quickly left and went down the small path to find Xing Shangshu. Minister Xing had just fallen down the hill. The place where he fell was not so high. If he was lucky, he would not die. When Xiaoheng found him, his arm was dislocated, but he could still walk. Xiaoheng helped him up, looked around, found a direction and said, "Let's go." Minister Xing covered his dislocated arm and cursed in pain. "What kind of people are they?" "I'm not sure," Xiaoheng said. Xing Shangshu said angrily, "Good, good, good. How dare he set his sights on this official? When we return to the capital, this official will investigate his background." His courage was commendable. Minister Xing said earnestly, "Luleng, don't be scared. As officials of the imperial court, how can we not encounter any problems? Don't back out just because of this little disturbance." Xiaoheng supported him and accurately identified the direction of the capital. Yes, he won't. What was this little disturbance? What's more, they were targeting him. It had nothing to do with him being an official of the imperial court. They had set up such a situation to deal with him. From the beginning of the murder case at Immortal Music House, this game had started. All of them were chess pieces on the chessboard. He just didn't know who the young master was, and what relationship did he have with Immortal Music House. Xiaoheng said, "Darren, after returning to the capital, I want to go to Immortal Music House again." "Okay, I'll listen to you. I also feel that there's something wrong with this Immortal Music House." Minister Xing was so angry that he cursed. Regarding the background of Immortal Music House, the people in the capital had many guesses. Unfortunately, no one had gotten a handle on Immortal Music House. It was not good to close it down or destroy it. Moreover, so what if they destroyed Immortal Music House? Was the main point Immortal Music House? It was the people behind Immortal Music House. Minister Xing had a toothache. After the two walked for a while, Minister Xing suddenly asked, "That's right, I seem to have heard a strange sound. Are you okay?" After Minister Xing fell down, he was dizzy for a while. In addition, he was far away, so he couldn't hear clearly. He didn't know if he had misheard or what happened. "I'm fine." Xiaoheng didn't mention the gunpowder. Only Yin country had gunpowder. God knows how Gu Jiao had it. It was better to have less trouble. Since Minister Xing wasn't sure, then he must have misheard. "That's right, what about that group of people?" Minister Xing asked again. Xiaoheng said, "We've shaken them off for the time being, but they may catch up in a while. We have to leave as soon as possible." "But where is this?" Minister Xing was completely lost. Xiaoheng pointed to the front and said, "Go east for another li and you'll reach Xiaohe village. After passing through the village, there'll be a relay station. We'll hire a carriage there." Minister Xing nodded blankly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. That group of people still caught up with them, but Xiaoheng was too familiar with the terrain around the capital. He was able to shake them off no matter what. After the carriage passed through the city gates, Minister Xing suddenly realized something. Aren't you from Yuzhou? How come you're more familiar with the capital than me?" Those who didn't know would think that you grew up in the capital. That group of people didn't seem to want to make a move in the capital. After entering the capital, the two's journey was much smoother. They didn't have to hide anymore and walked faster. Minister Xing was injured, so Xiaoheng sent him to the Miracle Hall. "Luleng is here." The second master smiled and greeted him. You're here to look for Xiao Gu, right? She's treating a patient. She'll be fine in a while. Xiao Heng nodded and turned to introduce him to the second master. This is Lord Xing. His arm is injured. I'll have to trouble you to find a doctor to treat him. Minister Xing was wearing an official's robe. Although the second master didn't recognize which yamen he was from, he could tell that he was a third-rank official. The second master hurriedly cupped his hands. My apologies, my lord. Please come this way. I'll go get a doctor for you. The second master invited Minister Xing to a room upstairs. Xiao Heng went to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Xiao Heng knew that there was a female patient living in the courtyard. He never interfered with Gu Jiao's medical practice, but he didn't know that the patient had moved into Gu Jiao's room. He pushed the door open and entered. He was caught off guard and bumped into the other party. After Gu Jiao left, Mo Qianxue tried to sneak off the bed. She had just walked to the table when Xiao Heng came in. Xiao Heng saw her and she saw Xiao Heng. She was wearing Gu Jiao's clothes. She was dressed neatly without any disrespect or inconvenience. However, she still caught him off guard. Her walking posture was different from normal people. Xiao Heng quickly realized that she was a patient. He quickly looked away, nodded slightly and turned to leave. At that moment, Mo Qianxue called out to him. Stop. Xiao Heng paused. He hesitated and looked at Mo Qianxue. In all fairness, Mo Qianxue was beautiful. It was hard to find a woman in the capital who was more beautiful than her. Even the second master and the doctors in the clinic were shocked speechless when they saw Mo Qianxue's clean face for the first time. Xiao Heng was very calm. There was no surprise or admiration in his eyes. It was purely the look of someone looking at a stranger. It was no different from looking at a commoner on the street. Mo Qianxue frowned. Is this your reaction when you see me? Xiao Heng was confused. What was wrong with his reaction? What kind of reaction did she think he would have when he saw her? Xiao Heng looked at Mo Qianxue puzzled. Mo Qianxue endured the pain of her wound and moved step by step toward Xiao Heng. When she was 3 steps away from Xiao Heng, he unconsciously took a step back. It was obvious that he wanted to avoid suspicion. Mo Qianxue frowned even more. What's wrong with you? If the first sentence made Xiao Heng confused, the second sentence made Xiao Heng realize that something was wrong. She didn't sound like a stranger to him. You recognize me? Xiao Heng looked at her suspiciously. Mo Qianxue pointed at his right eye. Do you think I won't recognize you just because you don't have that mole? Although your appearance has changed a little from a few years ago, I can still recognize you. Xiao Heng frowned slightly. He did have a mole under his right eye. Had she really seen him before? Mo Qianxue saw that he was silent and her face darkened. Don't tell me you don't remember me? Xiao Heng didn't say anything. Mo Qianxue's almond eyes widened. You really don't remember? I was wondering, when I saw you near the Hanlin Academy, I asked my maid to look for you, but you didn't pay any attention to her. Near the Hanlin Academy. Maid, Xiao Heng remembered. There was indeed such a thing. It was even seen by Cin Xiu, who spread rumors in the Hanlin Academy that he had an affair with a brothel girl. Xiao Heng stared at her. You were the one that day? Mo Qianxue nodded. Yes, was me. I purposely dropped a token on the ground. Who knew that you didn't pick it up, but it was picked up by a random person. After that, that person dared to go to the Immortal Music House to look for me. Xiao Heng's eyes flickered. Immortal Music House? Cin Xiu had indeed met with an accident near the Immortal Music House. At that time, the result of the investigation was that Cin Xiu was bold and reckless. He coveted the girls in the Immortal Music House, but he didn't have a token to enter. So, he tried to sneak in by climbing over the wall, but was killed by the guards. So, he wasn't killed by a thief, but by the woman in front of him? Mo Qianxue didn't realize what kind of impact her words had brought to the room. She said calmly, Didn't I tell you before that if I saw you again, I would tell you who I was? Xiao Heng looked at her, his eyes cold and probing. Is that so? Then who are you? Mo Qianxue raised her eyebrows and smiled. I am the top courtesan of the Immortal Music House, Mo Qianxue. Chapter 541. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found online are all available here. The dead courtesan of Immortal Music House actually appeared in front of his eyes. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? If she was Mo Qianxue, then what was up with the female corpse lying in the yamen? Also, Xiao Heng was very sure that he had never seen Mo Qianxue before. Then who did Emo Chinchua mistake him for? In an instant, countless doubts flashed through Xiao Heng's mind. A string in his heart tightened. He felt that he seemed to have inadvertently approached a certain truth. When Xiao Heng didn't want others to see his emotions, no one could break through. He instantly collected his thoughts and entered the state of knowing Emo Chinchua. But I heard that the courtesan of Immortal Music House is dead. It's just a scapegoat, Emo Chinchua said carelessly. This was supposed to be a secret, but Emo Chinchua didn't seem to have any fear in front of him. Xiao Heng looked at her calmly. Ah, it hurts. Help me. Emo Chinchua gasped and reached out her hand. Xiao Heng didn't move, but Emo Chinchua thought of something and quickly pulled her hand back. I'll do it myself. She endured the pain and moved to a stool by the table. She sat down and said to Xiao Heng, "Oh right? Why are you here? Last time I saw you, weren't you an official of the Hanlin Academy? You're not wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy today." Xiao Heng said, "I'm on duty at the Ministry of Justice today." Emo Chinchua snorted. Ministry of Justice? Xiao Heng said calmly, "And I'm investigating your case today. If I knew that you faked your death, I wouldn't have bothered." Emo Chinchua waved her hand. "Just investigate casually, don't be too serious. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble." Xiao Heng seemed to ask casually, "What kind of trouble will I get into?" Emo Chinchua sighed. "Sigh, this is a long story. Even I don't know much about it. I don't know how to explain it to you." Xiao Heng's eyes moved. "Is it the young master behind you?" Emo Chinchua looked at him in shock. "You know our young master?" Xiao Heng said calmly, "Today the Minister of Justice and I went to investigate a case. On the way we encountered a group of people who wanted to kill us. That group of people accidentally mentioned something about the young master." Xiao Heng didn't lie, but he didn't tell the whole truth. For example, those people were actually targeting him, and it had nothing to do with him investigating the case. Xiao Heng was testing Emo Chinchua. He wanted to know what role she played in this case and how much she knew. "Are you hurt?" This was Emo Chinchua's reaction. Xiao Heng's eyelashes drooped as he faintly said, "I'm fine. Minister Xing suffered some minor injuries." This sentence easily made people think that the group of people were targeting Minister Xing. Emo Chinchua pursed her lips and said, "It must be because you investigated the case too closely. They wanted to give you a warning. Otherwise you wouldn't have come back alive. I know the young master's methods." It seemed that Emo Chinchua didn't know that those people actually wanted his life. In Emo Chinchua's eyes, why did her young master cause a murder case? Xiao Heng temporarily suppressed the urge to ask who the young master was. He poured a cup of tea for Emo Chinchua and asked, "Why did you fake your death?" "To kill someone." Emo Chinchua's mood fell. Xiao Heng was about to put the teapot back when his eyelashes trembled. He took the teapot back and poured himself a cup of tea. "Kill who?" Emo Chinchua said in a low voice, "The owner of this clinic." Xiao Heng clenched his fist and spilled 2 drops of tea on the table. He covered it with the teacup and said in a calm voice, "You deliberately got injured to get close to her?" "Yes." Emo Chinchua nodded gloomily. Xiao Heng said indifferently, "You're injured so badly. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Emo Chinchua thought that Xiao Heng guessed her injury from the gauze on her body. She didn't think that Xiao Heng already knew that she almost died that night. She said, "If I wasn't injured so badly, how could I win her trust?" Xiao Heng put the teapot back and suppressed the murderous aura that wanted to kill Emo Chinchua on the spot. He asked indifferently, "You've already won her trust. Why haven't you made a move yet?" Emo Chinchua was silent. "Do you still want to make a move?" Xiao Heng asked. "I don't know." Emo Chinchua said. Xiao Heng took a sip of tea and said, "You said that your young master's methods are impressive. Aren't you afraid that you'll be punished by him if you don't listen to him?" Emo Chinchua sighed incomparably. "Forget it, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. What's your current identity?" "Hanlin Academy attendant, Ministry of Justice secretary." "What's your name?" "Xiao Lulang." Emo Chinchua responded. She obviously felt that this name wasn't very good. "Then, have you done what you said you were going to do here?" Xiao Heng's expression didn't change as he said, "I'm still doing it." "What exactly is it?" Emo Chinchua asked nosily. Xiao Heng's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He said seriously, "I'll tell you when it's done." Emo Chinchua snorted. Boring. Xiao Heng could only drink tea to hide the fluctuations in his heart. Thinking of something, Emo Chinchua said, "Oh right, are you feeling better?" Xiao Heng's expression froze. If he wasn't sure that she had mistaken him for someone else, he would almost think that she was asking about his leg. "It's done," Xiaoheng said. Emo Chinshua said in surprise, "It can be cured? Then why did you choose to commit suicide?" Xiaoheng almost couldn't continue. "You believed me when I lied to you." Emo Chinshua nodded thoughtfully. "I knew it. You didn't look like you were trying to commit suicide." From the lobby came a few shouts from the second boss. Emo Chinshua hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave. The owner of this clinic will be back soon. It'll be bad if she finds out about you." "Xiaoheng. She's my wife, thank you." Emo Chinshua continued, "Also you can't tell anyone that you know me. If word gets out and reaches our young master's ears, I'm afraid you'll be killed." Xiaoheng was thinking about how to bring the topic back to this mysterious young master. He didn't expect Emo Chinshua to bring it up herself. He didn't ask before because he felt that it was too sudden and suspicious. Now he could push the boat with the current. Xiaoheng looked at her with a trace of curiosity. "You keep mentioning your young master. I'm very curious. Who is he?" A trace of fear flashed through Emo Chinshua's eyes. "He's someone we can't afford to offend in Zhao country." "Let's hear it," Xiaoheng said in an unconvinced tone. Emo Chinshua thought for a while and waved her hand. "Forget it. It's not good for you to know too much." Xiaoheng said seriously, "If you don't tell me who he is, how will I know how powerful he is? Is he worth the risk of being expelled from the Ministry of Justice to dissuade the Minister of Justice from suppressing this case?" Emo Chinshua wanted to say something but stopped. She hesitated for a while. Suddenly, she dipped her finger into the teacup and slowly wrote 3 words on the table. "This is the young master's name," she said. Xiaoheng's gaze fell on the name that was not unfamiliar, and his eyes were cold. The Imperial College hadn't started yet. Little Jing Kong had a lot of free time every day. The number of times he went out for a chicken walk had also increased. He went out once in the morning and again in the afternoon. When he brought 7 chickens, an eagle, and a dog back to the house, he saw his bad brother-in-law standing motionlessly at the door. He stuck his head out and looked into the house. Jiao Jiao wasn't there. In a second he turned into a street bully in Qingshui Alley. He ordered arrogantly, "What are you doing?" Xiaoheng was both angry and amused. He patted his little mushroom head and said, "Do you want to enter the palace?" Little Jing Kong, "I don't want to." Xiaoheng, "No, you want to." Then little Jing Kong was taken away with a confused look on his face. Little Jing Kong, who was once again a tool, was dragged into the carriage by his bad brother-in-law. They arrived at the palace with great resentment. The guards stopped the carriage. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and lifted little Jing Kong up. The guard saw a familiar expressionless face and smiled. "So it's the young master of Jing Kong. Sorry for the disrespect." The guards let him go. Sure enough, the little monk's face was more useful than the token. The carriage stopped after entering the palace. Xiaoheng held little Jing Kong's hand and walked forward. Little Jing Kong once again returned to the state of being abducted by the human merchant. He drooped his little head and walked unwillingly like a soulless puppet. However, when he passed by the imperial garden and saw beautiful flowers, he quickly picked one. Xiaoheng turned around. He quickly hid the flower behind him and continued to walk forward with his head lowered. Xiaoheng wanted to laugh. "Do you know whose flower you picked?" Little Jing Kong said, "I didn't pick the flower." Oh, he still knew that he was being tricked. Xiaoheng said, "That's the flower planted by Princess Xinyang. It's poisonous." Little Jing Kong threw the flower away. Xiaoheng almost laughed out loud. Chapter 542. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong was still too inexperienced to fight with his bad brother-in-law. Xiaoheng was just teasing him. It would be a waste to throw it away since he had already picked it. Xiaoheng picked up the flower and handed it to him. "Here, I'm just teasing you. It's not poisonous." Little Jing Kong looked at the little flower suspiciously and didn't reach out to take it. His bad brother-in-law had no credibility. Little Jing Kong didn't believe what he said. Thus, Xiaoheng held the flowers for him to prevent this brat from harming other flowers. Little Jing Kong observed his bad brother-in-law all the way. He looked at his hand holding the flower and then at his face. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Xiaoheng asked. "I want to see if your glabella is black. Little Jing Kong said honestly. Xiao Heng was speechless. Little Jing Kong didn't take the flower until they entered Rinshou Palace and found that his bad brother-in-law still didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Xiao Heng was now an official in the Hanlin Academy and also worked in the Ministry of Justice. There were many people watching him, so he couldn't go in and out of Rinshou Palace as willfully as before. He could only use the excuse of sending Little Jing Kong to avoid giving others a hard time. Little Jing Kong said that he didn't want to go to the palace, but he was quite happy when he went in. "Hello, Sister Fei Cue. Hello, Sister Jinju." He greeted the little maids in Rinshou Palace one by one and then went to find his grand-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's condition wasn't good. Maybe she was too worried about Ningyan and her son. She looked a little haggard, especially after Huang Fuxian left. Empress Dowager Zhuang would be in a daze for a long time. That afternoon, Huang Fuxian had just come over and had something to eat before leaving. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat by the window and looked at the scenery in the courtyard. Suddenly, a small round head grew out from under the windowsill. "Grand-aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. "Why is it you again?" Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and handed Hua Hua in from outside the window. "This beautiful Hua Hua is for my beautiful great-aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. "Even if you were to change the wording, you wouldn't be so perfunctory." Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly took the peony. "You went to ruin Princess Xinyang's flowers again?" Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and said seriously, "I got it from my brother-in-law." He wasn't lying. He had just taken it from his bad brother-in-law, even though he was the one who plucked it. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not understand him? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Looking at the delicate peony, she said, "Why are you suddenly so kind to send me flowers?" Little Jing Kong sighed. "I know. My bad brother-in-law said that this flower is poisonous, so I can't give it to Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. After Xiao Heng entered Rinshou Palace, he didn't hurry to find great-aunt. Instead, he went to see Eunuch Qin first. The Empress Dowager's condition. Eunuch Qin heard Xiao Heng asking about the Empress Dowager, so he didn't hide anything. "It's not good to tell the truth. Princess Ning and suffered so much in the frontier fortress for so many years. After she came back, she looked so pitiful. The most pitiful is young Master Xian. He suffered so much at such a young age. The more unreasonable he is, the more upset the Empress Dowager will be. After Huang Fuxian moved into the palace, he caused a lot of trouble. On the first day he bullied Qin Shuyu. Not long after, he scared the two little commandery princesses raised by noble consort Zhuang in the palace. As for not showing respect to the Empress and the imperial concubines, it was a light punishment. The point was that as long as someone complained to His Majesty, he wouldn't admit it. How did a good child become like this? In Eunuch Qin's opinion, Huang Fuzheng deserved to die 1,000 times over. This child scheming? Cough cough. Realizing that he almost said something he shouldn't, Eunuch Qin decisively stopped. Xiao Heng pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence and said, "Then I'll go and see the Empress Dowager." Xiao Heng went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's study and patted little Jing Kong's shoulder. "Go and play. I'll talk to Grand-aunt for a while." "Oh, Grand-aunt, I'm leaving." Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and turned to leave. Xiao Heng stayed in the study to talk with Empress Dowager Zhuang, while little Jing Kong went to Chengkuan Palace to find Qin Chuyu. Because of the lesson last time, the two didn't go to Bixia Hall this time. "Let's go and feed the fish," little Jing Kong said. There was a tay pond in the palace and there were many koi fish in it. Each of them was fat and cute. Qin Chuyu was not in high spirits. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" little Jing Kong asked with concern. Qin Chuyu sighed as he walked on the path full of flowers. "My puppy is gone." "Why is it gone?" Little Jing Kong was confused. Qin Chuyu said sadly, "My mother said it ran around last time and caused me to run into Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian bullied me, so my mother won't let me keep it anymore." Little Jing Kong thought about his pets and said, "Actually, my chickens and birds also get into trouble. Didn't little Nine almost peck you last time?" But Jiao Jiao didn't forbid him from keeping it. Jiao Jiao was great. Qin Chuyu was so pitiful. He comforted Qin Chuyu, "If you like puppies, you can come to my house next time. I'll lend you little 8. "I just want my dog," Qin Chuyu said sullenly. Listen." Little Jing Kong suddenly pulled him to a stop. "Listen to what?" Qin Chuyu asked strangely. "Your dog," little Jing Kong said crisply. Qin Chuyu looked around. "Where? I heard it." Little Jing Kong pointed. Over there. The two children ran in the direction pointed out by little Jing Kong. Behind a rockery, the two of them really saw Qin Chiyu's dog. However, the scene was different from what they had imagined. Huang Fuxian was here too. Huang Fuxian sat alone in a cold wheelchair without any servants around him. His legs were covered with a thick blanket as usual, and Qin Chiyu's dog was lying on the blanket. Its entire body was covered in blood. It was obvious that it had either been thrown to the ground or abused by someone. Huang Fuxian was choking it with one hand and forcing something into its mouth with the other. The puppy whimpered in pain, but Huang Fuxian didn't show any mercy. He forced the dog's mouth open. His expression was ferocious. At that moment he was no longer a disabled young man, but a twisted devil. Qin Chiyu had never seen such a terrifying person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and even forgot to scream. Little Jing Kong was also shocked. He stared at the man and the dog in the wheelchair with his eyes wide open. Huang Fuxian sensed the movement from the side. He slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of malicious eyes. Qin Chiyu's hair stood on end and he finally screamed. Qin Chiyu was so young that he couldn't bear such a terrifying shock. He trembled and almost crawled forward. Help! Help! Someone is killing the puppy. He ran away. Little Jing Kong didn't run away. Huang Fuxian's malicious eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked sarcastically, "Aren't you going to run, little thing?" Little Jing Kong looked at him and then looked at the dying puppy on his leg. He didn't know if he hesitated for a moment, but in the end he turned around and ran away. Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. When it was time for court, the emperor called the cabinet ministers and military officials to the imperial study to discuss the rewards for the meritorious officials at the frontier fortress. Tang Yueshan was already the grand marshal of the world. He couldn't be promoted, so the emperor planned to give him a title. Gu Changqing, as the heir of Marquis Ding Yin, was ordered to reorganize the Gu army and go north to fight the enemy. His contributions couldn't go unnoticed. The emperor planned to promote him to a third-ranked northern general. He was promoted 3 ranks from a 6th-rank military officer. He could be considered the fastest promoted general during the emperor's reign. Gu Chengfeng performed well in the Battle of Yuegu City, so the emperor decided to give him the position of military officer of the Yu cavalry. As for the other generals, the emperor also mentioned their rewards one by one. The ministers had no objections. Until now, the imperial study was harmonious. Then the emperor began to reward Gu Jiao and Ning, and Gu Jiao still hadn't acknowledged her identity as the daughter of Marquis Ding Yin, so the emperor planned to reward her in the name of the owner of the Miracle Hands Hall. The emperor bestowed the plaque of the number 1 divine doctor and conferred the title of Junju. The title was left to Han Lin Academy to decide. At this time, Su Sifu from the cabinet spoke up. Dr. Gu is only a medical woman. Even if she has performed meritorious deeds in saving the soldiers, she still can't bear the title of Junju, right? Su Sifu was one of Imperial Tutor Zhuang's people. Imperial Tutor Zhuang claimed to be ill and didn't come today. The emperor looked at Su Sifu with displeasure. Why can't she bear the title? Do you know how many people she saved? This official does not deny Dr. Gu's contributions. This official only feels that Your Majesty should give her other rewards. Your Majesty bestowing the plaque of the number 1 divine doctor is already very generous. If you also give her the title of Junju, it would be inconsistent with the ancestral rules. Su Sifu cupped his hands and continued, besides, compared to Dr. Gu, this official believes that another person should be rewarded more. The emperor lightly said, "Oh? Who are you referring to?" Su Sifu sternly said, Princess Ning, and Princess Ning placed righteousness above family and helped Second Master Gu save the old marquis. She also helped Gu Shizhi destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. If it wasn't for Princess Ning An's wit and bravery, the Gu family's army commander might not have been able to leave the snowy mountains. Princess Ning An's contributions are great. This official proposes that Princess Ning An be conferred the title of Princess Protector. Zhao country's princess eldest was not a title that could be casually conferred. That was a princess with real power. Her position was the same as that of a marquis. Chapter 543. Princess Ning An was very popular among the people. Her action of putting righteousness before family spread all the way from the frontier fortress to the capital. The people all praised her for her loyalty and patriotism. Moreover, she had a son who had lost his legs. People couldn't help but feel pity for her under the praise. Therefore, when the conversation in the imperial study spread, the people received a lot of praise. Of course, the praise came from Princess Ning'an. They all said that she deserved to be the first princess of the Protector. Tang Yueshan heard the news in the barracks. His injury had healed, but he still needed to do rehabilitation every day. He was bored at home, so he came to the barracks to train with the soldiers. Today's Tiger Mountain barracks was not the same as before. The Gu clan army was no longer in the Tiger Mountain barracks after being reorganized. They went to the nearby Wolf Mountain barracks, while the soldiers of the Wolf Mountain barracks were transferred here. Tang Yueshan's archers were also there. 500 of them came back from the frontier fortress after fighting in the war. They were trapped in Yi City with the guards of the imperial court. Tang Yueshan used a trick to lure them out of Yi City. On the way they were chased by the Qin army. It was Gu Jiao who stopped the Qin army's pursuit by herself. If it was the duty of a doctor to heal the wounded and save the dying, then it was not her duty to risk her life for the soldiers. But she still did it without hesitation. They didn't forget how she risked her life for them, and how she worked hard to treat them. She even gave them the last chance to enter the city. Now that they suddenly heard that she was going to be conferred the title of princess, the soldiers were quite happy for her. Then they heard that Princess Ning and was going to be the first princess of the Protector. The soldiers were a little confused, but they could accept it. After all, she was a princess of the imperial family. The emperor and the empress dowager wanted to spoil her. They just needed to watch. But someone asked, how did she become the protector of the Protector? A soldier told him the news he heard. Tang Yueshan's archers grew anxious. An archer asked, when did she work with second young Master Gu to save the old duke? It was clearly Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu who had rescued the old duke. On the way, they met the Grand Marshal and worked together with him to deal with the prince consort. After that, Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu brought the seriously injured old duke to Yuegu City while the Grand Marshal went to Yi City. Save us. The soldier analyzed for him. The old marquis was locked up in the governor's manor. The governor's manor was heavily guarded and filled with experts. Without Princess Ning'an holding back the prince consort and diverting their attention, how could that doctor and second young Master Gu succeed? The archer said angrily, why can't we succeed? You don't know how amazing Dr. Gu is. Back then she alone scared off 5,000 Qin cavalrymen. The soldier waved his hand. Keep bragging. Do you think the Qin state's cavalry is made of paper? The archer was furious. You've never been there, how do you know I'm just bluffing? The soldier chuckled. Is there a need to go? Just think about it and you know it's impossible. Even if that Dr. Gu is extremely capable, it can't be as exaggerated as you say, right? In fact, everyone only had a little doubt about whether Princess Ning'an was qualified to be conferred the title of First Princess Protector. They had no right to comment on it. Now that the conflict had arisen, it immediately aroused everyone's desire to win. Just like that, the two sides began to argue. As they argued, they began to fight. At first, it was just two people fighting, but as they fought, it became two rows of people fighting. One row was made up of archers who had been to the frontier fortress, while the other row was made up of soldiers who had just come from the Wolf Mountain barracks. The commotion alerted Tang Yueshan, who also found out about Princess Ning'an's conferment. Tang Yueshan was the Grand Marshal. At his current height, he naturally saw the problem from a different perspective than the soldiers below. He knew very well why things would change when they reached the capital. It was because this was the officialdom. It didn't matter whether Princess Ning'an had really made those contributions. She was the favorite of the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so there would be people rushing to flatter her. Wasn't that what the civil officials were best at? They talked as if they knew more about all the things that had happened in the war than the soldiers on the battlefield. Compared with a little female doctor, it was obvious that the spirit of sacrifice and national integrity of a princess was more convincing. But then again, if Tang Yueshan hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Gu Jiao had risked her life like that. How could anyone fight to that extent? She fought on the city tower for an entire night with her own strength, just to keep the flag of the Zhao kingdom from falling, just to protect the border fortress from being broken. Just this alone made Tang Yueshan's chest surge when he thought of it. This didn't mean that the other soldiers didn't contribute, or that whoever contributed more or less had contributed less. Every soldier had done a good job. But the claims about Princess Ning'an's contributions were indeed exaggerated. Tang Yueshan wouldn't be so surprised if Gu Changqing had destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Forget it, he was an old general. This kind of thing was commonplace. The merits of the subordinates were meant to be taken by the superiors. Besides, Gu Jiao wasn't anyone to him. He wouldn't admit that she was a henchman. He wasn't angry. He didn't care. He wouldn't stand up for her. In the afternoon, Tang Yueshan received a summons from the emperor, ordering him to go to the palace immediately. Tang Yueshan guessed that the emperor wanted to confer the title of Princess Ningyan. He was the grand marshal of all the troops and an important minister in the war at the frontier fortress. If he came forward to ask for the title of Princess Ningyan, he believed that the title of Protector Princess would be more justified. But the emperor also asked him to bring his Tang Bao. He couldn't figure out what the emperor wanted to do. He followed the eunuch to the palace and found that the emperor didn't summon him to the imperial study, but to a meadow near the imperial garden. Princess Ningyan was there. "Your Majesty, Princess Ningyan." He carried the Tang Bao on his back and saluted. There were tables and chairs in the meadow. The emperor and Princess Ningyan had already sat down. The emperor pointed to a chair and said to Tang Yueshan, "Minister Tang, sit down." Tang Yueshan sat down in confusion. About 5 feet in front of him, Eunuch Wei and a few guards set up 10 targets. Did the emperor want to see him shoot? "How is Minister Tang's injury?" the emperor asked in an amiable manner. Tang Yueshan belatedly realized that the emperor had changed his title to minister. She was really overwhelmed by this favor. A few months ago he was still a thorn in the emperor's side. He said respectfully, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." What was the emperor trying to do? Just then Eunuch Wei strode over. He greeted Tang Yueshan with a smile. "Lord Tang, you're here." "Eunuch Wei." Tang Yueshan saluted back. Eunuch Wei smiled and turned to the emperor and Princess Ningyan. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the targets are ready." "Bring the bow," the emperor said. "Yes." Eunuch Wei walked to the side, took a heavy bow from a guard, and personally handed it to Princess Ningyan. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows. Princess Ningyan grabbed the bow without saying a word. The guard immediately handed her a quiver. She took out an arrow, knocked it on the bow, took aim and shot. She hit the bullseye. Tang Yueshan was shocked. "Good archery, Your Highness." Eunuch Wei praised with a smile. The emperor looked at Princess Ningyan lovingly. "You haven't lost your archery skills. In fact, you've improved a little." Tang Yueshan remembered that Princess Ning and had learned archery from him years ago. Otherwise, why would Empress Dowager Zhuang want to marry Princess Ning unto him? It was just his father's voice that broke the silence. He went to tell the Empress Dowager that he and Princess Ningyan seemed to be in love with each other. To be honest, he didn't have that kind of feeling for Princess Ningyan. He liked mature and gentle women, not a childish girl like Ningyan. Wait, the emperor suddenly called him here and made him watch Princess Ningyan shoot an arrow. Could it be that the emperor wanted to marry Princess Ningyan to him again? He didn't want to marry just any married woman. The emperor smiled and asked, "Minister Tang, what do you think of Ning An's archery skills?" It was good enough that an ordinary person could shoot like this. Tang Yueshan wanted to say that, but instead he said, "She's terrible." The emperor was stunned. So was Princess Ningyan. She didn't expect Tang Yueshan to be so sharp-tongued. Tang Yueshan broke out in cold sweat. What did he just say? Was it because he had been bickering with Gu Chengfeng in the ward for too long that he didn't know how to control his mouth? Is it terrible? Princess Ningyan asked awkwardly. At this distance, it was good enough for a woman to hit the edge of the bullseye. Unexpectedly, Tang Yueshan's head heated up and he vented the anger he had been holding in all the way. "Don't you know whether it's terrible or not? Even a blind man can shoot better than you. Fortunately, you don't have to go to war. Otherwise, you'll kill your own people before the enemy dies. And you call yourself the Princess Protector? Look at you. Do you deserve it? Have you ever killed an enemy or shed blood? Have you ever saved a person or cured a plague? Just because you're a princess you think you can take all the credit? Bah, you're nothing." Chapter 544. Novels with deep content that can't be found online are available here. His words were simply deadly. What was worse was that Tang Yueshan actually said the last 2 sentences. The entire field fell silent. The sparrows in the forest stopped moving. Tang Yueshan finally realized what he had said. He felt as if a few crows were flying over his head. Tang Yueshan had never been so sharp-tongued. It wasn't that he was big-hearted or that he was a general. It was just that there weren't many generals who were sharp-tongued. He wouldn't lose a fight and he couldn't win an argument. However, Ever since he became Gu Qingfeng's roommate, he had been getting scolded from time to time. After getting scolded so many times, he had gotten used to it. Just now, he couldn't hold back and blurted out whatever was on his mind. It was all Gu Qingfeng's fault. He would never admit that he was standing up for Gu Jiao. Impossible. Impossible. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could dig out a house with one's toe. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Ning and then at His Majesty. Both of them looked terrible. It's over. Marshal Tang, you're finished. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend Princess Ning and... Don't you know that Princess Ning is His Majesty's favorite? Tang Yueshan wanted to cry but had no tears. He was telling the truth, but was it too late to regret? What's going on? A cold voice came from behind them. Eunuch Wei turned around in surprise. He bowed to the newcomer and said, Miss Gu? Why are you in the palace today? I'm here to see my grandaunt, said Gu Jiao. She had been so busy taking care of Mo Qianxue that she hadn't been in the palace to see how her grandaunt was doing. She was passing by the imperial garden when she heard the general's roar. She came to see what was going on. The emperor glared at Tang Yueshan coldly. He suppressed the urge to drag him away and beat him to death. He said gently to Gu Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Your Majesty, Princess Ning, and Grand Marshal Tang. Gu Jiao greeted them one by one. Her tone wasn't very enthusiastic, nor was it as polite as Xiao Heng's deliberate attitude after he became an official. It was just cold and cheerless, sounding as if she didn't care. If it was anyone else who said this, the emperor would be angry. But Gu Jiao's personality was like this, so the emperor didn't think she was being rude to him and Princess Ning. Are you shooting arrows? Gu Jiao saw a target not far away. Judging from the distance, it was about 50 steps away. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, Yes, Miss Gu, do you know how to shoot an arrow? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Yes, I know a little, but I'm not very good at it. Eunuch Wei was a shrewd person. He quickly asked with a smile, Miss Gu, do you want to try it? Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei glanced at Princess Ning awkwardly. He had only prepared one bow. Princess Ning handed the bow in her hand to Eunuch Wei. Thank you, Princess. Eunuch Wei reached out with both hands and respectfully handed the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was holding the bow in her right hand and an arrow in her left hand. This made Eunuch Wei and the emperor both look askance. Gu Jiao didn't look like a left-handed person, so how could she use her left hand to draw the bow? Could it be that she wasn't very good at it, so she didn't know which hand to use to draw the bow? Gu Jiao, who wasn't very good at it, took 3 arrows from the guard's quiver, knocked them on the bowstring, took aim and shot. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. Each arrow hit the center of the target and went through the center, directly piercing through the bullseye. The emperor was so shocked that he held onto the armrest of his chair and sat up straight. This is called not very good at it? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded and said seriously, the Tang family's archers can shoot 4 arrows at the same time, and each arrow can hit a willow tree from 100 paces away. This bullseye is so big and only 50 paces away. A Tang family archer can hit it with his eyes closed. But she still had to open her eyes. If it were 100 paces away, she wouldn't be able to hit it with such accuracy even with her eyes open. The emperor looked at the target that had been shot through by Gu Jiao, and then looked at Princess Ning An's arrow that had only hit the edge of the bullseye. In a trance, he felt that Tang Yueshan's words, even a blind man can shoot better than you, were not offensive words, but an incomparably cruel truth. Is it really that good? The emperor asked Tang Yueshan seriously. I wouldn't dare. Although Tang Yueshan said that he didn't dare, he drew his Tang bow, knocked 4 arrows and shot them out. He didn't seem to have hit anything. However, when Eunuch Wei brought the guards to retrieve the arrows he had shot, they found that each arrow had hit the root of a flower and nailed it firmly to the branch. This was much more difficult than shooting a willow tree from 100 paces away. At least the leaves of the willow tree were not so thin. Eunuch Wei took the flowers back. The emperor was completely speechless. Princess Ning said, Miss Gu and Marshal Tang look very similar when it comes to drawing a bow. Did Miss Gu learn archery from Marshal Tang? No. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan denied it in unison. In the next second, the emperor and the others saw the two of them take out handkerchiefs to wipe the bows in their hands. Their movements were so synchronized that they even habitually flicked the handkerchiefs on the bowstrings. The emperor was speechless. Everyone was speechless. The emperor was so angry at Tang Yueshan that he almost forgot about the important matter. He only remembered it now when he saw him wiping the bow. The emperor said, Princess Ningyan admires Minister Tang's archery very much. If Minister Tang has the time, please give Princess Ningyan some pointers. Generally speaking, the emperor was a benevolent ruler. This benevolence was a double-edged sword. It allowed him to be loyal to those around him, but it also allowed him to be merciful to those who offended him verbally. If the late emperor were here today, Tang Yueshan would have been skinned alive, no matter how useful he was to the emperor. When Tang Yueshan heard the emperor's words, he knew that his life was saved. He secretly sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He cupped his hands and said, "In response to your Majesty's words, this humble subject is a boor and doesn't know any etiquette. I'm afraid I've offended Princess Ningyan. If Princess Ningyan really wants to learn archery, this humble subject can recommend 1 or 2 candidates." The emperor had just experienced Tang Yueshan's sharp tongue and was worried that Tang Yueshan would offend Princess Ningyan again. He looked at Princess Ningyan unexpectedly. Princess Ningyan didn't mind at all. She said, "It's fine. Marshal Tang is straightforward and outspoken. He's much more comfortable with us compared to those petty people who only pretend to obey." Tang Yueshan was very unhappy. The Tang family's archery skills couldn't be taught casually. Years ago, Princess Ningyan went to the Tang family to learn some archery skills because her father drank too much. He was too embarrassed to go back on his word, but he didn't teach her for too long. A few months later, Princess Ningyan finished her apprenticeship. "Is Marshal Tang not happy?" Princess Ningyan asked. This was a fatal question. Tang Yueshan coughed and said, "This humble subject just thinks he can't teach." Gu Jiao said, "He was injured at the frontier fortress and needs to go back to the capital for rehabilitation. Archery will affect the results of his rehabilitation." The atmosphere became awkward again. Eunuch Wei's eyes wandered back and forth between his masters. Princess Ningyan was His Majesty's favorite, but the little magic doctor was also very favored. Who would His Majesty listen to? Would it be his little sister who had been doting on him since childhood, or the little magic doctor who had saved his life? Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze, little fatty Qin Chuyu rushed over, wailing like a ghost. "Father! Father! Help me!" He threw himself into His Majesty's arms without a care. His chubby little hands grabbed His Majesty's clothes, and his body trembled. His behavior was too unbecoming of a prince. His Majesty frowned, but he also felt sorry for his chubby little son. "What's wrong?" His Majesty asked in a deep voice. Qin Chuyu cried until he was out of breath. My dog," His Majesty frowned. "Speak properly. What happened to your dog?" Qin Chuyu cried out, "Huang Fuxian killed my dog." Everyone's expression changed. Huang Fuxian's strange temperament was no secret in the palace. But killing a dog, especially a prince's dog, was too much. His Majesty frowned and tried to help the chubby little fatty up from his arms. "Are you mistaken? Why would your cousin kill your dog?" Qin Chuyu didn't get up from his father's arms. He buried his head in his father's arms. "I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it in Jing Kong too. He's right there. He's right by the supreme liquid pool. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." Ningyan stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and see." His Majesty said, "I'll go with you." Qin Chuyu grabbed His Majesty's clothes. "Father, don't go." His Majesty said, "Didn't you ask me to go?" Qin Chuyu cried, "What will happen to me if you go? I'm scared." His Majesty sighed and said, "Let Eunuch Wei send you back to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility." Because of this sudden change, His Majesty didn't have time to deal with Tang Yueshan teaching archery to Princess Ningyan. He went to the supreme liquid pool with Princess Ningyan. Tang Yueshan watched them leave and muttered, "These delicate princesses can't be beaten or scolded when they practice archery. Whoever teaches them will be unlucky." After he said that, he suddenly saw Gu Jiao staring at the Tang Bao in his hand. Her eyes were shining. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly held the Tang Bao in his arms. "Don't even think about it. I won't let you touch it. If you touch it, I'll be a donkey." Chapter 545. The Emperor and Princess Ningyan quickly rushed in the direction of the supreme liquid pool. Sure enough, they saw Huang Fuxian covered in blood on the grass behind a rockery near the pool. The scene was unforgettable for the Emperor. Huang Fuxian's legs were not covered with a thick blanket as before. His legs were covered in blood. A pair of empty trousers fluttered in the cold wind. His hands were also covered in blood. Even his cheeks, the corners of his eyes, and his neck were all splashed with blood. A drop of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were empty and gloomy. His figure was lonely and broken. The emperor's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. It seemed to be cold and also seemed to be horrified. A thought flashed through his mind. How could there be such a terrible child in the world? Huang Fuxian was only 13 years old, 1 year younger than Gu Shaoshan. However, the coldness he showed was not something a normal person should have. The emperor's eyes fell on his empty trousers and his throat suddenly choked. "Xian, what are you doing?" Princess Ning roared as she ran over. She grabbed Huang Fuxian's shoulders tightly and shook his frail body. "What have you done?" Huang Fuxian expressionlessly allowed her to rock him back and forth in the cold wheelchair. Princess Ning said with red eyes, "Speak. What have you done? Why did you do this?" The emperor came back to his senses and walked forward to pull Princess Ning away. Princess Ning covered her face and cried in the emperor's arms. "It's all my fault, it's my fault." The emperor looked and didn't see the dog's body. He didn't know if the child threw the dog into the supreme liquid pool. Thinking that a 13-year-old child could be so cruel, the emperor couldn't help but close his eyes and gasp. Because he was Ning An's son, he had to endure. Ning An had suffered too much. He couldn't let her suffer any more harm. "You go back first. I will talk to him," the emperor said to Princess Ning, and Princess Ning cried and looked at Huang Fuxian. The emperor patted her shoulder comfortingly. "I won't do anything to him. I just want to have a good talk with him." With the emperor's words, it would be inappropriate for Princess Ning not to return. Princess Ning sobbed and said to Huang Fuxian, "Don't make your uncle angry." Huang Fuxian leaned lazily against the back of the wheelchair, looking as if he didn't care about anyone. Princess Ning turned and returned to Iridescent Cloud's hall. The emperor looked at Huang Fuxian and hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps towards him. He stopped beside his wheelchair and sighed. "Xian, I know you're suffering. You've lost your legs and your father. I understand your pain." Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. He snorted at the emperor's words. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, no one except Empress Dowager Zhuang dared to speak to him like this. He didn't want to argue with a child. "Yes, I didn't lose my legs. I can't understand all your pain. But I also lost my father. I understand the pain of losing a father." Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, "Your Majesty's situation is different from mine. Your Majesty's father died of an illness, while mine was killed by someone." The emperor frowned. "Your father betrayed the court." Huang Fuxian said calmly, "His court is the Li dynasty." The emperor clenched his fists and gasped again. He couldn't be angry at his nephew. The emperor looked at him and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame your mother. Don't do these things to make your mother angry." Huang Fuxian didn't look at the emperor. Instead, he looked at the calm surface of the imperial liquid pool and said coldly, "She betrayed my father. I want to blame her. I will never forgive her. Of course, I won't forgive your Majesty either. Your Majesty better kill me as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I have the power, I may continue my father's great cause of restoring the country. I am a member of the imperial family of the Li dynasty. My father's blood flows in my body. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. Your Majesty, your Majesty, your Majesty." Eunuch Wei's voice sounded from afar. The emperor's consciousness returned. He realized that he had returned to the imperial study and had been in a daze for a long time. He had almost strangled the child's neck. He had almost killed him. It was the child's appearance that was too similar to Ning An's that pulled him back to his senses. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would give an order to cut off his head. So he left him alone. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Eunuch Wei looked at His Majesty worriedly. The emperor wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head. "I'm fine. How is little Qi?" Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "I sent the 7th prince to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and handed him over to the Empress. The Empress doesn't seem to be happy." Who would be happy about this? The Empress was bullied twice and it was by the same person. Empress Xiao was not a weak person who could be bullied. The Palace of Earthly Tranquility and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility had become enemies. The emperor pinched his sore eyebrows. "Send someone to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and tell them that I will be there for dinner tonight." This meant that he was going to appease Empress Xiao. Eunuch Wei understood. Yes. Eunuch Wei left. However, the emperor's worry did not dissipate. It was easy to appease Empress Xiao, but it was not so easy for him to get over the hurdle in his heart. His mind was full of Huang Fuxian's words. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. The remnants of the previous dynasty were too good at causing trouble. They even left a terrible shadow in the emperor's heart. In fact, Huang Fuxian was only a 13-year-old cripple. How could he restore the country? However, another voice floated in the emperor's mind. He had the blood of the previous dynasty in his body. He had inherited his father's wisdom and means. He was a child without any sympathy or pity. If he grew stronger, there would be endless trouble in the future. There was a memorial on the table requesting to confer Princess Ning in the title of Elder Princess Protector. The emperor had made up his mind. No matter how the court objected, he must confer the title of Elder Princess Protector to Ning En. But now he was not so sure. Was he really going to confer Ning En the title of Duchess? In that case, after Ning En passed away, her fief and dukedom would be inherited by Huang Fuxian. Would Huang Fuxian, who had real power, not become the second King Yi or the emperor's son-in-law? There were two choices in front of him. First, he could confer Ning En the title of Elder Princess Protector, which was the same as that of Duchess. But he had to kill Huang Fuxian to prevent future trouble. Second, he could not confer Ning En the title of Elder Princess Protector. Let Ning En be an ordinary princess and Huang Fuxian would be an ordinary playboy. He would never have the capital to restore the country. On the other side, Huang Fuxian pushed his wheelchair back to Iridescent Cloud's hall. Princess Ning En was waiting for him in his room. When she saw him, she dismissed the servants. Only the mother and son were left in the room. Princess Ning En looked at his legs darkly. "Where's your blanket?" "It's dirty, so I threw it away," Huang Fuxian said lightly. Princess Ning En took a deep breath. Huang Fuxian smiled and interrupted her. "Don't you want to know what I said to His Majesty?" "What did you say to His Majesty?" Princess Ning En asked. Huang Fuxian smiled. "I said, I hate you and I hate him. You killed my father and I will avenge my father one day. As long as I don't die, the Great Li dynasty will not perish." Slap. Princess Ning En gave him a cold slap with the back of her hand. This slap was merciless. Huang Fuxian fell to the ground with his wheelchair. He rolled out of the wheelchair, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at her with a cold smile. "Mother, is this all you've got?" Princess Ning En's chest rose and fell violently. She angrily glared at him and even her body was trembling. Huang Fuxian laughed so hard that he was shaking. The dried blood on his cheeks and the fresh blood on the corner of his mouth merged into one, making him look very strange. "Mother, take a guess. With a son who wants to rebel, will His Majesty still let you be the elder princess?" Princess Ning En's nails dug into her flesh. "From today onwards, you're not allowed to take a step out of your room." After saying this, Princess Ning En turned and left. No one went into the room to help him up. Huang Fuxian lay paralyzed on the cold floor, staring blankly at the carved beams above him. The world seemed to be silent. Cold wind poured in through the cracks in the window. Huang Fuxian was so cold that he lost all feeling in his legs. He didn't move or make a sound. Suddenly, there was a squeak on the windowsill as if a large bird had landed. Huang Fuxian didn't care. He just lay there like he was waiting for death. Then, a cute little figure climbed in from the windowsill and fell to the ground with a thud. Huang Fuxian raised his eyes. Unfortunately, he was frozen and couldn't move his eyes, so he couldn't see anything. Until that small figure ran over and came face to face with him on top of his head. "Little brother." Little Jing Kong greeted him. "What are you doing here?" Huang Fuxian closed his eyes and asked angrily, "Is this a place where you can come?" Little Jing Kong ignored his coldness and went to him. He asked curiously, "Why are you lying on the ground?" Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, "Ha, for fun?" Little Jing Kong also lay down beside him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Little Jing Kong lay for a while and crossed his little hands on his belly. "But I feel so cold." Huang Fuxian thought, "Isn't that obvious?" Little Jing Kong sat up and took out a small porcelain bottle from his purse. "For you." Huang Fuxian asked calmly, "What is it?" Little Jing Kong explained, "Golden sore ointment. It's for healing injuries." Huang Fuxian said coldly, "The dog is dead." Little Jing Kong said, "It's for you. Isn't your hand injured?" Huang Fuxian's eyelashes trembled slightly. His hand was indeed injured, but no one noticed it. They all thought that the blood on his hand was from the dog. Little Jing Kong saw that he didn't take it, so he grabbed his hand and tried to stuff the ointment into his hand. Little Jing Kong grabbed his hand and found that his hand was frighteningly cold. Your hand is so cold. You can't lie on the ground anymore. Huang Fuxian said, it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong looked around and saw that his wheelchair was overturned. He thought for a while and said, did you fall? Huang Fuxian said coldly, I said it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong got up and used all his strength to straighten the wheelchair that was bigger than him. Then he went to help Huang Fuxian up. Huang Fuxian was frozen, so it was not easy to help him up. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, then he grabbed one of Huang Fuxian's hands and began to rub it. He rubbed it and exhaled, it won't be cold anymore. It'll be warm soon. Huang Fuxian hated being close to people ever since he lost his legs. Even Princess Ningyan couldn't touch him, but the little guy was rubbing his hand? Huang Fuxian was angry. Let go of me. Little Jing Kong rubbed Huang Fuxian's forehead like how Gu Jiao usually did. It'll be warm soon. Don't worry. He even rubbed his head. Huang Fuxian was about to explode. Little Jing Kong rubbed his left hand and then rubbed his right hand. Soon his right hand was warm. Next he was going to rub his legs. It was a taboo that he couldn't touch. It was incomplete and ugly. Even his biological father would feel disgusted and instinctively avoid it. Don't touch there. He would go crazy. Huang Fuxian stared at Little Jing Kong. Fortunately, Little Jing Kong didn't touch his legs. After warming his hands, Little Jing Kong tried to help him sit up again. He didn't know if it was because of the excitement at that moment, but his body was not as stiff as before. He sat up. Little Jing Kong pushed the wheelchair in front of him. He grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair with both hands and gritted his teeth to sit on it. Are you in pain? Little Jing Kong asked him. This time he was referring to his legs. Huang Fuxian's Adam's apple moved and he said calmly, not really. Little Jing Kong bent down. Huang Fuxian thought he was going to lift up his trousers and his face changed. Unexpectedly, Little Jing Kong just stopped above his broken leg and blew gently with its little mouth. It won't hurt anymore after I blow. There was no fear or disdain in his clean eyes. Chapter 546. Master. Lian pushed the door open and entered. Why are you sitting by the window alone? The wind is so strong you'll catch a cold. Huang Fuxian stared at the scenery outside the window and didn't answer Lian. Little Jing Kong was no longer in the room. There was no trace of him being here. Lian quickly walked over and closed the window across the table. Don't close it, Huang Fuxian said. Lian's hand paused in the middle of closing the window. She turned to look at her master in confusion. But it's cold. I'm not cold, Huang Fuxian said indifferently. Then okay, I'll turn it down a little. Lian closed the window halfway. Huang Fuxian looked out through the gap in the window. His expression was indifferent and gloomy. It wasn't Lian's first day serving Princess Ningyan, so she wasn't surprised by Huang Fuxian's appearance. However, she still felt sorry for him. She looked at Huang Fuxian, whose blood had already dried up. She didn't ask how he did it because she had already heard that her family's young master had killed the 7th prince's dog. She said in a low voice, I'll go get some water for you to wash your face. Lian quickly fetched hot water. It took her 2 basins of water to wash Huang Fuxian's face. When she washed Huang Fuxian's hand, she was surprised to find that the back of his hand was scratched and there was a long cut. Her face turned pale. Master, you're injured. Why didn't you say anything? This blood on your hand, don't tell me it's yours? Of course, it wasn't all Huang Fuxian's. That cut couldn't have bled that much. Huang Fuxian frowned impatiently. You're so annoying. Get out, I don't want to see you. Lian said, I'll tell the princess to call the imperial physician. Huang Fuxian said, I don't want to see the imperial physician. Lian said worriedly, but, Huang Fuxian said coldly, if you say any more nonsense, get out. Lian could only shut her mouth resentfully. Perhaps it was because this wound caught Lian's attention. She looked at Huang Fuxian again. This time she found a few faint finger marks on Huang Fuxian's cheek. Did the princess hit you? Lian asked weakly. Huang Fuxian ignored her. Lian lowered her head sadly and continued to wipe Huang Fuxian's hands. Sir, can you not make the princess angry in the future? It's hard for the princess to be alone. Huang Fuxian mocked. What's so difficult about her? Is it hard to raise a useless son like me? Lian was rendered speechless. After that, Lian didn't dare to say another word. She wiped the blood off Huang Fuxian's face, hands, and neck and helped him change his clothes. However, she had only helped Huang Fuxian change his shirt. Huang Fuxian had changed his pants himself. Ever since his crippled legs scared a servant to the point of vomiting, he no longer allowed anyone to change his pants for him. When Princess Ning arrived, Huang Fuxian was already dressed and sitting quietly in the wheelchair by the window. "I heard that your hand was injured." Princess Ning walked over and closed the window. She wasn't Leonor, who had to listen to Huang Fuxian's orders. On the contrary, Huang Fuxian was her son. He should listen to her. "Let me see," she said to Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian didn't move. Princess Ning picked up his left hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's such a long cut." Huang Fuxian turned his face away and ignored her. Princess Ning opened the wound medicine she had brought. She dabbed a little with her fingertip and applied it to the wound. After that, she applied it to his swollen cheek. Huang Fuxian tilted his head slightly and avoided her hand. "You still don't like others touching you." Princess Ning's fingertips still landed on his cheek. After applying the medicine to Huang Fuxian, Princess Ning said, "I'll come and apply it again before bed. I'm going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Do you want to come with me?" Huang Fuxian's lips curved and he sneered. "Are you sure you want the Empress Dowager to see my swollen face?" Princess Ning pinched her fingers and took a deep breath. She placed the wound medicine on the table and turned to leave. Rinshou Palace. Xiao Heng had official business to attend to. After visiting his grandaunt, he left the palace. When he arrived, it was only him and little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao also came later. Little Jing Kong already had Jiao Jiao. How could he still remember his bad brother-in-law? He waved his little hand and sent his bad brother-in-law away. Then he began to uncover the roof tiles in Rinshou Palace. As he grew older, his energy became more vigorous and his destructive power became stronger. However, Gu Jiao would basically fix it for him. When Princess Ning walked into Rinshou Palace, she happened to see Gu Jiao repairing little Jing Kong's swing. Princess Ning had seen this swing many times. She just didn't ask about its origin. Prince Ning had two young princesses. Naturally, people who didn't know would think that the swing was prepared for the two young princesses. "Jiao Jiao, is my swing ready?" Little Jing Kong stood behind the swing and asked Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao said, "Not so fast. The seat is worn and the rope needs to be reinforced." Little Jing Kong thought for a while. "Then I'll go find my grandaunt first." Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay. Grandaunt, I'm coming." Little Jing Kong waved his little arms and bounced away. Gu Jiao squatted down and seriously repaired little Jing Kong's swing. He didn't notice Princess Ning at the door. Princess Ning stopped in her tracks and stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. After entering the palace, Princess Ning wore the gorgeous clothes of a royal princess. Occasionally she would put on makeup. She no longer wore plain clothes and didn't wear makeup like she did in the frontier fortress. Especially today, she even put on the begonia makeup on the scar on her left cheek. At first glance, the red birthmark on Gu Jiao's cheek was similar to her begonia makeup. It was just that the begonia makeup was done by hand. It was small and delicate, and the birthmark paled in comparison. Before Princess Ning got married, she was a lively and active princess. However, when she was quiet, Shi had a quiet and gentle side. Gu Jiao's temperament was similar to Princess Ning's when she was quiet. However, it was more otherworldly and cold. "Princess." A palace maid saw Princess Ning and bowed respectfully to her. Gu Jiao turned her head. Princess Ning smiled at her. Gu Jiao nodded. None of the palace servants present found it strange that Gu Jiao did not bow to Princess Ning in the imperial palace. Actually, in front of the emperor just now, Gu Jiao did not bow and scrape, and the emperor and eunuch Wei still looked as if they were used to it. Although Princess Ning traveled with Gu Jiao, they didn't interact much. After Gu Jiao fell asleep in the snow mountain, she was protected by Gu Chongqing on his back. When they returned to the army camp, he immediately isolated her. On the way back to the capital, Princess Ning sat in her carriage. Gu Jiao was at the front of the group, riding side by side with the Gu brothers. The two didn't know each other well. Princess Ning walked around the corridor and through the drooping flower gate to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed over, holding his finger. Miss Gu, my finger is broken." He was a young eunuch with no rank. Let me see. Gu Jiao put down the tools in her hand and took out a clean handkerchief to hold his finger. She examined it carefully and said, "It's not broken. How did you do it?" Hearing that, the young eunuch was relieved and whispered, "Just now. I hit a walnut." The maids who were sweeping nearby covered their mouths and snickered. The young eunuch scratched his head in embarrassment. Gu Jiao said, "Wrap it in a handkerchief and ice it. If the swelling doesn't go down tomorrow, apply it again. 2 days later, apply a hot compress." The young eunuch quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Miss Gu. I will remember." Princess Ning and looked away and continued to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She didn't expect to meet the young eunuch again. The young eunuch was new and didn't know the rules. He rushed out from behind the corridor and almost bumped into Princess Ning and didn't say anything, but he was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and said, "Princess, spare me. Spare me." Princess Ning said calmly, "Get up. I don't blame you." "Yes. Thank you, Princess Ning." The young eunuch stood up, trembling. He didn't dare to look up to peek at his master's face. Princess Ning said slowly, "I don't remember you being so scared in front of Dr. Gu. I don't eat people." The young eunuch said respectfully, "You are a princess. You are the Empress Dowager's favorite princess. I dare not offend you." Princess Ning said, "Isn't Dr. Gu the favorite of my mother?" The young eunuch said, "Of course Miss Gu is, but what?" Princess Ning looked at him and asked, "Miss Gu she. The young eunuch stuttered and didn't know if he should say it. Princess Ning smiled faintly, "She is more approachable than me. You like her more than me." The young eunuch trembled in fear. "I didn't mean that." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.